A Court of Fairies and Fiction. Akafath Girls Podcast. Hosts Mel, Liv, Aka, and Lily. A bookish theory and discussion podcast for the Akatar, Crescent City, and Tug series, as well as our Fable Book Club reads. Season 3, Episode 11, Fanfiction Friday and Fan Theory Frenzy.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome to our first Fanfiction Friday!
Fanfic Friday! Woo!
Where we are just going to dish about our fics, but I think it would be really cool for next time to have people kind of submit their fics.
Ooh, do reviews. I would love that. You know I like to critique.
Yeah.
And I do it unbiased.
Even if it's just like one-shots, and then maybe all four of us should like not grade, kind of grade them, and then whoever has the highest score, we could like send them like a little prize for my shot.
That honestly would be so fun. Just like, hey, what's your favorite character? We'll make a sticker for you.
Yeah.
That I would love to do that. That sounds so fun.
I have some news that I have not shared on the pod yet that I think I texted you guys. I am officially licensed to sell Hellbent merch.
Yay! We get to see our demon boys! I have a few design ideas, actually. I'm going to draw some stuff and send it to you. Because I have a few ideas based on the first two books.
That works, because I like knowing people, because the people that like, sometimes I'll get designs off Etsy if I really like them and get like the commercial license, because they'll have like, commercial license or whatever. Rarely, but if I really like something, I was like, oh, I'll get it. But like knowing you and getting verbal commercial license.
Hey, I'm not gonna ever try to sell my own art. So if I can put that artistic creation into your stuff, I would love to.
100%.
And I'll do it for free.
I mean, it is a good way to like collect a portfolio too.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, you've seen my art. I have that free-handed colored pencil art that I did last year right there. If I were to change the angle of my camera, you'd be able to see more. Like that has a pirate ship on it and a cliff and kind of fucked mermaid tail. Then there's behind the cat skull, a fake cat skull from Spirit Halloween. I have not acquired a taxidermied one yet. And then there's the cutting board I was telling you about that I got from the arts festival.
That's really
cool. I love art in general. I haven't
sold because I'm a really bad marketer, but I used to have this resin addiction.
Oh my lord.
Before the Akatar thing. I have a lot of coasters that I made, and to be fair, they are beautiful. Okay.
I have coasters that I didn't make. I buy them for people.
I was so good at that shit. And then I was thinking, like, do I kind of pump up my ego and give each of you a set for Christmas?
I would never say no to coasters. I have ones that I've had since high school that it's like where you get it custom made and it's like a picture of like, I have stuff from when me and my family went to like Disney World.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. And then I have one with my initial on it and it broke and I ended up super gluing it back together because it's like stone, like quartz stone. And then it has wood on the edges and the wood is what came off. Mm-hmm. So I just used like shoe super glue to
Guess what I got this week?
What did you get?
The Christmas gifts, finally, from Australia. I was like, where the fuck is this box? Because it stopped tracking like 3
spoiling
times.
us. Oh my gosh.
I had to email them and I was like, please tell me this isn't lost in the mail.
Right? Oh my god, that'd be so terrible.
If you guys did not know, I told them I was going to be their Santa this year and I literally meant it, so.
Yeah, she spoils us. And now I feel bad. I have to get you gifts.
No, don't feel bad. I don't care.
I really don't. All right, little bit of tea. This woman sent me 22 books. 22 books. I had to reorganize most of my bookshelves so I could fit all 22 books and be able to be like, hey, Mel, here's all the books you sent me on my shelves.
Okay.
And so
I did not buy her 22.
No, it's
I
books
was giving away my hard copies to make room for my sub-box books.
Yeah.
And I told her I would send her a book box.
A book box. And I'm thinking, it's kind of like how I get book boxes from like Willow Winters, who's my favorite dark romance author ever, where, I get like 2 or 3. And then I open it, I'm like, there's 22? And I counted them 5 times to be sure there was 22. I will never forget
didn't know how many I could fit in the box, but
honestly, good on you for fitting that many.
I was fitting that last fucking book. It
didn't even get crushed very much. Like it fit perfectly.
I was like wrapping the box and tape. I was
walked to the mailroom of my complex, and I'm like, all right, where's this box? And then it's like in the bottom kiosk lockbox thing, and I'm like, okay, I know she said she's going to send books, but I didn't think it would be in the biggest one. And so
You
then I
think
opened
that
it.
box is big?
Well, the kiosk box that it was in was about this big, and it's like that deep. So I was like, "There's no. Why is it in the biggest one?" And like width wise, it barely fit.
I loved when I thought of this because I haven't seen anybody bring it up, but on my note about the Tamlin and Lauren thing, which started this whole podcast. I realized on I think my second reread through Crescent City, I was like, I want to make note that Tamlin is sunshine without his glamour, and Lauren was obviously Night Court. That would have made them the original day and night.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Because if Rune is in fact his son, then Rune was the night, and then Lydia was the day.
Yeah, then it's basically a flip, but an exact apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
I know, right? But I also feel really bad for Tamlin because his child takes after Reese.
Yeah. I mean, you're my son. Oh, I don't look like the guy you look like. I'm gonna have to like him now because my son looks like him. Yeah.
I honestly, I hope that she doesn't I hope that she doesn't just forget about it. I want them to realize, Reese being like, oh, my nephew's father is fucking Tam.
Right? Yeah.
And vice versa.
I'm really hoping she doesn't do a bunch of retcons and forget about stuff. I hope they actually have basically, we've talked about this before, just murder boards of just all the details.
Yep.
Because I mean, yes, this is a popular author, and a lot of popular authors, are really good with their stuff. Tolkien, for example. But you could just be so much better if you really did keep track of every little detail you add. Because even if it's just some offhand dialogue between two side characters, it's still important. With what you had mentioned, I think last night with Lucian saying oh yeah, my information's centuries old and all this other stuff. But then it's what do you mean centuries old? Because you're younger than everyone else. So are you talking about when you were a kid? What's going on?
I totally think that when he dated Jasminda and then fled Autumn, I think he was probably the Archeron's ages, 20.
Yeah, he was
young,
a child,
basically. A child.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was definitely very young, in his 20s or something.
Yeah.
300 or two set, whatever, 300.
I'm still sticking with he's in his early 400s. Maybe mid 400s, just because of how the dynamic works between him and Tamlin, because it's not very much older brother, younger brother type stuff. It's very it's best friends. And I understand, age gapping can happen with friendships. A lot of my friends are a couple years younger, a couple years older, but still, there's a little bit of that dynamic of we're a lot like siblings.
I mean, I do think they definitely argue siblings, but I feel like Tamlin was his replacement Eris. Whereas the age doesn't really matter because they're all adults anyway.
Yeah.
So, but
once you reach 100 years old, it kind of doesn't matter anymore.
It doesn't.
Most of them don't even celebrate birthdays. So how do they even keep track of their age?
Yeah.
Because didn't Farah ask? Oh, was it? I think it was. Did she ask Reese or was it Tamlin about what about birthdays and stuff like that? And then someone had responded with.
So Farah's birthday was solstice.
Yeah, but I remember her asking someone yeah, what do you guys do about birthdays? Or somebody asked someone else what they do about birthdays, and the response was oh, we live for centuries. Yeah, we don't really celebrate them. The birth is celebrated.
Yeah,
and that's about it. Because if you die, you die.
If you reach a century, come on,
Yeah.
Yeah, but I know that Farah wanted to forget about her birthday. She wasn't telling anybody.
Yeah, when she was in Spring Court, definitely. Yeah. And then when she'd gone to Night Court, she had been oh yeah,
your birthday's the longest night of the year.
My mother dearest said that I was just a weird child because of such.
Yeah.
And I came in a later book. That had to have been an addition, so it could be yeah, she fits into Night Court. What if it's not actually her birthday though? How do we know for a fact that her with the whole reason?
I mean, they were all born in in the house, so
yeah. But
I feel like Nesta would remember.
So maybe probably didn't pay much attention to her because remember,
I mean, Nesta was 2.5, so maybe not.
Yeah, but also, it's mentioned how Nesta was the one that their mother was cultivating to be basically a lady of the court, and then Elaine was her little pretty princess to play dress up, and then Pharaoh was go learn about the merchant stuff with your father. I don't want to deal with you, and Nesta and Elaine.
Farrah was like the accident.
Yeah, I mean, I think Farrah even mentioned how her mother would have parties for winter solstice, and her birthday wasn't even important.
Yeah.
So
she's like, she just went out and partied, and like she didn't give a crap about
she would have. I think she
left her with like
parties like at the house, because they used to have like a very fancy like mansion basically.
Yeah, she left her with manor. Like the not nanny, but whatever the fuck you call it. Yeah.
Probably a governess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is weird, because then later on she's like, we didn't even have a governess. And I was like, would you even remember?
I feel like she wouldn't have remembered, because the way that Nesta was raised, like, yes, their mother did a lot of things.
Not everything.
But that is not a woman who's going to be homeschooling her children. She is definitely getting some kind of governess.
Yeah.
Like,
Again, which is weird, because they're in the human lands, and the human lands are supposedly poor. But there's the upper class, which they were.
Yeah, there's still, I think.
But then she mentioned how Nesta and Elaine actually went to school to learn.
I think because, I mean, she also had mentioned how their little hovel wasn't in the same place that they used to live growing up.
Yeah.
So, like, they knew a lot of the people around
by
there.
The sea that Elaine left with the hydrangeas and.
Yeah. But I'm thinking that, I mean, obviously Farrah is a very unreliable narrator.
Very.
But yeah, no, I definitely believe they had a governmentness of some sort. And the difference between poor human and having like upper class human is so different than poor fae and upper class fae. Because I mean, obviously the High Lords, Night Court, for example, the multitude of houses they can build, and they're all going to war, and all the people are dying. A lot of businesses are getting closed, yet they can still thrive properly. But then in the human world, like, they're struggling. They're really, like, even the upper class are.
I mean, Valaris is like that fishbowl of.
Well, Valaris is a little different. But like when we look at
Illyria's dying, God, we don't even know how many from here.
But when we look at like Spring Court, for example, when Tamlin and Farrah were arguing over whether Farrah could go help like the villages and stuff. Yeah, but we see like there's still enough backing from like the High Lord himself to where it's like, oh, the currency's not like messed up or anything. And also, what do they use for currency? Like, we know it's like coins, but like, what's the actual like, what's the exchange rate? You know?
To me, I'm just like, one coin is $1. So
yeah,
I. And Reese is like, she spent similar to 500 coins. I was like, it was $500. Like, that's it.
Or like maybe a 500 coin. Maybe it like is relative to like coin pouches. So maybe the 500 coins is more like it's like
$1,000. I don't know.
But then still, also 500
like, you're a fucking bajillionaire. She can't buy rounds for her table, but Moore and fucking Cassian can raid your vintage fucking closet that you restock up on.
And you're gonna not even complain about it, but then all this stuff is just going away.
Moore can fuck around with men that she doesn't even like.
She can fuck your friend group. And isn't called like a homie hopper or something, as is the derogatory used by today's society.
And they get mad when Eris calls her a slut. Like, what?
Well, pardon.
I mean, it's the bits.
I need with a capital.
You froze.
But I need Eris to have.
You're frozen. You're frozen. Like I can't see you.
Oh no.
Oh, here you are.
Is it good now?
You froze when you said with a capital, and then it froze.
Oh, capital T. That's crazy. You're gonna have to fix that.
If the boot fits with a capital.
But I also said Eris definitely needs to have a moment where he's like the same sass as Lucian, because like I definitely need it to be like he says something, people get mad, Morrigan says something, and then Eris is like, well, so sorry, but here's all your behaviors. I'm just stating fact with a single word.
Did he was like, go ask her for the truth. Right? I bet you won't.
Like, and then we don't get to see them asking her for the truth.
They don't. Well, so it's funny to me because I love how, Moore is so up his ass during the meeting and like so awful to him in Akawar. And then in Akasif, he has to be an ally to the Night Court. And in order to do that, he has to let Reese in his head to let Reese know everything he knows and all of the truths, right? And so whatever the fuck Reese saw deemed him, worthy enough to be an ally. And he shared that with Moore. He shared everything he saw with Moore. And then Cassian was like, even if Moore had like finally accepted him as an ally. And I was like,
which is still
wonder why.
Yeah.
I wonder why. Because what did she see from Eris's head where she's like, shit, he can fucking tell on me because now Reese knows too.
Yeah, because he definitely was like, maybe I can't say it out loud, but showing you in my mind is a little bit different.
Go ahead, Reese. I bet you to see it in my head.
Yeah. So Reese probably does know like the full truth of everything, but then he's keeping it a secret from everyone else. But I'm also thinking, what if Azriel knows? Because of the shadows, because the shadows, like they tell the secrets of it, like everything and everyone. So I'm thinking the shadows already knew. Because when that stuff happened,
I feel like Reese isn't telling anyone because like, oh, she's my cousin and I already
Well, I mean, he wasn't even going to tell his wife and mate that she was going to die.
I know. It's like you already fucked over more once with the Kier situation. Like,
yeah.
I don't know.
He just seems to really like just being reclusive, but in not the smart ways. If you want to be reclusive, get rid of all the mirrors you have. Like,
okay, so I think you know that this is my little crack theory, but honest to God, maybe I'm delusional. I'm probably delusional, but I honest to God do think that like Cormac is more an Eris's child.
Honestly,
I really do. It's uncanny.
The only reason I can't see really like that far into the whole secret child theories and stuff like that is just because like the way I read the books, they're very much 3 separate universes. Now with Lauren, absolutely, I can understand your theory of how she was, basically phased into another world to protect her and all that stuff. But like,
I mean, the bloodlines are pretty mixed. We have Einar, who is with Autumn Court,
and if they're mixed, we also run into the issue of with the worlds now combining, who becomes heir to most of these places. Because, like for example, Lucian being Lady Autumn and Helions, yes, obviously Helions the High Lord, so he'll go to that court. But
it's paternal, yeah.
Yeah, but at the same time, now that we have the whole High Lady situation, if we were to have a High Lady and a High Lord, and there's that one child for both courts, who do they go to?
It's the paternal line, always. Because at the end of the day, it's still a patriarchy.
Yeah, but High Lady doesn't actually mean much.
It doesn't, because
it doesn't. She gets a bigger chair, but like...
You're not an actual.
And even then, the magic chooses you. The magic didn't choose Farah.
Yeah.
Tamlin was begging and pleading for everyone to save her, and they were like, you know what? Here's a little popcorn kernel. And then also with when Reese died, and they were like, yeah, we'll save him the same way.
Yeah.
So you're like, and he had to do that verification.
Like just getting a priestess to
like,
say that she's High Lady and putting it on a piece of paper. Like the magic still didn't choose her. She's still not an actual.
Yeah. And I mean, yes, she is technically the quote
like
most
sure
powerful
okay, then give
of
Vivian the title
ladies of court, but that's purely because she has a little bit of everyone's magic. So she could, as she did with the Book of Breathings, she was able to trick that whole security system into thinking she was the High Lord.
It's like, then fucking give Vivian the title too, because she held down the whole fucking
she
court
should have gotten it first, although I understand maybe Callias wasn't wanting to do that sort of thing yet because they were still rebuilding. All those younglings had passed on. They needed to grieve and that sort of thing.
She was like,
and
hi.
Honestly,
she was so offended.
Right? I love her. I really need their little like love story and how she like took care of the court and all that. But also it's possible because it is such a patriarchy, maybe it didn't even cross Callias's mind as a possibility until Reese, Mr. Rule Breaker,
that's exactly
like,
what happened.
Here's my High Lady.
Yeah. But no, I mean, to me, it kind of started with all right, Cormac has this prophecy where he's destined to be king. And we knew that, okay, Avalon, he was supposed to be king of Avalon, I guess.
Yeah.
And Avalon was, the chopped off portion of the Dust Court of Prithian tied together by the mists. And so, more, I mean, yes, he had Morven's shadows, but that could also lead back to them being a part of like Azriel's line, like the cousin line, right? So my whole theory is, and it's very convoluted, and I'll have to share the actual reel with you, but my whole theory is that Morven is actually Kier's brother. And either Eris or Mor, I can't really tell which one would be the world walker. I'm leaning a little more toward Eris, but one of them gave their child to Morven because he didn't have because you can't tell me that man has ever fucked anybody. Like
no. I'm
you can't.
Morrigan being the world walker because we get that whole little side bit of she's in such and such place for majority of the storyline, and then pops back in when we need her comedic.
It was just the one line from Aka War when it's like, out of a rip in the world, Eris appeared atop Arnola. I'm like, what the fuck is a rip in the world? Like, that's not winnowing.
Yeah, yeah.
Unless
Unless it is what winnowing looks like from someone else's point of view, because we usually have seen it from the point of view of the person winnowing, or from Farrah being like, yeah,
but then
they
Farrah's
winnowed
like, oh,
behind
then
us.
he winnowed away. And I was like, okay, so.
Yeah, it's very weird wording.
So weird.
So it could be him, but I'm leaning more towards Morgan because I don't trust her, and she's sneaky.
Exactly.
Because I also have that whole theory that she glamours to do,
This comes full fucking circle, right?
Of course it does.
Because Cormac is 2 years older than Rune.
Oh.
Which is very important here.
I forgot about that.
If Moore had been hiding this child for 2 years in her little secret house, right? What if she knew about Lauren's plan to save herself and her unborn child, and she had Lauren also bring her child to Crescent City?
Then we end up getting an interesting dynamic for when they come back to Prithian, and then it's like,
because Cormac,
there's the truth, and then the whole
because Cormac
it would bring
Lauren's first cousin.
Yeah, but
which makes sense, but
because
not first cousin, just cousin, not first.
I was gonna say, with Morgan being the cousin to Lauren, we think Lauren and Reese, then any of Morgan's kids would also be a cousin. It'd be first cousin, or like cousin first removed, something like that. But
exactly.
Usually
like,
people will
I'm
just
your mother's cousin. So I was like,
People will usually just say that it's cousin though. Like they won't actually like
distant
say
cousin.
Yeah.
So I'm like,
and
it
with
makes
that
sense.
sort of dynamic, it just be, oh yeah, no, that's just my cousin.
Yeah.
But
so
that
if
also
Lauren, like I think, was the actual first Starborn heir of the court of Prithian, because again, she's the female of the current ruling line. It would have been more, but it was Lauren because Reese's line was ruling, right?
Yeah.
Would have. I feel like there's a whole backstory where the father like knew that maybe she was going to try to take the Dust Court, and he didn't really mind if Tamlin's father killed them because of that. He would lose a huge chunk of land, like shit like that. And also a female ruling, and like she's an Illyrian, and like, you know.
I mean, also considering how the Illyrians basically called Nesto, which has its own theories and things like that for sure.
Yeah.
But
like, don't let her touch the swords and like shit like that. Yeah. I always thought that his father was in on their like deaths. And so I think she planned to escape. And I think Moore knew that. And I think Moore made her take her child. And when she did get there, because, you know, unfortunately, she is still a part of the Donnell line, which would include the Donnell line of whatever. Yep. If she's Reese's sister, they have the same parents, she would also be Daemati, I would assume, because the father was Daemati. Then,
well, now, how do we know that would carry? Because we saw it in
but we can assume, I guess.
Yeah, because I mean, we saw it in the Highburn twins, that they both had it, but they're twins. So how do we know if it'll actually pass to siblings if they're not, like if they have a bit of distance with their age?
Well, it's just because, you know, Lauren seems to have known the Donnells, because Rune was like, oh, it was through those blood ties and all this stuff. Like, she took her mother's maiden name because she was a Donnell and all that stuff. So I feel like she would have had to somehow compel the Donnells to think that, you know, she was always on that planet and always part of, you know, that.
Yeah, she probably had to do that with a lot of things, because
I mean, convinced Einar that this child was his, and like, you know, this whole thing. So I think that she probably gave Cormac to Morven. I mean, once she got there, she wasn't really in a good state of mind, so she wasn't really. She didn't choose a good father for her own child, so she's not going to choose a good father.
Not really.
So she kind of fucked up there, but she's like, oh, these two kings need heirs. I have two children who need fathers so they can have, you know, titles as they should, and a better life, basically.
Yeah.
So Cormac, probably having the shadows from Moore, she gave to Morven to raise. And then, you know, she convinced the Autumn King, oh, I'm pregnant with your child. To give
he just happens to look like me.
Yeah. That's why he didn't have anything of the Autumn Kings, you know?
Yeah.
Because apparently the Autumn King was like openly looking to conceive an heir, so it wouldn't have taken that much for her to like convince him that.
Lord, no.
When she was like first pregnant, you know. So I think that's pretty much what they did, and I think that Moore knows that she's not completely dead. And that's like such a sucky thing to do, but at the same time, it's like I do think Tamlin and Lauren have some sort of bargain, like I was telling you, that he actually can't tell Reese. But the fact that like Moore could probably tell, but she doesn't want to because it's part of her own secret history and like her child, like with Eris. And because I think her and Eris are rejected mates. So I think Kier and Baron, I don't know if they know that, but they definitely know that both of those bloodlines had something to do with Dusk. Because Eris knows about the sister Pete.
Well, and Baron also, we've discussed this before, I think last night, that Baron knows a lot more than he's letting on to. He is currently the oldest High Lord. Mm-hmm. He has lived through everyone else's parents and predecessors dying.
Yeah.
So he's got secrets up his sleeve.
I know. So there is a reason Kier is desperate for some sort of allyship with the Autumn Court.
Yeah.
And I think marrying them, they knew would produce a super strong Dusk Court prodigy, which is Cormac. Again, he wasn't a female, so he's not as strong as, Bryce ended up being, or would have been. But he's still Starborn, and he's still prophesized to be King of Dusk, right?
Yeah.
So obviously it leads into the Corsa thing, but I have to believe that he is more an Eris's child, because even going with his looks, his powers, his personality, the mirrors.
I was gonna say his personality, like
that really is Eris to a fucking T.
Yeah,
he gets it from his daddy.
That's the equivalent of like animators, like for the Barbie movies, reusing the different like princesses and princes. So then you're like, oh, is this an Easter egg? No. Like this isn't. I don't want this to be just a reuse of personality. I want this to actually be like, oh yeah, no, this is definitely Eris's child.
Right? Exactly. Like going by the fucking quotes too, how they have like dead eyes and they wish that they didn't have to put on their masks and their fathers have ruined them. And I mean, like the quotes, the mirrors, even, and also the little Easter egg that I found that I love bringing up because it's so fucking random. But when they go to the castle, like near like Cormac, Morven, whatever, Chambers or whatever, I think it's Bryce, when they're staying there, she finds like a drawer full of like packs of like clean red underwear. Like red.
Yep.
Like
Cormac, who do we remember got some red lingerie? Yeah.
His favorite color's red.
Which let me ask you a question. Do you think he's gotten anyone any matching lingerie?
I'm like, he's making the girls wear red lingerie. This is so
definitely.
Fucking
I won't
incredible.
Sleep with you unless you wear red.
I know. Right?
Like that's gotta be such like an unusual like
it's such a
obsession too.
Easter egg.
Like
too.
if people learn that, they've got to be like, why red?
Yeah.
All the time. Why?
I read it. I go, holy shit! I'm like, because every time that's not a connection to Moore.
Every time, or nearly every single time that Morgan is mentioned, she's in red. She's in something skimpy
red
and
lipstick, red dress, red wine.
The red brought out the golden of her hair or something. Like
Which, oh my god, and that happens to Moore too. His golden hair glowed like molten metal. Come on.
I think it's one of the first times that Farah had described Morrigan. It was like, and unlike her cousin, she had golden hair that shone in the sun,
light brown
like
eyes. The same as Cormac. Nobody else has light brown eyes. That's so specific. So specific.
And I can understand, just wanting to make it seem like it's a more common thing.
Yeah.
But it's either more common or it's genetic. Like there's only two options for that. Or she forgot that who else she wrote had that color, so she just decided to use
oh my god, I found the reel. I found it. Okay, yeah. Moore tipped her head back toward the sun. Oh, this is Akasif. Unbound hair gleaming and rippling around her like liquid gold, her full lips curled upward, basking in the light. And then it says, Cormac took a step back from the doorway, shadows swirling, his golden hair glowed like molten metal. Come on. And then Cormac's eyes burned with flame. Red flame sizzled in Eris's eyes. Oh my god. She exposed this is Bryce. She exposed the tiny red lace thong. I grabbed these from Morven's castle. The guest rooms had whole unopened packs of them.
Yeah, the guest room? You mean the room where the ladies Cormac's probably room? Stay?
Yeah, and then this is when he was with Bryce, and you can't tell me this isn't more. Except for the part where I have to sleep with you and live in your backwater land. His lips curled upward. I think you'll find the first part to be rather enjoyable. Spoken with true male arrogance. He shrugged, clearly confident that she would enjoy him. I haven't had any complaints yet.
That's literally Morrigan to Helion. Like, oh yeah, do the three of you want to sleep with me? And she's just like, I don't think so. That's literally her. That is literally her. It's a gender bent Morrigan, basically.
He is the 50-50 of Mor and Eris.
Yeah.
100%.
Which, I mean, as many problems as Morrigan causes, the fact that there's a possibility that Eris has a child. Heck yeah. I love Eris. Yeah. That also means if he has a child, he has a powerful child with a, like, technically lesser lord's, daughter, since Care is in charge of the, Yeah. But that would also mean that his child can very much be the heir of Autumn Court. Like, there's no issues, and it'll bring the Night Court and Autumn Court into some kind of ally thing.
So here's what I think is actually going to happen, which is pretty interesting, right?
Yeah.
So we know that the Dusk Court has ruling females. It's always been
always been females.
Right? So I think when Cormac and Eris have children, if it's a girl and a boy, the girl is definitely going to get Dusk. The boy's going to get Autumn. Because Cormac's going to be the king of Dusk and not the Autumn Court. And Eris is fairly young, so he's still going to be ruling the Autumn Court for a long time. So I think by the time Eris dies, it's
going to be the next generation rather than his. Yeah, it's going to be 2 generations later.
Grandchild.
Eris.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that does make sense and would make it be a lot easier on the dynamics of the courts as well.
Yes. Yeah, because then you don't have to, like, be going back and forth.
We're getting into actual politics with this stuff.
Like the whole Thea and Theon thing where they're like, they have their separate territories, but then they had to, like, visit each other, and it was just like a clusterfuck, and then obviously they ended up, like, hating each other, like Reese's parents. So it was like that sort of thing. But yeah. Mor in her flowing red gown. Mor said, red gown flowing behind her. Mor's fingers still in the stem of her wineglass, eyes narrowing on Amryn, the jewels, the red gown, all perhaps a way to downplay whatever dark power roiled in her veins. Shadow magic, maybe?
Morrigan, who apparently speaks the truth, having a dark power.
Roiling magic?
Because she's a manipulator.
I'm telling you right now, she has the same shadows as Azriel. Because Cormac has the same shadows as Azriel.
I don't think it's the same shadows because it's explained that Azriel's shadows are specifically as a shadow singer because he was traumatized so badly. I think because she grew up in the Court of Nightmares, maybe she has an ability to sort of manipulate, like, already existing shadows that aren't sentient.
Yeah.
But Azriel's are very much like...
because Cormac's are sentient.
Yeah, so I think...
They're like Azriel's, not like runes, like Azriel's. And I was like... What?
I think it's possible. We don't know the whole of, like Cormac's childhood. So what if he did end up not just having the shadows from, some sort of Night Court affiliation, but also is actually like shadow singer stuff, but they don't have a way of explaining that in their world. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's shadow
really
singer.
Weird because, like, it seems like Morven's also a shadow singer, but it works differently.
It also could be different.
Use his shadows to, like, look like snakes because that's what Azriel's does. And I was like, I don't.
What I recall of Azriel's is that he uses his more so to, like, spy. Like they're
but
sentient.
He can, like, talk to them. They're sentient.
Yeah.
But that's what Morven's does. Like, his swirl around him, they, like, are
honestly. I don't really even remember that being mentioned. I mean, it's been so long.
He's also called the fucking Stag King. And, like, he's on a throne of, like, gigantic antlers.
Yeah,
and his shadows are like vipers, which is like Azriel's. It's weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because isn't the stag like the throne of glass thing?
Throne of glass, Spring Court. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because the stag thing would tie Spring Court to Throne of Glass and those, like, family ties and that sort of thing. And then the stag would then carry into Crescent City to... Yeah.
Which, again...
She needs to come out with just a thing that says that you're right.
I know, but
just a single post.
But she also made it so complicated because I think that Cormac is also, like, again, 15 fucking thousand years of bloodlines. But I think he's also connected to... I think... All right. Again, convoluted. Lady A.
Yeah.
Right? I think that she is a Roelan Minorian descendant who mated with Celine's line. Okay, so Starborn and Witch, right? She had Eris had Cormac. So through Eris, mating with Mor, having Cormac has the Night Court shadows, which obviously he has the Autumn Court fire, which obviously And I think that him and Eris are like a rare Kraken prince. I think that's why they're so powerful, because I think Lady A was from that line. But it's very interesting because we have yet to see a character who has two different powers from two different courts. Other than, you guessed it, Lucian, who has two parents from two different courts. Right? But Lucian is also very weird to me, and I'll get into that in a little bit. But Cormac has the shadows and the fire and word marks on his arm. So Rune is like, oh, he studied the entire archive. He knows fucking everything about all the variants and power.
Yeah.
Like, he knows everything. And that's that's the main crux of my argument, where I was like, the Prithian world isn't going to know anything about anything unless there's someone to explain it. And Bryce isn't coming back. She's made that very clear. So unless Nesta opens the fucking portal to drag Bryce back, it's going to be Cormac showing up. Because he is the one. Bryce doesn't even have all the information. She never had all the information. Cormac has all the information. He's the one that taught her how to winnow. He was the only person who could winnow on, Crescent City. Like, he is the mix of all of these bloodlines. And that has to be significant. I don't believe he died because he had the word mark tattoo like Aelin, which I've said a million fucking times. But I just think that's very... I don't know. I just feel like that's too obvious for him to be dead. I just can't see him being dead in any way, shape, or form, even just going by how the Prithian people need the information.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense. And if we're going with the like calls to like thing, which was another part of my theory, who saw the sleeping shadow but Morgan? Like calls to like, mother and son.
Another thing about Morgan that I noticed, with going back to her wearing red and all that, remember at Tamlin and Farrah's wedding where she started panicking because of the red flowers? Okay, so first of all, PTSD works in mysterious ways. I fully understand that she did actually freak out about that. Like that,
it's gone when she gets to the night court. It's so annoying.
Yeah. What about Morgan? Literally I'm pretty sure Morgan was wearing red the first time they met.
No, it was, she actually made a point to wear like teal.
Oh, okay.
Because Reese had told her.
Yeah, but even then, like, she ends up wearing red multiple times, and then there's no mention of, like...
comes in with red siphons.
Yeah, and...
She's like, oh, those are so
if you're bothered by red flowers looking like blood, wouldn't having the siphons literally being a red jewel in places that you would get stabbed?
Whirling, like, it's crazy.
Yeah, but one thing that really frustrates me is, like, whenever Morgan wears, like, the red dress, I think it's to the Court of Nightmares, there's not even a mention of, like, Farrah being like, oh, wow, Morgan wore a red dress, and I didn't have a reaction. Like, because if you have PTSD and you don't even realize you're healed enough.
So far gone in Reese's narrative.
It's like, a part of me thinks that maybe it wasn't her healing, it was Reese, like...
Oh, taking it away, 100%.
Because then Morgan could wear her signature color. And then get the matching lingerie.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which I told you it was last night. I was like, Reese absolutely put it into their heads to get each other the same brand and color of lingerie.
And can I just say, based on, what I was telling you guys, or when I was telling you that John was like, oh, it's always been more for Cassian or whatever. Both of their colors are red.
Yeah.
Both of their
colors are red. And I'm pretty sure by the time Cassian got his siphons, he had met his found brother Reese's cousin. Now, I don't understand how the siphons work.
Of Azriel.
Yeah, he still is. But I don't know how the whole choosing siphons works, because I don't remember if it's mentioned or not. But
I mean, it just says that there's red, blue, and green, and then...
Why don't we ever see anyone with green ones? Like, there's no mention.
Because it's gonna be Balthazar!
Honestly, the name Balthazar is just so wonderful of a name. You'd think it would be, like, so terrible and stuff, but then it's just Balthazar.
He's such a cutie. I love him. Also, Emery might probably get green too, because I do think that do the females another theory, but I do think that the siphons bring out witch power, and that's why I think they don't give them to the females.
You know what? Bringing out the witch power, I feel like if she were to get siphons, she could also heal her wings, because remember she can't use them because the females get snipped basically. So that'd be interesting. She'd possibly be able to.
She is owed some because she won the fucking blood right. So.
Yeah. Why haven't we seen more of that? Oh, that's right, because Crescent City 3 was 3 days later. Why does the timing of everything have to be so close together, SJM? Like, oh my gosh, give me like a breather.
I mean, technically, was it like, no, it was like Crescent City 3 from Akasif was about 6 months.
Oh yeah, no, it was later? The wedding. Yeah. The wedding was 3 days later, and we didn't see any proof that it happened. That's right.
Because Nesta said that she killed Lanthus 7 months ago. So, and then we had like the whole month after she killed Lanthus. So yeah.
Yeah.
And like Nyx is almost 1 because like Ember
which is
made that
so
joke.
adorable.
I know. Oh, poor Nyx though. Please spare him from
I may not like recent because I like the Night Court as a whole. I love the idea of Valaris. I love the idea that maybe we could see into how it was for Morgan growing up in the Court of Nightmares, because I feel like a lot of people could relate to that sort of thing, feeling trapped in a home and stuff.
Yeah.
It would be a great way for SJM to have an even bigger demographic of readers.
Oh,
but
and I forgot to add, I also think Moore is also another branch off of the witch.
Most definitely.
But
I mean, considering
that's 100% why they wanted to marry her and Eris. The witch line, the dusk line.
Yeah.
But also, together.
I mean, SJM specifically chose a real life goddess's name.
Yeah.
For just some random cousin.
Yeah.
Who happens to speak truth but has some dark power. There's definitely a plan for Morrigan. And with the whole the 2 books and a novella.
Her mom is just so matron coded. So I did the whole reel on that the other night, but it's so
So I need to catch up on your reels.
Yeah, I did like a whole I discussed the witch part of Eris and more. But yeah, her mom is just fucking suspicious.
Do you have a theory that, because I feel like it's your theory, but I can't remember exactly, but do you have a theory that the Lady of Autumn might also be a witch?
Oh yeah.
Okay, then I definitely had heard it from you. It might have been an earlier episode of the podcast. Because it just popped into my head. It popped into my head for some reason, and it's like, there's definitely.
Yeah, she's from the witch line. She has the fucking
Especially considering how much Baron is trying to stifle her.
Mm-hmm.
That's definitely what someone would do if she possibly has a.
So if they're okay, so if Lydia knows about Brannon, right? Let's say, like my theory, let's say that both Moore and Eris from Lady A and Moore's mother are branches of the Minorian line, right? So I actually think the opposite of what most of the fandom thinks. I think that Eris and Lady A are Krakens, and I think that Moore is Iron Teeth. They usually think that Moore is
honestly no. If you really pay attention to how the different ones are described in the books, Morgan being Iron Teeth makes sense. Yeah. Because of the way. Keep in mind, she grew up in the Court of Nightmares.
I did all the quotes.
And she also just the way that she speaks sometimes is very much like
brutal. And so she's like, why don't we just kill them and get it over with, like Morgan?
Yeah. And you're telling me that doesn't sound like an Iron Teeth to you?
Yeah. And why are the humans so terrified of her from the last war?
Yeah.
I don't know. Iron nails because we don't through people.
We don't fully get to know what
she's the apex predator of our circle.
Okay, what does that mean? Usually an apex predator is the type that uses their entire body to tackle and kill.
Exactly. Like an Iron Teeth witch. Literally. Manon. So I think that they remember Manon as that ancestor, right?
Yeah.
She was, remember, Blackbeak, Iron Teeth, and Kroken.
Yeah.
And I mentioned how to the war in Highburn, Eris doesn't wear his Autumn Court armor. He wears silver armor with a red cape. He wears the witch armor from Tog. So I think it's very cute that he's wearing the armor of his mother's people instead of his father's people.
Which also is showing that if he were to become High Lord, then he would probably actually have females in a much higher status. They could probably be warriors. His mother's definitely going to get taken care of.
Yeah.
Get her own little cottage. I absolutely just have this belief that when Eris becomes High Lord, he's going to completely renovate the Autumn manor or something. Yeah. But he's gonna fully just the house itself. He's gonna be yes, well, to take care of my mother, she's getting an entire wing on the complete opposite side of where she was with my father.
Yeah.
And it's going to be exactly what she wants.
Yeah. I mean, technically,
although at that point she could just go to day court with
I was gonna say, I think she's just gonna go.
I feel like maybe she'll get basically mother-in-law wing. Yeah. Mother wing, something like
they're
that.
They're gonna get
for her to visit. Yeah. Just to visit, so that way
and Lucian and Elaine will
and Lady Autumn can just do the dirty, and no one can hear it.
I know.
While on the other side of the court, Elaine and Lucian are having their I'm honestly picturing Elaine and Lucian yes, they're for sure gonna do it. At this point, SJM has people having sex all the time. But I feel like Elaine and Lucian are gonna get very philosophical with things. They're gonna read together, and they're gonna look into the different just sort of they're gonna have their own theories on everything because they're gonna have
they're just like that.
Literally, they are very much just, especially with Elaine being like a seer. If she were to have something, then Lucian, he's so intelligent, and we don't really get to see much of it. He's a cunning fox.
This is the thing. He hides everything about himself.
Oh, yeah. And rightfully so. I mean, he's been through so much, and if he were to be fully honest about things,
But, like, okay, well, first, I would like if Eris kind of, like, just burned the forest house. It's underground. It's like a fucking underground fortress.
Is it underground? I thought
it's underground.
In a lot of the fan art I've seen like there's like a top part, but I always pictured it as like there's a top part for people to see, but then the actual stuff that Baron like
the house and
like
stuff
his prize stuff,
his
like room and all that's underground. It's basically like a barricade
fortress. Yeah, it's a cave.
Like he's definitely more protected than just open home type thing.
Oh, of course he did that on purpose. So I would love
I'm betting maybe
sit down and remade his own fucking palace, like where he can actually see the foliage and feel the air.
I really want Autumn Court, like instead of the villages of like Spring Court, I want it to be like treehouse villages.
Aww.
Like where they have the like bridges at different heights and stuff going to each thing, and I feel like it would be so beautiful because I'm picturing them having like the giant redwoods that are like in California, of where it's just like these giant, massive, ancient trees. You know, of course they would absolutely live in them because then they are able to see enemies coming from the ground below. The only issue they would have is like the winged species of like the Illyrians and the other ones. But even then, if the foliage is so thick, it'd be hard for anyone to get through. So that's why I just want him who walks on tree branches.
Yeah, I want him to get rid of that fucking fortress, like burn it down. Like how much he's been tortured there. His mother's been tortured there. Lucian's been tortured there. Like he should want nothing to do with that fucking house. You know?
Yeah.
I want him to build an above ground or like you said, like a huge like tree mansion. Like that would be amazing. I need him to do that like for his new era. You know?
Taylor Swift.
Life of a Showgirl, Eris.
Literally. Oh my gosh, yes.
Life of a Showboy.
Yeah, Life of a Showboy. And then
it's green and orange, so
yes. And there's even going to be one for us elder siblings.
Yes.
Finally, we're getting noticed. It only took until being 2025.
Right?
Whew, I'm loud. I can hear myself echoing in my place.
But yeah, it's just like I'm wondering why. So like obviously we know that Cormac has the powers because his parents are from 2 different courts.
Yeah.
But Lucian is odd because I mean with the witch thing, I think Lady A and she enlisted Eris because again I think Eris is like as the firstborn, I think he got the witch power and I think he's rare, like a rare drunken prince.
Yeah, rare like male.
Yeah, like Manon's father was.
Yes.
Yeah. So I think that he and Lady A, when Lucian was born, because you can't tell me this kid was not born glowing like the sun. I think they put a fucking binding spell on his Daycore powers.
Binding spell? Or have they done, not really a binding spell, but like just sort of like a glamour?
Kind of, yeah.
Or, have you watched Harry Potter?
No.
Oh, well, a couple of the characters end up doing a like binding spell where it's like you watch over anybody listening who knows about Harry Potter. Snape and Narcissa end up creating the binding spell so Snape can protect Draco, which then ends up meaning that Snape is the one who kills Dumbledore because Draco can't do it. And to keep him from dying, Snape does it, and then the whole binding spell is like it's all good. So I'm thinking maybe there's some like we're gonna do a binding spell, but then if these specific situations happen, then some things can be changed. Where
that's exactly what I think happened.
Yeah.
I think okay. So this was, when he was born, so obviously before Jesminda. I think the like what do you call it? The little circumstance that was like the exception was him finding his mate.
Yeah.
Because what the fuck happened when Elaine came out of the cauldron? He spell cleaved for the first time.
Spell cleaved, and I also think so I have a feeling that there's 2 sort of rules. The first is finding the mate, and then the second is Baron needs to die.
Yeah.
Like just he needs to be offed, and then I feel like then Lucian will be his
Elaine
full,
like cracked
beautiful,
it, but
glowing
it hasn't
boy.
fallen away yet.
Yeah, so we're getting to see a little bit more of
however,
him.
However, my only question is like Feyre saw Lucian without any of the glamours or spells or anything on him when she drank the fairy wine as a human, and he was literally glowing.
Yeah.
Glowing.
But then when she's turned fae, he's not.
Because the glamour or the binding spell or whatever that they used is also used on the fae, right?
Yeah.
Because they didn't know any humans, so they probably weren't thinking he's gonna meet a human that'll see through it, you know? With all their inhibitions stripped away, because that's a very specific situation, you know? But I was always under the impression that Lucian knew about his glamour, that he kept the glamour on all the time. Like,
well, keep in mind,
but what if he doesn't?
eye can see through that stuff. So I'm thinking if he looks into a mirror, he can tell that something's.
I know. That's why I was like, okay, so he's keeping it on himself, but
I think
so. Why hasn't he confronted them about
it? What if he has gone to Helion and has been like, "Hey, I have this glamour on me, and I think my mother did it," and then Helion can just be sort of like,
"Oh shit,"
just to keep it on you, so she's safe. So Helion's probably connected the dots.
Yeah, I mean, I think
keep Lucian and Lady Autumn protected.
Yeah. Oh, him and Eris would do anything to keep their mom protected.
I would do anything to keep her safe.
Yeah.
Like, she's such a sweetheart, and we've had so little interaction.
I love her.
And we
give her a name for
her. Yeah.
I named her Aurelia in my face.
I was about to say, didn't you name her that?
I did. And only because it means golden one.
Yes.
I'm like,
yep.
Obviously.
Yeah.
You know. But yeah, I think he put it together. I think him and Tamlin, I think the dots were very much connected the second he spell cleaved.
Oh yeah.
I think he was like thinking about it then. I think he probably thought of it after. But Tamlin was
like,
what?
My guy. There's only one person that we know that Farrah's a curse breaker. And if you're gonna spell cleave,
got it from Helion.
Literally.
Got it from Helion. And I think that's why Tamlin made that snide fucking remark at the High Lords meeting when he's like, the shit that you got from the last war. And Helion's like, no one said war can't be lucrative. Like,
yeah.
What? Yeah. But Lucian, so this is the part of Lucian that I don't understand. Lucian has healing magic. Only the Dawn Court and Tamlin, again, weird, have healing magic. It's odd. Because Helion doesn't have healing magic. Lady A, as far as we know, doesn't have healing magic.
Yeah.
Where does he get the healing magic from? Unless, we're going by, bloodlines, and, either Helion's mother was from the Dawn Court or, something like that. Could be. Because we don't really know if Helion's parents are alive. I know that Cassian makes that joke, like, oh, what are you thinking about? Your mom, And then Helion just laughed. So, is the grandmother alive? Was she from the Dawn Court? That would be interesting.
It would be very, very interesting to see that sort of thing.
Yeah. Because we have literally no grandparents.
I mean, this is
in ACOTAR.
Yeah, because everybody gets murdered.
I know.
What do you expect?
That's why Lucian's like, oh, we can live to other worlds, years, but we die.
So you had, it was on an earlier episode, you had mentioned how there's a possibility where Reese's mother not only was a witch, but she was able to time travel of sorts. So she's like one of the older priestesses, like in the library or something. And what if, because of the whole time jumping thing like that, and Throne of Glass being the past, what if Helion's mother or something like that, or just most of the Dusk Court was maybe sent into the past or into the future? So it's as if they really just don't exist right now.
Yeah. That could be. Again, when Nesta liberates that place, I'm wondering if...
I'm thinking we're going to get another tear in the world, and then it's going to be, people coming through of just, wow.
With the war
in home?
Yeah.
And, it's going to be...
And what about, the people in the walls of the prison? Are they going to get released?
I don't know, because...
I don't know if they were, dead, or, if that was just...
I don't
They're still alive? How are they still alive in there?
What if those are the Dusk Court citizens?
I think they are. They are.
Because they're not, they're in the walls, they're not in the cells.
They're in the walls. So
and they also freak out Cassian, which is so funny to me. I love the fact that he is supposedly the Lord of Bloodshed.
He's creeped out by everything.
Literally the monsters that he has helped put in there scare him.
Yeah.
Bryaxis, the sweet little baby boy that needs a skylight. You're telling me that this dark creature that we don't ever get a full description for, by the way.
DJ Spider.
A spider?
I think he's a Stygian spider.
Man!
And I know that, again, it's another one of my theories. I don't really want to get into it at the moment, but
yeah.
I know that, like,
another day.
I know they're said to be all females, but I don't know if I really.
I just
Brad
don't like
have a
it
male voice
when
in the graphic audio, so that's what
I was thinking he was more of like a hellhound, but Clifford the big red dog size. Where he's like Cerberus, but like massive with just one head, but then he's like cloaked in shadows and stuff. Yeah. And then he's going to become like Azrael's pet or something. Like, because remember, Reese was like, yeah, Farah, do you want to go on another adventure? Because Bryaxis is still out there. And then we never find out if Bryaxis is back or anything like that.
Oh, so, that fucking window that she promised him again with Farah and her goddamn wording for bargains. Yeah, I'll get you a window. You mean a fucking portal out of the world? Yeah, thanks.
Also that
right
too.
Through it. He went right the fuck through it, and now he's gone.
But like, I'm also hoping that Azrael's just keeping him in like a giant cave and just feeding him snacks. And it's like, yeah, you can keep your head out the cave, at nighttime so you can see the stars. Because honestly, I feel like Azrael would see Bryaxis as like a kindred spirit.
Yeah.
Crazy thing to say, but like
that was actually
Azrael really needs a pet. He needs like a support animal.
That was
creature.
Very much part of my theory.
I love that.
You want to okay.
I love that.
Can we just all right. I know I've said this on the podcast twice, but Lily doesn't know this theory of mine, so I'm going to repeat myself. You guys can skip over it if you want.
It makes people go back to previous episodes. It's okay.
Yeah. So, Bryaxis, right? Stygian spiders. What do we know about them? They have spider silk that is incredibly useful, and people will pay with money or power to get it, right? And we know that in Throne of Glass, Vulcan, that's Lysandra's uncle, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, he paid with his youth. And so it was kind of like sucking the life from him every time he would get spider silk to sell. And I think that that's what Maja has been doing with Bryaxis.
Yeah.
Because there's no way she looks more ancient than Baron. Like, there's no way that she's older than Baron. She looks fucking ancient, but she's still brilliant and she has her mind. Like, there's no way that she's actually as old as she looks. So I think she's been bargaining Bryaxis for spider silk. I think that's what she uses to fix the Illyrian's wings. After like battles and shit, like Cassian.
Yeah, because there's the whole like they can heal relatively quickly like the Fae, but at the same time the wings are a type of membrane and you have to take care of them properly. And for Cassian,
and that's what Manon used for Abraxos.
Yeah.
The spider silk. And it even shines the same. So when Abraxos is flying, it's like it's shown like the red and the gold through his wings and stuff. And then
Farah describing the wings that they are membranous or they are made of a membrane and they are like red and gold
and they have the
veins and
of the scars. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think that I don't know what Azrael would have been bargaining Bryaxis for, but Bryaxis again can just turn into shadows, which is Azrael's power.
So literally, Azrael's whole existence is Shadow Singer. Like, I remember a lot of characters just refer to him as Shadow Singer.
Yeah.
So sort of derogatorily, but like that's just his job.
So
by Master Shadow Singer.
If you pay in magic, then the Stygian spiders can have access to that magic, which is also a part of Tog. I forget what character. I forget what character bartered with magic, but basically the Stygian spider had some sort of magic that he had bargained for the spider silk for, and they were using that magic. And so I'm like, so if Azrael had bargained Bryaxis for something and give a little bit of his power, that's why Bryaxis had his power to turn into shadow. And then after Bryaxis leaves, when they're in the library, is it Clotho or Gwen? It might have, I forget who it was, but someone mentions how, even though Bryaxis is gone, a part of it still lingers here.
I don't think that was Gwen or Clotho. I'm pretty sure that was because it's the library under the house. So that's most likely Nesta saying something because her and the house became buddies and it took care because of whatever crazy bond they had. Yeah. So I'm thinking that she like said it. Yeah, because of I think it was her because the bond she has with the house was most likely, there's still some of him left behind. Yeah. And also there's no window.
There's no fucking window.
Stars. Let the baby boy see some stars, guys. I also feel like SJM may have forgotten about that. Unless book 6, maybe, but probably not. I don't know if she even remembers.
I love the house. See, every time you bring something up, it just spirals into another fucking theory.
Hey, I
but
feel
anyway,
like
the lingering part of it, my point
Yeah.
was that Stygian spiders are said to have little tiny minion spiders that stay wherever they are.
Okay, well,
Like their nest.
if you had ever seen Harry Potter,
No.
literally in like movie
I don't
1,
That's why Cassian was freaked out of a giant fucking deadly spider.
dude, I literally
no.
that scene in I think
Blech,
it's
no,
Chamber of Secrets.
can't do it.
Yeah, I agree. Spiders are. I have to skip past it. I can't even.
No
watch
wonder
that movie.
child Cassian was fucking terrified.
Adult Cassian is terrified. Adult Cassian, Lord of Bloodshed, doesn't like going to the prison. And is literally like cowering away from these things, these supposed things that he defeated in battles.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy.
Yeah. And then Nesta's the one to kill one.
Yeah.
Cassian. I don't like Cassian. As you well know.
Yeah, I think I don't know if Bryaxis is going to show up again. I really don't. I don't know. It would be interesting to see like where he fled to, but
yeah. And see if he maybe went into a different world, if it was like maybe he went to the past, future, just a different dimension.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, so you mentioned the house, and then that spiraled me into my whole Valaris's Dusk thing.
That's okay. I feel like this episode is just going to be us just
getting
everything out. Yeah.
Rehashing all the other episodes.
Yeah.
All right. Just some of my biggest theories, my top whatever theories. But yeah, because the house chose her. Like they're best friends.
Literally, we never saw the house as a sentient being until Nesta and her little smut books.
Yeah.
And how Cassian was like, yeah, read these war books. And the house was like, no, here's 17 smut books.
She's like,
because like
get that guy away from here.
Dude, Nesta had even at one point been like, have you read these? And the house was basically like, here's more.
Yeah. So
what?
So I have two different theories. Either Nesta did truly make the house the way that Amryn thinks she did.
Yeah.
And just made it sentient, right? Or which leads into which is connected to the Bryaxis thing.
Yeah.
What were they protecting in the pit? Because I thought it was like a rift to hell, kind of like what Crescent City has. Because see like Adis and Apollyon during that Nesta and Gwen scene. But
I feel like if it was a rift to hell, we would have seen a few more, like, it wouldn't just have been there's a remnant of Bryaxis. I feel like there would have been an actual, like, we would have had a lot more stuff happening.
Yeah. I mean, we do kind of see, again, like, Adis and Apollyon creeping up on her and Gwen in the library when it's, like, a cat-like presence, and it was pure darkness, and it was, like, they were, like, creeping up on
Very true. Yeah, because you don't really
they are always together. The cat and the darkness, they're always together.
Yeah.
And, like, it's called the pit.
It is called the pit.
Prince of the Pit. Like, you know? So that's kind of where my head was at. But I also had, like, a secondary theory of, well, we saw Helena's, or not Helena's, we saw Peleus's tomb in Crescent City. We can kind of assume that they buried Helena with Peleus, right? Because that's kind of
more than likely.
Yeah.
That's usually how those things work.
Yeah. So where is Celine's sarcophagus? Is that at the pit of the library? And if so,
it would make sense with it being Night Court. And it's basically because that I feel like
she married the first High Lord of the Night Court.
And also
they had to have
Valaris. The house is in Valaris on a mountainside or whatever. And Valaris is also called the City of Starlight.
And Dusk. Yeah.
Selene is, I can't remember how it's spelled, but typically Selene is a reference to the moon because that is
it's spelled differently. It's Silene in this book.
Close enough.
Yeah, close
I mean, this is all theory.
Yeah, moon,
so, you
stars,
know. Yeah, and also the fact that Rhys is obsessed with the planets and everything.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah.
So I think that, you know, either her children or sons, because we know they had sons who had sons who had sons again.
Yeah.
So either her husband, if she died first, or her children, I think she had a special sarcophagus. Because if you think about it, her and, well, maybe not her. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, no, not her, because it was later, unless Rhys has the timeline wrong again, but who knows?
Yeah.
Because, like, who built the House of Wind? Because according to Rhys,
Valaris
was only created 5,000 years ago. I don't know.
Yeah, and for everything, he keeps just saying his ancestors.
My ancestors.
Like the mountaintop palace, the Moonstone Palace or whatever, that's wide open and Yes, my ancestors wanted something similar to the summer court, and that's why there's a magical breeze going through. And
I don't
like,
so I mean, maybe her sarcophagus isn't in the House of Wind. If the House of Wind wasn't a thing, then we don't really know.
well, just because the House of Wind wasn't there doesn't mean the library wasn't.
Yeah.
Because the House of Wind is on top, and then there's
Like,
the 10,000 stairs.
How do you create Valaris? Like,
yeah,
and it already like what? It was already your land, so
yeah.
You just, kicked out everybody from a certain mileage to go live.
I don't think it was kicked out for a certain. I think it was because it's the City of Dreams and the City of Starlight, and then there's Court of Nightmares. So I feel like at some point there was an ancestor who was like, all right, anybody who aligns with the Court of Nightmares beliefs, just go there. That's going to be you. You guys are going to basically rule yourselves, and I'll visit occasionally, just like how Reese does it. And then the City of Dreams was very much like, all of you people who.
I mean, that
like,
makes sense. Court of Dreams, Court of Nightmares,
yeah. But,
and then like Illyrians can fuck off, apparently.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Reese is all like, yeah, they're slow to change. You're not welcoming them into your court. Like, they are specifically warriors that you have breeding just so you can win a war. That's why Cassian and Azriel,
think they know that Valaris exists.
No, they more than likely don't, because in the map, Valaris is
Emery
in like
does.
this. Well, yeah,
but
she does.
Yeah.
But on the map, if you look at it, you have Valaris basically almost towards the sea, and it's on the south, like almost far west side of the Night Court's territory.
Yep.
Then you have the Illyrians to the far north, and the mountains, the steeps, that
Court
sort of thing.
Nightmares.
And then Court of Nightmares is like not
southeast.
too far below that. So of course Court of Nightmares and other places aren't going to know it exists, because Valaris is within like the mountains and all.
Yeah.
So it's just a dome that basically looks like a mountain on top.
Yeah. Also, I did love how Kier like called Reese out. He's like, "You're supposed to be ruling from fucking Moonstone Palace above us, and we always wondered where the fuck you were when you were never fucking there."
Like, until you kidnap a lady, and then she's there for a couple weeks, and then you guys just fuck off to your little city. Like I understand why they wouldn't want to share Valaris with the Court of Nightmares, but at the same time, you at least have to be. You have to at least be honest about that stuff. Just like, no, any of you, like the people
just have like security when they visit, not like, oh, don't give them any sort of
you
access.
mean like the Illyrians?
Yeah.
Literally, the Illyrians are their court security.
Yeah.
But no, it's only for wars.
Yeah.
Like, what if you trained the women?
Yeah.
And they're the ones who are guarding Valaris, because it's the dreamers. The women are dreaming of being able to fly and experience life. They don't want to just be basically
they can train with the goddamn Valkyries like Emery did. Like,
they could train with Morrigan.
I know.
Like, she's an apex predator. Okay, so who did she train with? Because it certainly wasn't the Illyrian men. It certainly wasn't the men in the Court of Nightmares. That's not cool in either of those places.
Azriel trained her, I bet. Like Feyre.
Now, I did like when Cassian and
actually
Azriel were training her.
More trained with the original Valkyries, she mentioned.
Oh, that's right. So then why couldn't she have trained the Valkyries that we get? Why did it have to be Cassian and Azriel? These are their
She doesn't want to involve herself in court matters, and then Nesta's like, you know what? Yeah, and then Nesta's like, this is unfair. Where are the female warriors, bitch? And Gwen is like, the Valkyries used to exist, and then Cassian's like, shit. Sir.
Yeah. And that would have been a great way for the fandom to actually like Morrigan as a whole. Your
girlfriend, who you were super in love with and were crushed about her death, you are not gonna think to revive female warriors for 500 years until Nesta comes along?
Yeah, no.
Cassian.
It's because the Illyrians cannot be changed.
Oh, they can't.
You're a high lord, Reese. What you say is law.
I know. You're a fucking Madi.
Or you get misted. Literally, he could change the actual law by changing everyone's minds with his Madi skills. But then we get into the conversation of, oh, but everyone's powers are well, and you can't get too much of it out. So how much are you using to do all these glamours?
Technically using his power for good. He's not using the Madi to harm anyone. He's literally just changing their minds to make them better people.
It makes them, like, the use of magic makes the Fae tired when it's a lot all at once for not good, but then when it's for good, like with Farah, her stuff, according to the lore, is basically all good. I mean, she is, saving people, that sort of thing. She did save Valaris, which is very nice.
Yeah.
Good for you, golden star sticker, but like, she didn't really get too tired after it. It was like adrenaline rush into the next thing. Like, there was no Like her first time like winnowing or something, there wasn't any like vomiting or anything like that. She killed an adder and then was just kind of like, dang.
Which is actually very funny because Reese, when he misted like one of Hybern's armies, he was like sweating and panting like a dog.
Yeah.
Oh, most powerful, really? You're
Yeah.
panting like a dog right now.
Well, also keep in mind this is the same High Lord who wanted to do
He doesn't train
in a tent with dying around him. Like he's got some he needs help. He needs therapy.
Like
I feel like there needs to be a therapist.
Part 2. Everyone needs therapy.
Literally, everyone needs therapy. That's what getting into fix. That's why I'm not adding any kind of major conflict. Azrael's getting therapy. My character Aurora is going to literally be like, guys, I have resources.
But also, there's like, all right, so you can mist. That's the only reason why he's the most powerful. Like, that's kind of, come on. I don't.
It's gotta be mostly ego because
they
remember Tamlin in his beast form was able to kill the Naga and like all those other things. So I think that there's
he killed a bog that is like
the bog. Yeah, no, I think there's one specific power or thing that each High Lord has that can make them supposedly the most powerful. But I really don't think there is a most powerful because then there would be an imbalance and then the courts themselves would be out of balance.
I mean, until Dusk comes back, the courts are kind of out of balance because Spring did have to give up half their territory to the humans, and the Night Court absorbed the Dusk Court. So they have the Dusk Court territory right now, but when Dusk comes back, all of the territories will be equal in land again.
Well, also, if we think about the map and stuff like that, the Dusk Court territory, I feel like would also end up taking Valaris.
That's what I said. Valaris is Dusk Court. It's the Dusk Court city.
I had zoned out for like a solid 3 seconds and didn't hear that at all. There's stuff going on outside around my apartment. Like, I literally fully zoned out.
That's what I said before. Valaris is the Dusk Court city because all of the courts have one major city. And the Court of Nightmares is the Night Court city.
Because Reese is supposed to be ruling from the Moonstone Palace.
Yeah.
Also, why don't we get the city names in any of the other courts? Like, we have Adriata and Autumn House. But, like, I want to know what the actual, names are. Because it's not just
fucking wait for Valaris to defect to Nesta. Can you fucking wait?
That would be so great because at the same time, it makes
these fucking
perfect
stands
sense.
with Valaris tattooed on them who hate Nesta. Can't fucking wait because that's also karma for them making fun of the girl who got a Tamlin tattoo.
I personally, this is why I don't get tattoos that have names.
I know.
Or like I don't do names, book character, none of that stuff. The only tattoos I have are ones that I can even cover up with makeup just in case.
Yeah.
Because I really, it's my body and I am treating it as my personal temple. You know.
Yep.
You know.
Yeah.
That's why you don't put book characters in tattoos. Would you really want to walk into, say, the Sistine Chapel and it's like fan fiction, basically, is what the ceiling is? That's of course, no disrespect. You know, I actually love that artwork personally. Yeah. But like still, if we went back in time and it was found out that stuff wasn't even like actually religious and it was just like, guys, don't get book characters and stuff on you until the series, like Throne of Glass.
I saw some girl
get some stuff like that because that series is done. Like that's finished.
Yeah,
there was some stuff that SJM is adding more to that.
Some girl got Reese's knee tattoos
on her knees.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Yep.
No.
Do it on
like your back or something.
Can I just say, this has irked me so much. Okay, I get that it's like the sigil of the Night Court, right? But everyone puts the mountains and the stars with like the word Valaris under it.
It's not Valaris. It's Night Court.
Fucking Illyria.
Yeah, but at the same time,
is Illyria, and it's
Reese
not
himself.
The Night Court sigil.
Yeah, Reese himself said the only time I will kneel is for my court, and then he knelt for Farah as like which I do actually like that little aspect of that. I don't like them as a whole, but the whole I will only kneel for my court and I will kneel for my mate. That I like that kind of power dynamic.
Yeah.
Don't really like the rest of it, but that's okay.
Yeah. My brain reminded me of something and I have to just look it up really quick.
Of course.
It's pissing me off.
I mean, I understand not adding clothing descriptions all the time, but if you're reintroducing a character into a new scene, I would really like to have just like with Farah, where it's like constantly like, yeah, her hair was braided in some way. We get mentions of, I can look it up how often we see that Farah braids her hair.
Yeah.
You know what? I'll do it just in Wings and Ruin. In Wings and Ruin, hair being braided, Farah, other people, was mentioned 23 times.
Yeah. Because they have to keep it up and out of their face for war.
Yeah. But at the same time, you're doing that all the time. So why can't you also add the clothing?
I know.
Like, we see Tamlin for the first time in, half a book. What's he got? Like, get into detail. Get into the colors.
Yeah, I was annoyed because when we brought up the bog and how it's like unkillable, that made me think of like, okay, well, Nesta had a made blade.
Yeah.
Killed the unkillable. So if my theory of Tamlin having Goldrin from Aelin was true, maybe Feyre would have mentioned that he had a sword when he stalked out of the house to kill the bog. But she doesn't mention any of his fucking clothes. But yeah, Tamlin was very annoyed in that scene.
Yeah.
Also, his claws punched through a metal fork. Woof. Woof.
How big is that fork for more than one claw to be going through it, though?
Right.
Like, are we
Tamlin's
talking...
claws punched out, obliterating the fork.
How is he holding a fork? Like...
Well, yeah, because the claws are in his knuckles.
Yeah, they're similar to, like, Wolverine, I'm assuming. Where they're
they are
basically an extension of the bone.
Yeah.
So how is he holding a fork in his hand? Unless it's...
Okay, so it says, all right.
Because if it's like this, where he's eating, where he's, like, it's as if you're writing with a pen or something, but, extended, then it's like the claw could extend basically, like, forward like that. But how does that obliterate it?
The fork in Tamlin's hand folded in on itself because he got mad and he bent it.
Yeah.
He said with lethal calm, he ran into it, moved past, but came close. Metal groaned as Tamlin's claws punched out, obliterating the fork. That doesn't even work, because it would have been in his palm.
Okay, this is how someone...
And it goes... That wouldn't have even hit.
That's the thing. The only way I can think of it if he's eating like he's holding it like a freaking pen or something. Or now I have to remember how I hold a fork. Also,
okay, these high fae are huge. I'm assuming their forks are a little bigger than ours.
Yeah, because they're all like 7 feet tall.
I know.
And according to hands, and according to SJM, Nesta had to use 2 hands around Cassie.
Yeah, right?
Like,
weird. And also, I find it funny in the same scenes where they're like drinking tea. I'm like, these giant men are having like dainty little teacups.
I feel like it's more like
it's like men on screen who hold like coffee cups like in one hand like this because they're tiny. Like
little tiny.
He shut the door behind him with unnerving gentleness. But again, okay, every time he's gentle, she says it's unnerving. Why?
I think it's because he had just raged, and then it's like
it was
unnerving.
A fork. It was like, who cares?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to hunt the bog. He said it couldn't be killed, that you can't face it. Tam can. Because it's not of their world, it's of the Tog world, I think. And Tamlin's of the Tog descendants. Mm-hmm. Wow, the gruff high fae, half-heartedly flattering me, was capable of killing a thing like the bog, yet he'd served me himself that first night, offered me life rather than death. Yeah. And then she's like, I have no idea how anyone could face that immortal horror, but ... It wasn't my problem. Every fucking time, Farah. Please ask fucking follow-up questions. It drives me crazy.
That's one of the reasons I hate having conversations with certain people, because like, and it's not just like certain people in my life, it's like a certain personality type where it's like, yeah, so I found out this information. Okay, and like there's gonna be like there needs to be an hour discussion on this, and they're like, oh, that's all I know. Like I didn't even know what questions to ask. All of them. Just a question all of it. Ask as many questions. There's no such thing as a dumb question if it gets an answer.
Mm-hmm.
That I just, wow, I just had some deja vu because I know for a fact I've said that too. I think you before.
She's so dumb. Like, my father had come. No, the fuck he hadn't. Like, that's why I love when Tamlin's like, I literally told you your mortal senses are shit. Like,
yeah.
What the hell?
Yeah, there's a big difference between mortal and fae, and mortal cannot really
I made a promise to my mother when she died that I would look after my family, that I would take care of them.
That's right. She was old enough. She should have remembered if there was some kind of a governess or anything.
Yeah, all I have done every single day, every hour, has been for that vow, which means even if Nesta offered to hunt, Feyre wouldn't have let her, because it was Feyre's fucking vow.
Yeah, because if she let Nesta do it, then it would have been breaking the promise.
Hmm. He didn't look at me as he said, "You're not breaking your vow, you're fulfilling it." And then some by saying, "Here, your family is better cared for now than they were when you were there."
Which isn't wrong.
I know.
She did something, she needs to atone, and the problem is getting solved. I wish he could have, like, actually, like, given some detail into it of being like, yeah, I'm taking care of them with, like, they're gonna have everything they had before and probably plus some. Mm-hmm. But I can understand maybe because of the whole curse thing, he couldn't get that much into detail with most of his magic.
Mm-hmm. Also, I find it really interesting, which I'm just catching this now.
Oh my.
Yeah. It's like, again, it's wording stuff.
Yeah.
He basically tells Feyre, she asks, "Were you trained as a warrior then?" He said, "Yes." When I didn't reply, he added, "I spent most of my life in my father's warband on the borders, training as a warrior to one day serve him, ... or others." Others.
I feel like that's also possibly hinting he was...
Hybern? Like, was his father going to sell him to Hybern?
Well, because there's the whole, if the High Lord dies, the magic goes on to the most powerful.
Yeah.
And maybe there was the assumption Tamlin wouldn't be the most powerful in
Yeah, because it says running these lands was not supposed to fall to me.
Yeah, because he was the youngest, right?
Yeah. The flatness with which he said this told me enough about how he felt about his current title, about why the presence of his silver-tongued friend was necessary.
Silver-tongue, that reminds me of something that I mentioned to you when listening to the early Morrigan episode.
Yes.
How she's definitely silver-tongued, not just Lucian. Like, there's absolutely some true, like, spell manipulation going on there, just from words.
Yeah. Lucian goes on border patrol, and you've mentioned other sentries, yet I've never seen one here. Where are they all? At the border. We don't need sentries if I'm here.
That too. Like, he's a High Lord. What do you mean?
Where are they? Yeah, the sentry's gonna protect Tamlin. Yeah,
it's common sense.
Come on.
Like, part of me just doesn't even understand how he chose someone. Like,
but
nothing against
it was both of them
people
being desperate to be loved. It was both of them.
That too. They were desperate. Pharaoh was really lonely, and Tamlin really wanted to have a companion and save his people.
Also, I'll say it forever and ever and ever, but I'm still upset we never got an Andros bonus chapter from his POV of like when.
Oh my gosh! I actually, you're gonna love this. When I first read the first book, back when it came out, I wrote a fan fiction for Andros, and I have thought of maybe continuing it because we
both have to continue ours.
I actually create an OC, and it takes place after Andros has died. It doesn't.
Okay.
There's flashbacks as to how, because the OC I created is his mate, but he's dead, and they were like, "Oh well, we'll accept the mating bond after Springcourt is saved, and then he's killed by Farah." And so one of the Fae that was glamored to be hidden from Farah in the manor was this OC, and so then she ended up leaving court, going to her mother's like cottage or something like that. But she's also half Fae. She's a mix of Fae and human.
Yep.
And Tamlin's father knew that, but nobody else, because she looks so Fae. And she has like little friend group, stuff like that. Yeah. And then Tamlin brings in like a lady friend. I think I actually had remembered the name Briar and made it like Briar or something like that. Yeah. And made it to where the OC ends up causing a bunch of, like, it was very much like she's a problem. and like it was meant to be like worst case scenario.
And then they're like, that's why we hate half Fae.
Well, and also the whole Farah has to face consequences for killing someone's mate.
Yeah.
Because I was so mad that there was nothing other than I had to grieve my friend and sentry. And it's like, okay, he had to have had someone. Like, yes,
but I mean, if you're thinking about it, how many like dozens had gone before him too? So Tamlin is just probably so tired of making all these notifications, and then he's so numb to it, and it's like
there's probably a there's like a club for all the women who have lost like the centuries. Yeah.
Like I would love for Andros to have had like, I don't know, even like a girlfriend or like a
just
best
some kind of companion of some sort, because Tamlin gets a best
like a mother.
And...
Like in my fic, because this is very tragically poetic. In my fic, it starts 2 years before Feyre kills him, so he's 17 at the time. So I made it.
You made him
age when Feyre kills him. Yeah. So he has a best friend. Like, so his mother died shortly after he was born.
Yeah.
And then his father was, the first chapter of my fic, his father was just killed after going over the wall as one of the sentries.
At least my characters still have their parents. Or their parents died way later.
I know, but I was like, you know. So I you know, it's that whole chapter of them like telling him, you know, Jax is dead, and he freaks out and he wants to go over the wall to find his father's body and all this, and they ban him from that or whatever. And, you know, he's 17. So what does he do? He sneaks over the wall. And so when he sneaks over the wall, because Tamlin and Lucian are like, you can live here now. You were already training with your father to become a sentry anyway. We'll continue your training and stuff. So sneaks over the wall to try to find his father's body, and instead comes across a mortal whose name is Lily.
Nice.
Whose name is Lily, and it's like really cute, but she's like collecting berries for her mom's bakery.
That sounds exactly like something I would do too, because I love baking. So like
so funny. So she has like a strawberry blonde bob and like amberish brown eyes, and she's wearing like this fluorescent pink jacket when he sees her.
Oh my lord.
And and it's just like not even subtle.
Something Farrah would have never seen with how poor she was.
I know. So it's like, girl, you're in the woods near the wall, like
you're really good lord.
Good lord. And Andrus is just like, what the fuck? Like, come on.
And instead of like doing anything, he's probably I'm assuming he'd be more of just like, hey, that's kind of dumb. Oh my gosh.
He is.
At least I would be wearing natural colors if I did that sort of thing. But I would also be definitely looking to get kidnapped by Fae.
I know, yeah, right?
Like, for sure.
So he has like little spring powers. So he like hides at first, and then eventually he like makes, you know, she finds him because he's not really invisible or anything.
Yeah.
And then she finds him, and you know, she freaks out, and he's like, "Don't freak out." She's like, you saying don't freak out is not helping me to not freak out, right? And they have like this really cool, like
very much like the Tangled Rapunzel and Eugene, where it's like, her hair glows, she has magical hair, don't freak out. I'm not freaking out, it just healed my hand, I'm not freaking out. That would be so funny,
right? And so because he's Fae and she's human, he has like this glow about him, and his freckles that he sees as normal are like sparkly gold on his face to her. And
that's so cute.
I know. And he has like really, really curly blonde hair and like bright green eyes.
Okay, so you pictured him as a blonde too. Okay, I pictured him more with like hazel eyes, like a dark hazel.
Yeah,
but like they're very much like the shifting to different
colors.
His
eyes like paler than Tamlin's,
like a sage green rather than an emerald.
Yeah,
nice,
like pale green. And so you know, she's like terrified, but she's also like, he's really pretty.
Yeah,
like they're kind of like the same age.
You could kill me, but like what's up?
So it's so funny because she's so torn and he's so torn, and they're just back and forth. And he's like, "You're picking berries," because she like dropped her berries all over the fucking forest.
Or
when
she drops the basket or something, and it's just like, "There's a gorgeous man that could kill me."
Because she notices his ears, because they obviously. And he's like, "Yeah, like I'm not here to kill you. Like I just want to find my dad." And she's
Here's
like,
your berry basket.
Yeah. So she's like, "What do you mean find your dad?" And he's like, one of you humans fucking killed him today.
Yeah.
She was like, "It was probably like a hunter. Like I'm not a hunter. I didn't kill him or whatever." And she's like, "I haven't seen anyone in the woods today or whatever." And so he just kind of keeps bantering with her, and
that's adorable.
It's really cute. And then like before he like goes to leave to sneak back over the wall, he like waves his hand, and he makes like the berries still on like the bushes like really plump.
Oh my gosh.
For her, like really like a lot bigger for her. And she's like, "Oh my god." And he's like going to leave, and she's like, "So I usually pick berries on like Tuesdays and Thursdays, just so
oh my gosh,
like, not to be here."
The Prithian equivalent of, "Hey, when can I call?"
He's like, "Good to know." And he,
oh my gosh,
like fucking sneaks back over the wall, and he's just super giddy.
Yeah,
and it's so funny. And yeah, he kind of there's like a chapter where he like comes back, like they couldn't find him in the court.
Yeah,
and obviously Tamlin and Lucian were freaking the fuck out
because they thought that he'd been killed at that point. Mostly.
Well, they don't know that he's going over the wall. He's
because he's still
So they're just like, where the fuck did he go? Like, did Amarantha take him? Like, what the hell is happening? Because at this point, the minors, like the children in court, like obviously didn't go to the masquerade ball, so they don't have the masks on their faces. And so Tamlin's super pissed, and he just knows he's super pissed, and he's not even going to get into it. And Lucian is there, and Lucian is such a dad. Like, when I tell you, like, he's scolding him, like, "You were grounded." Like, he's such a dad in this scene. It is so funny. And then like at the end of the night, like he hears something in Tamlin's study, like I forget whether he like smashed something or I don't know, I forget. And he's like, oh boy, I should probably go talk to him myself. And so he like wanders all the way down the hall to Tamlin's study or whatever and goes to talk to him or whatever. And they have like a conversation and Tamlin's like, he's not even just angry, he's just very depressed because again, at this point he's feeling all of his centuries.
Not angry, just sad and confused.
And yeah, so he's just like, he has his like head down on the desk and everything. And Anders, he's like, oh, hi. Like he gets really awkward, you know? And Anders is just like, I was just like out with my friends. Like I should have written a note or something, you know, shit like that. And then Anders just like hugs him. And it's really cute.
We do love a good bro moment, a man hug.
Because like Tamlin's 500. This kid is like 17. He lost his family. Like Tamlin and Lucian are his
very
family.
Much like it's very much like a, oh my gosh, my big brother is dead.
Yeah. And he says all this really cute.
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna start tearing up. Oh my lord.
Yeah, he says all this really cute shit to him, and I wanna. There was like this quote that I really liked.
Yeah,
I gotta pull it up because you have to hear it. It's really cute. I was trying not to pull it up, but I have to because it's really cute. Which fucking chapter was it? Chapter 2. Lily. Okay, yeah, so chapter 4. I've done 9 so far. But chapter 4 is called Big Brothers. And yeah, Lucian like yells at him and all this shit. And then so Tamlin's arguing with Lucian. And Anders is like, this isn't Lucian's fault or his situation to deal with. He's old enough to take responsibility for himself. Shoving off the bed, he leaves his room and heads for Tamlin's study, grimacing as he hears a vase shatter. Walks in, you know, Tamlin hadn't shattered it. Lucian had, actually. He's like, he's hardly able to believe it.
Yeah.
You know, they're whatever. Tamlin's face softens. Andrus, you know, they kind of yell at him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he's like, I want to apologize to you. I never meant to make anyone worry. I'm sorry. Tamlin squeezes his shoulder and then they like hug. And then he's like, Tamlin, like you're suffocating me.
Yeah.
And, he's like, I'll be 18 soon. I'm old enough not to be a child. And, you know, Tamlin's like, to Amarantha, you're a prime target. You're little more than a babe to her. Cannon fodder. You know, he's freaking out. Where is the fucking, there's a, yeah, and then Tamlin's like, how else is Lucian going to be able to play Big Brother? I think he's sick of being the baby everywhere else he goes.
Yeah, that honestly is fitting.
And Lucian like growls at him. It's really funny. Yeah, it's funny. Where the fuck? Hold on. Oh, his best friend's name is Calla, like Calla Lily.
Oh my gosh, I love that.
His best friend is Calla, and she has a thing for him. He obviously doesn't know that. And obviously he falls in love with Lily, and it's a thing. But there's a chapter of him and Calla talking. Okay, here it is. So chapter 6. Tamlin also had another friend in their circle. Her name is Brynja, but they call her Bryn. Because again, it's mirroring Reese's inner circle with Moore.
Yes.
So she was kind of like, obviously she doesn't have Moore's personality, but she was like the Moore of the Spring Court inner circle. And she is like a big sister to Tamlin. She's a little older than Tamlin. And she comes back and they're having like dinner and they're all, you know, joking around, and like she's the only person that Tamlin allows to ever touch his hair. Like she'll braid his hair. Like
that's
it's really
so
funny.
Cute. Oh my lord.
Okay, so here's the scene. It's actually really sad. So late that night, Anders sneaks down the hall, hoping to make it to the kitchen for a light snack and some water. Unfortunately, he sees that the light is still on in Tamlin's study. He tries his best to creep past without a sound until a noise stops him in his tracks. Low, heaving cries. Tamlin. At first, he has no idea how to react. Not once has he ever seen him cry or show any sort of vulnerable emotion fully. But then he is moving towards the door, not caring about the inevitable danger of sneaking up on a volatile and emotional beast of his nature. By the time he gets to the hulking wood door, all is silent again, but even the silence hangs heavy. Peeking inside, he can see the High Lord at his desk, head down in his arms, face covered, his hair a golden waterfall draping over his biceps. And then he's like, Tam. Tamlin startles and picks himself up, composing himself in the massive chair that holds him, his golden mask gleaming off the phallite. Tamlin clears his throat. Andrus, what are you doing up so late? You know that there's a curfew in the court now. He nods and motions to his bedclothes. I know I wasn't sneaking out or anything. I was just thirsty, saw your light still on. Shouldn't you also be sleeping? Too much work to be done. Too many people are suffering. Having a leader who is heavy with exhaustion, stress, and general unwellness is not going to help them. We need your strength so we can all endure, Tamlin. You need to sleep too. Sleep won't come, he growls annoyedly. Andros staggers a step and bites his lip. I'm sorry. Tamlin sighs and runs a hand through his hair. Don't be. It's not your fault. It's not yours either. Yes, it is. Andros looks right at him, really looks, and takes him in. Tired, weary eyes pinch brow, and the expression of agony among the silence. No, it's not. I know there are things that I don't know, but I know those things were bad and that they happened to you. And I know that none of this is right, that you should never have had a target on your back just because of that power imbalance. Nor should you have had to lose so many people, both in your past and now. It's not your fault, Tam. It's hers and hers alone. That's why we fight, and we delegate, and we don't give up. I haven't been okay lately, and Kala is really a really good friend that I can lean on and trust with how I'm truly feeling. She doesn't judge me or hate me for it. She just listens. My point is, it's okay not to be okay, because the situation isn't. What happened to you all isn't. The curse and the masks and the monsters. Shouldn't you go back to bed? Tamlin, Andy. No matter how fucking strong you are in powers or in actual brute strength, that does not undermine the fact that nobody can be unlimitedly strong, even for a fae. You rage and you shift into your beast and you run yourself ragged to blow off all that energy and power, which is pure anguish inside of you. I want you to know that I see that. I might be a kid to you, but I see it. Nobody can be strong all of the time, not even you. It's perfectly normal to not be all right, especially when you have the weight of this entire fucking court and the curse and the debts and the poverty on your back. Not to mention having to feel the debts of our friends when they try to solve this. Just knowing my father died hurts so much. I can't even imagine if I had to feel it the moment his heart stopped beating. I can't fucking wrap my head around how you're even functioning having to feel their sparks go out over and over and over. And then Tamlin's just like, his face is drawn, he swallows the lump in his throat. And then he's like, I'm like your little brother. I've seen the best of you. Unfortunately, I've also seen the worst of you, just like Bryn and Lucian. If we can handle your explosions, we can handle tears. If you let yourself lean on us, let yourself feel it. All of the losses and the pain and the stress. Not feeling it will only make your beast worse by tenfold. It is okay to cry. You are not weak for breaking sometimes. It's more worrisome that you don't. And then he kind of like tears up.
Yeah.
Wow, he's so smart. And I was friends with his mom and dad. And, you know, he doesn't have anybody the way that he didn't have anybody. And then he's like, I also want to say sorry. I know I don't always make your life easy. I can get into trouble and you all end up worrying about me. I never meant to scare you. I know that I'm blessed to have you and Lucian and Bryn looking out for me, but I'm going to be an adult in a couple weeks and I'm not actually a little kid anymore. I can handle myself most times. Regardless, sorry if I acted out, put more stress on you, blah, blah, blah. And then he's like, of course I worry. I've known you since you were born. Obviously, I would take you in. You're a better male than I was at your age. It's all right. And then Andros gets up and like hugs him and Tamlin's like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
He's like, it's called a hug. I know what it's called, but do you know how to actually give one?
Oh my gosh. Not repulsed because it's a hug, repulsed because he's doing it weird. That's adorable. I think I've said that exact type of sentence to my siblings. I'm just like, I'm cool with this. You, please do it better. Do it correctly.
Oh my god, my sister is so huggy and I'm like that awkward person. I'm like,
oh yeah, no, I honestly don't do physical touch. So like most of my characters that I create are like the type where it's like, I only let certain people
oh my god,
me.
Mine are opposite because of that. I'm like, I hate
really?
that. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it's weird.
I also just, I sort of like kind of write what I know. It's just so I know how it is just being like not touchy, not feely, that sort of thing. And it's just like, okay, that's what I can relate
and, like,
to.
It's funny.
And I can understand moving past it.
Yeah. But it's funny because like I explained this. So it's like, it says Tamlin grumbles, Tenzal over, so very not used to being touched at all. The last person he allowed to touch him at all, except for a squeeze to the shoulder from Lucian and small things like braiding his hair from Bryn, was Nova, which again is Lauren.
Yeah.
And death destroyed him. Come on, big brother, bring it in. Andros goads, a small grin on his freckled boyish face. He's like, do I look like I could kill you? I won't tell a soul, on my honor. You just look like you needed some support. If you're that uncomfortable, you don't have to hug me. Tamlin grimaces slightly but pulls him in for a hug. A large, hulking, crushing hug. Tamlin, I have to breathe. Fuck, sorry. It's okay. I'm gonna grab some water and try to sleep. You should do the same. You sound like my older brother. Just because I was an only child and you were the youngest child, I was born to sound bossy. Maybe you should be High Lord then. No thanks. Sorry, big guy, but you're the chosen one. To my everlasting disdain. So very everlasting and broody. All right. Try to take care of yourself too. You take care of everyone else too. No promises. I'll be here to remind you. It's so funny. Yeah. And then do I even remember writing the last chapter? I don't even remember when I wrote the last chapter. Oh, he goes over the wall again in the next chapter. And then he's
oh my gosh.
describing to Lily how some fae have wings. And then she's like, flying wings? Like actual wings?
I can fly like a bird.
Wings? Some fae have wings?
Honestly,
yeah, many
that
different
kind
types. Sprites, peregrines, seraphim, Illyrians. Wow.
That type of conversation reminds me of in my fic with Azrael and my OC Aurora. In literally chapter 1, where Aurora, she's like, oh, you're the shadow singer, right? And it goes on sort of like a ramble. And then she's like, I'm sorry, I'm rambling, aren't I? Even with her bubbling emotions, her voice was light, airy, melodic. And then the shadows around Azrael flickered in the light as he nodded, his expression sympathetic. Yes, Aurora, I'm the shadow singer. Am I speaking to a child? Why is she so excited about who I am? She's supposed to be afraid. You have no reason to apologize. And then Azrael asks her to dance. The festival is a place for joy, not sorrow. Will you join me and forget those ill-mannered fools? The offer was extended, the barest hint of a question in his otherwise certain tone. What the fuck did I just ask her? Like, literally, I have it to where you get, like, dual POV, but you're also getting, or not really dual POV, but you're getting Azrael's inner thoughts.
Yes.
Because we don't really get to see that.
I love doing that.
And his inner thoughts are very much like, he's very self-deprecating, but also really funny and relatable, because absolutely, a guy who usually doesn't dance and is very much like, I'm gonna be like guard dog and just
this is
hide.
funny though, because
and then he's dancing center like stage.
Really good at dancing though. Like,
did Mom
make him like
the way that I have it? Aurora gently placed her hand in his.
He like rivaled Eris, and Cassian was
literally I have it where even like while they're dancing and stuff, the tempo of the music matched the thrumming of his heart. For an instant, the world narrowed away to this single moment, everything silent around them. His wings flared slightly as he led her through a waltz. And they do a waltz, they do like a folk dance, like they get into it.
So good.
And it's very much like love at first sight, but like they're not gonna actually admit that.
Yeah, of course.
For like 5 chapters.
Why would they?
Yeah. But like he's paying attention to how she's like dancing with him. His scars are covered with like his gloves and all that. And then like in a later chapter, I have it to where like she notices them and she's like, oh, actually, I'm also into alchemy, and I've been to Dawn Court a few times because I'm a daughter of a lesser lord of the Court of Nightmares. Mm-hmm. I travel, and I have a balm that can get rid of your scars. And there's a whole conversation about how he wants to keep them as memory, and she's like, but it hurts you. And like, therapy.
Yeah. The get rid of the when people get rid of their scars, like when Aelin lost her scars, I was like,
yes, yeah.
Like I get it, but it's also like painful as well at the same time. I did this thing where Andrus is like really introspective or like a kid. And well, first of all, it kind of starts with this really like funny scene. So they're like lying down on the ground and Andrus is like, that cloud looks like an ice cream cone, sort of. And then she lies next to him and she's like, you have ice cream in Prithian? He's like, how do you think we live exactly? Everything that you do, we just happen to be born with magic and are partially immortal.
I mean, I also can understand that type of question though, because it's like, if you look at like in the real world in upper class and stuff, yes, there's ice cream, but also if you're doing like a multi-course meal, you have the palate cleanser. That is like ice cream, but it's not. And so maybe she could be thinking of that. Obviously, you read it, so you know exactly what she's thinking.
So
but like,
funny.
Still, that's what I would be like. I'd be like,
so funny.
I guess she doesn't know that ice cream's actually a treat. Like, if she has the other stuff that the rich people get.
And then she goes, partial? He's like, we can get killed, just like anybody else can, as you know. But despite war or evil or monsters, we can live thousands of years. She sucks in a breath and slowly releases it. I can't imagine that. Me neither, admittedly. He says quietly, most days I try to think of my future and it's just a big blank. I don't know what that says about me. My friends have no problem listing all the things they want to do one day. And then she says, well, I'm with you. I have no idea how I want my life to live out, even with how short it is compared to yours. He looks over at her with a tenderness that nearly melts her. What? Nothing. You're just nothing. Sorry. And then she like blushes. And then she's like, Andrus? He's like, yes. I never thought of it before meeting you, but I'd like to see how you live. One day, I mean. I know things are here in Prithian right now, but as you said, but I've been thinking it over. And yes, I would like to see how things really are, as opposed to the things we are forced to believe on this side of the wall. I'd like to judge it for myself. I think it would be my honor to show you one day, no matter how old you grow. And then she's like, I better not be an old lady when you still look like this.
Right?
He's like what? Like that, she mumbles, blushing deeply.
Like
what exactly is this?
Like the book that we were reading that we were supposed to talk about, how she's like, have you seen your face? You're stunning. I've actually used that line on people before, like flirting and stuff. It's like, yeah, you're like really attractive and stuff. And they're like, no, I'm not. And I'm just like, do mirrors not exist in your reality?
Right.
Like a reflection in a river, perhaps?
He's like, handsome, gorgeous, utterly ethereal, breathtaking, glowing, glitter.
Literally.
He's like,
you have sparkly freckles.
He's like, the freckles thing. Yeah, the freckles thing. And the eyes thing, and the face thing, and the sweet thing.
And the existence. Yeah.
He's like, you really know how to flatter a male. It's simply the truth. I could say the same for you, though you glow in a much more metaphorical sense. I'm very plain. I beg to differ. Then you'll be begging for a while. I do have centuries to make you believe it.
Oh my.
I wouldn't say centuries, more like a good 70 years if I make it that long.
She is such a like literal. She's so literal, and I feel seen and heard and represented.
Lily.
Because literally, yeah, if I were to meet a Fae male and he was doing that stuff, I'd be like, yeah, so no. Unless you turn me Fae.
Right?
Like, please and thank you.
Still a significant amount of time to convince you that you're beautiful. How can you think that? Surely there are much, much more beautiful women, or females, I guess.
Yeah, except as we know from the OG series, they tend to prefer human females.
I'm sure you don't have to resort to convalescing with humans. You're right. I don't have to. I want to. You are beautiful, but more than that, you intrigue me. I am still captivated by you. It's nice that I could at least get one of you to see that we are not all evil monsters, that we can just be like you. I'm drawn to you.
That's really sweet.
Are you sure you're not? Are you sure it's not some kind of woo-woo magic, Mr. Fairyman? Anders laughs.
Hold on, is that the actual sentence? Did you put that as what she actually says? Oh my gosh, I am genuinely represented by this right now.
Woo-woo magic, Mr. Fairyman. I can assure you I am not using any magic to persuade your opinion of me whatsoever. Good, because I am drawn to you. And then she like goes up really close to look at his freckles.
Yeah.
And she traces them, and it's like they reflect the sun like diamonds. And she's like, incredible. And he's like, that tickles. Sorry. What's wrong? It just sucks that this is so forbidden, I suppose. Fae and humans should be able to be friends if they choose to be without consequence.
Stop.
It's so cute. And then he's like, maybe I am naive and young, but everything they say of me, but maybe that's not wholly a bad thing. I would rather be naive and too trusting and too loving and have it bite me in the ass than be cold-hearted and black-souled and bitter and closed off my entire, albeit short life. I don't want to live like them, and I think you're opened my eyes to that. And then he's like, you're a kind-hearted and understanding person. I don't see that as naivety, even if the adults do. And then her mom calls for her. She's like, fuck.
Yeah.
She's like, go. Anders waves his hand and hundreds of plump berries bloom there again. Lily looks up at him weakly. I don't want them to hurt you. Please leave. And then he like uses his fairy speed to like disappear through the forest. And then it says, once over the wall, Anders pants hard and slumps down against it, rubbing his face. Did he really almost kiss her? A human girl? This cannot get complicated. They're just friends. Just acquaintances. Mutually intrigued. That's all it is. That's all it can be. Tearing up, he knows that this could get very dangerous very fast. He can't divulge his feelings for a human girl to Lucian, Tamlin, or Bryn. It would be met with lectures and warnings. Pulling himself up, he walks back to the manor. And then I was like,
not just that, wouldn't they basically forbid him
like
from
they
it
would
even
they
more
would
so?
make sure he never
like yeah.
And then chapter 8, I have Bryn sparring with her like enemies to lovers type rival, because so Bryn is actually one of the best warriors that Tamlin has, and so when Tamlin became High Lord, he allowed the females to join the ranks, and some of them
I like that.
Still very annoyed with that. And she like
you mean like the Illyrians?
Yeah. And so she is like better than a lot of them, and so this particular guy Griffin, like he's such an asshole to her.
Of course, that's his name.
But he's also like the I'm a dick to you because I like you type person, you know, like Cassian.
Yeah.
So they have like a sparring match, and obviously like he chooses her to spar against, and they just like banter, but it's like I hate you banter. And yeah. Fight, and obviously she like wins the sparring match.
Yeah.
And he's like, I let you win. It's not every day now that you truly shine. And she's like, am I supposed to be grateful for a bullshit backhanded comment? He's like, perhaps, don't let it go to that bullish head of yours. And then he like tugs on her mask, because her mask that Amarantha gave her was a bull because she's stubborn, which is like me.
That's crazy.
It's like a black, but I have it. Hold on. I have her mask.
Oh, you have it?
I have it. Hold on. It's right here. I have it.
Oh, I love that.
Yep. So when I did reels as Bren, I had this mask on.
That's so cool.
Yeah. So it's funny though, because I started writing this fic and I wrote this chapter before I saw this mask in the store.
Yeah.
For Halloween. And I was like, that's her exact mask. I have to buy it. I have to buy it now, because
that's literally how I have justified spending money sometimes. I'm just like, wait, actually, this is for inspiration.
Right? So I was like, it's Bren's mask.
And if it's on sale, even easier for me to buy it.
Mm-hmm. He like tugs at her mask, like her face, right? And then he's like, get that fucking look of pity off your face, because like she won the match.
Yeah.
And she's like, I don't pity you. He's like, I could beat you any day of the week if I chose to. And she's like, I don't think you could. And that has nothing to do with you being injured before sparring, because he was injured before sparring and he's being like a man. And he's like, I'm fine.
Yeah.
Stupid. He growls, but she doesn't balk from him like any other female most likely would. He looks like the animal his mask represents when he's pissed. Yeah, he growls and then he's like, it's not your business. Don't be getting all fucking emotional. This is why they shouldn't have let females do males' work.
Misogyny.
And then she's like, if I had a gold coin for every time I've heard that, I'd be rich by now. At this point, I'm numb to it. So that stupid insult doesn't hit the mark as well as you'd like it to. And then they were on like cleanup duty because they were bantering.
Yeah.
And so they have to
consequences for your actions.
And then she's like, the thing is, I think maybe you could be decent if you weren't so determined to make everybody fear you. And he's like, I don't need your approval, bitch.
She's really not wrong, though.
Yeah.
And then this is a fanfiction we're talking about.
She scoffs and slams the sword into the dirt, her fist tight on the hilt as she sucks in a breath. Fine. Fuck you. Rot in your misery and turn your arrogant bastard face from anything that doesn't toughen you. I don't give a shit anymore. We are all fucking cursed, not just you. You are not fucking special.
So what you're saying is we get the banter that we should have had for longer between Farrah and Reese.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then he was like, shit, maybe I went too far calling her a bitch.
Oh, maybe?
And then she's like, save it. I don't want your goddamn apologies or excuses, and I certainly don't need your fake ass softness. He's like, that was too far, but don't think that means I'm going soft. And she just
It literally does.
And then he's just like, we're all gonna die under the mountain. And the fact that everyone is content to ignore that fact in some fucking hope for a mortal girl savior is completely ridiculous. Amarantha knew what she was doing. She purposely made it impossible. There's no
Little does he know.
I know. Not one single thing. Sparring and training won't save us. Family won't save us. Friends won't save us. The mother herself couldn't save us. We will be trapped in that labyrinth of hell and torture for the rest of our lives, which is sure to be even worse than death until or unless we pray for it, and she grants it. And then Bren's like, what else do you suppose we do? Stop everything and curl up and weep? Stop trying? Give up? Of course someone like you would choose the easy way out rather than the harder way that could gain results. And then he's like, that's not the point. Maybe I'm an arrogant prick and a coward and everything else you believe, but at least I'm not afraid to voice what we are all thinking. At least I confront my fate. And she goes, there is still hope, and I won't let you or anyone else take that away from me. Because if they did, what would you have? I'd have more than you. I have a family, and I have friends that love me and care about me. I have allies. When this is all over, however it ends, what will you have, Griffin, but a giant fucking hole of nothing? And then, yeah, he just goes over the whole, like, most of us saw Lucian when his eye was gouged out, and that was her version of mercy. Then the masks, like, what do you expect us to do? And then she's like, so your solution is just to not have anyone you care about or anyone you could lose, to already be alone and hated? It's foolproof to me. Yeah, until she sees your ruthlessness and employs you with no choice, then because of your blackened heart, you'll have to be fine with killing for her.
Damn.
And then she's like, why do you think she chose the High Lord of the Night Court to be her main crony? She chooses those who are already hardened and cruel to do her bidding. She will find a weak spot in you whether you want her to or not. That's what makes this dire, and that's why we are doing everything we can to find a way around it. That is why we keep trying, because no matter what, she will find a way to get to you if she wants to. Even the most ruthless fae have something they want to protect, even if it's just their own life, and that will count. And then he's like, it's lose-lose either way. I'd rather do her bidding than face torment. She's like, of course you would, you moral-deprived fool. Who the fuck will you have to grieve you in the end, Griffin? And he's just like, I'd rather die trying than let her win anything. I'd rather the whole of Prithian kill themselves than allow her to rule over any of us. He's like, she's more powerful than us. Da, 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 da. They just go back and forth about this for a bit. And she's
I feel like we need a lot more fanfics of the like side characters that, you know, didn't exist in the OG stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because then we can have the actual like point of views of like what they were really suffering through. Because with Farrah, I mean, they were glamored, so she couldn't even see them for the longest time.
Yeah. Yeah, and then she's just like, there's dignity and effort, there's cowardice and complacency. Nothing will change my mind. I will not stop loving, living, or feeling just because one day it may be taken away, or I die. Everyone dies eventually, even if it takes centuries. At least in the end, I'll know that I was worth something and people cared for me. And then he's like silent for a bit, and then he's like, I don't hate you, you know, but there are things you have to do to survive. Self-preservation, got it. That's all anyone truly has, whether you like to believe in rainbows and unicorns or not. And yeah, she's just like, most days I can sit and say that I'm angry at you, even when you don't deserve my anger. But now I can say that I feel sorry for you. I told you that you didn't need my pity before, but I think from now on, that's all you'll get from me. And then he gets like really mad because she's like, your mindset is shit. Da da da. He's like, yeah, I mean, more like me than you care to admit. I'm nothing like you. No, then why do you have a bull mask? Oh, ram, thank you. Why do you have a bull mask and I have a ram mask? I think there is something to say about that.
Because y'all butt heads 24/7.
Right?
Like, don't look into it too much. You guys are assholes to each other.
That is something that something that Amarantha did because she was running out of insult-driven animals. He laughs and she narrows her eyes. Goodbye. What do you want now? Nothing. I don't know. Go get the ice for your ribs and come back later. And then, yeah, he's just like, how do you know about my ribs? And she's like, you don't work closely with the High Lord and not notice when some of your subjects are being abused. I've seen it all too often. Some parents from the last generation still parent as rough as the last generation. You're not the only son or daughter who gets beat for their smart mouth, grown or not. I'd suggest finding another place to stay. The Canary village has some new smaller homes that have been built. You don't have to take that. You're a grown male. He's like, I know, I'm asking around. She's like, good first step then. And then he's like, all right, see you in a couple days then. She's like, yep. And he's like, bye. And then she's like, bye. But she's like, she knew he was being abused.
Oh, yeah.
Dick.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. It's... And then Tamlin and Anders have a fight about him wanting to continue to train, and Tamlin doesn't want him to. Obviously.
Of course.
Of course. I mean, it's Tamlin.
Well, that ends up being like the foreshadowing into the main storyline of why Tamlin wouldn't want Farah to be training, wouldn't want her to be trying to help people, because protection. You have to go far or something's gonna happen. And then we see what happens with Andros.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Lucian's like, of course you do. Didn't I tell you he wouldn't be receptive to the idea? And he's just like, here I stand correct. Of course you're refusing. You think I'm wrong for refusing? I think you're both right in different ways. Anders is right. We need more fighters. The world won't suddenly become safer. And if he isn't prepared for what's to come, ... But you're not wrong either. We've lost enough. You don't want to lose anyone else. Tamlin's like, supervised training. Only when I say, and only with my approval. There will be a set schedule and an emergency plan.
Oh, you mean like putting a force field around his manor to let Farah understand
like a force field around the training
ring. Literally. Like, you made it to where that is perfect foreshadowing to what he did to Farah and would get people to understand.
That's exactly what he's going to do.
He's doing it to protect who he loves, not to be an ass.
Yeah. And Anders is just like, well, it's a start. Thanks.
Oh, of course.
And then Lucian's like, welcome to the glorious life of getting your ass handed to you. Tamlin shakes his head, but something in his posture loosens just a fraction, just enough. And then he's like, when do we start? Tamlin shoots him a sharp look, but there's no real anger behind it. Tomorrow at dawn. I won't waste the opportunity. See that you don't. Lucian's like, this should be entertaining. And then Tamlin's like, I'll ask Bryn to personally train you. See if you can survive that. Anders is like, great. And then Bryn steps into the room and she's like covered in dirt and like blood and sweat from training. And she's like, you want me to train Andy? He's like, yeah, he needs a firm hand, but also someone who understands him. You've always been a guiding force. You're the best choice. Anders is like, I'm standing right here. And Bryn was like, Anders wasn't just another soldier in need of training. He was like a little brother to her. All three of these males were brothers to her. The bond between them ran deeper than any duty could define. But like Tamlin and Lucian, she had watched Anders grown up from a babe to the remarkable young male he is today. But to shape him into a sentry, a guard, he has a lanky form still, and his strength is still that of an adolescent. It will be a long road that could take a few years. And then Bren's like, Then she's like, fine, I'll do it. And he's like, I trust you. I want to do this. I want to learn from you. She's like, you don't need to prove anything. Just don't make me regret it. And then Tamlin's like, it's settled. And then Lucian's like, well, thank fuck we got through that without a mess. And then Tamlin's like, get out. Get the fuck out of my study.
Of course.
Get the fuck out. Yeah, and then Anders goes to Kalla's house to tell her the news. And she gets really emotional about it because she's like, yeah, like, you know what becoming a sentry could mean, right? You know, she's like, I'm proud of you, but the risks. He's like, I can handle it. She's like, that's not the point. Your father could handle it too, and he's still dead. And then he's like, I won't go over the wall again. I promise, not till I'm ready. And then she's like, doesn't really believe him because he had told her about the human girl.
Yeah.
And then she's like, you will never be ready to do that. You can't throw your life away for some meager human. Got it? I won't let you. And then he gets really like defensive. And he's like, look, I told you I won't go over the wall. But even if I did, I don't see how that's any of your business. You're my friend. You're supposed to have my back. And then she's like, it's my business because I care. I've always cared. You're my best friend. I don't want to lose you. Can't you fucking see that? And he's like, yeah, I know. I get it. Right. And then there's like a charged little look between them, or that's how she sees it. Anyway. And then she's like, "Are you sure you'll be okay with training?" And he's like, "Yeah, I'm sure. Bryn's tough as nails, but she cares about me. At least I'll gain muscle." She's like, "I'll believe it when I see it." And then she's just like crushing on him in her monologue.
Yeah.
And she's like, "This is your best friend, not some crash. Snap out of it." And then I ended that chapter with like Lily having a conversation with her mom, not about Andrus, but just in general. And because she's distracted, and she's like, "Yeah, I just have to finish my homework," and like shit like that. And she just keeps thinking of him when they're like baking. And then she like goes to bed, and she's just like still thinking of him, and it's really cute. And that's where I ended up at the end of chapter 9. So
yeah,
so the next chapter, when I have Andrus start training. Also, I'm really bad at action scenes. It's gonna take me forever. I'm so bad at action scenes. But I'm definitely gonna have Tamlin like put up a force field on the training ring when he's gonna be like, "What the fuck?" And Bryn's gonna be like, "What the fuck?" He's like, "Just in case." But yeah, and then like the thing with her and Griffin is gonna be interesting. So Bryn actually, unfortunately, obviously, dies before Andrus. That's gonna be heartbreaking because she is probably one of my favorite OCs that I've ever written.
I love all of my OCs equally, but Aurora is definitely my favorite because the other ones I've written are very much like I can tell, I don't know if other people could tell, but I can tell I was at low points or I was like really young. So I didn't like fully flesh out a character before I started writing. So then there's like a personality switch, and Aurora's just also, I mean, Azrael deserves the best. So I'm literally giving him a character who I named basically Starlight.
Yeah,
like,
right.
He's gonna be calling her like, because I had initially named the fic just as like a placeholder before I got the actual title for it, but I'd named it Devious Little Star because she's a little schemer, and he's gonna find out about it, and he's gonna be like, "Why are you trying to help me? Why are you doing it this way?" And she's like, "Well, you won't take it any other way." And then Cassian's gonna jump in with like a dirty joke or something. Like it's gonna be a whole thing, and then it's gonna be just like a lead up to him just being like, "Fine, little Miss Devious Star." And then it'll turn into Devious Little Star, and then just like Starlight, and it's just
So in my main fic, I actually have Emery and Balthazar as mates.
Oh, I like that.
I ship them so much because also like he can fly her around too, and he's like really nice, and he's not misogynistic as we see from
I do like that she gets someone that can fly her around. Yeah. That's very cute.
And so he has this like birthmark, and
where is it?
It's right between his wings.
Oh, nice.
And it's like, I don't know I think it's like a flower with like, you know, like the dandelion tattoo, how it's kind of like that. It looks like a dandelion with like puffs floating off.
Yeah.
And like he's like, "Oh, I was like bullied relentlessly for that fucking
because it's a flower on his back.
Yeah, of a male warrior. Like you know,
I bet they would have called him Pansy and stuff like that if they knew that pansies are a type of flower. But I do like Amryn saying that Illyrians are basically just brutes and they're really stupid.
Right. Yeah.
Like, it's just, they don't know what a pansy flower is.
I know.
They live in the night court on the mountains.
Yeah.
Like,
so she sees it like for the first time because, you know, he like visits her house, but he like takes a shower and he's like shirtless. Of course. And
always have to have a scene like that.
Of course.
I have a scene like that.
There's a scene with him like her, like, as we know, her back is like always in pain from her wounds and stuff. So there's a scene of him like rolling out her back with like sobs.
Nice.
Really nice. And then she's like, "Oh, like, let me repay the favor." And then she like sees the scar and shit. And so I think she like ends up calling him Lion or something. Like Dandelion. She calls him Lion. And
but if people know it's only Lion and not Dandelion, then at least it's like a tough nickname.
Yeah, exactly. That was her reasoning.
But then behind closed doors, what's up, little flower? I love that we do both tend to write characters that have that sort of dominant personality as women, because that's definitely who we are. So it's like, oh, I'll for sure nickname a guy Little Flower.
Yeah, right.
Doors. Because, you can definitely be the dominant one out in public, but behind, no, I'm gonna bully you. I'm gonna make fun of you. It's
gonna bully.
It is a certified love language. You know, it's
gonna make fun. Oh my god. So, like, their first chapter was like Mel and Meat cutes. It's like
Yeah.
But then he ends up like nicknaming her Starshine, which I thought was
like, yes. The all the nicknames with star in them. I love them so much.
Chapter 24. Like
I'm very surprised that sorry for interrupting, but with like Reese and Farah, he doesn't nickname her anything having to do with like stars or whatever, which is crazy. She like with Starfall, she literally wore a dress that was like falling stars and stuff. So like I assumed he'd be giving her like maybe instead of darling, like starling.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. So disappointing.
Also, he's really good with the lings. He calls Lucian failing, like
yeah. He really likes making it seem like it's a verb.
Yeah. Like I feel like that's very like I'm so above you and you're such a little.
Yeah, he wants them to seem little and below him.
Yeah. I hate that so much, honestly.
Yeah. I did expect him to call Tamlin Beastling at some point. Like I
have Briar calling Tamlin Beastie.
Oh my gosh. I'm thinking Angelina Jolie's Maleficent. Where she calls Aurora Beastie and like that sort of thing. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking of. Yeah. Because it's like it's meant to be a term of endearment, but it started out as sort of like you are just a beast.
Yeah, here it is. I found it. Okay, I was cackling to myself when I wrote this. It was so funny. Is that what I think it is? Yes. You have a birthmark of a flower, a dandelion. To be oh yeah, with the little fuzzies floating away from it. I see the speckles. I got bullied so badly in training for having a feminine mark on me, especially between my wings, because it makes me less male. He's like, it's so embarrassing and so obvious and pale. And then she's like, it doesn't make you any less of a male. Have you seen yourself? He's like, I know that logically. She's like, and physically. She's like, I have a new nickname for you. He's like, what? She's like, lion for my dandelion.
Shut up.
She's like, oh God. She's like, it's very male, but nobody else will know just how fluffy you really are. But me.
Oh my gosh.
You were the sweetest piece of work. She's like, but oh my Lord. About me,
I was thinking of including something like that in mine with Aurora and Az, where it's like Aurora's doing something and Azrael's just like, wow, you are a ball of energy. And then Aurora's like, yeah, I know. And then he's like, I didn't mean it. Like, I meant like, you know what? You know what? You don't understand sarcasm. That's okay. Because I love having my characters not know really what sarcasm is and they take everything literally. Yeah. Which makes them so blunt and honest and a great character, but just cannot understand a joke. Yeah. Or just like it's not
I just love it. She's like, but you love that about me, don't you?
Literally, I love having that sort of thing.
Fuck yeah, Starshine.
Fuck yeah, I do.
Oh my God, I put so many people through so much bad shit in this fic. Like the next chapter starts out with like Baron like actually killing Eris, like
Eris my
to death.
That's a jump.
Can you guess who saves him?
How about you just tell me so I can feel more disappointed?
His rejected mate, because she can still feel him.
If I could gag, I would.
The Morrigan. Yeah.
But I hate the sound.
She like drags him. Well, she doesn't like save him, but she goes there. She uses her truthy powers on the guards to get them to kill each other.
I love that we don't remember what it's actually called. It's just the truth powers. The truth talk or something like that. Because truth teller's the dagger, so we can't say that because then it's confusion. But the truthy talk, And
then she like goes down. He's like flogged within an inch of his life.
Oh,
Fadane on top of that. And like just by the time she sees him, like there's a guard like dragging him by chains, just like he's just has skin ripped open.
Oh,
he's like gray, like so.
Yeah, basically dead. He's lost all his blood.
Yeah. So she like brings him to the Dawncourt Infirmary.
Yeah, nice.
I mean, best place.
Yeah.
And so, because at this point he's like secretly sort of crushing / dating on Nuon.
Nice.
And
as he should.
And yeah, he like actually dies there, and then she has to like go and get Lucian.
I was gonna say, do you end up pulling like a Princess Bride type thing where it dies but then actually comes back to life?
Unfortunately. But it's
actually, no, I actually like that sort of thing.
Well, listen, it's actually a huge plot twist to how he comes back to life. So
don't say it because you want people to read it. You can tell me about it later or send me the link so I can read it. This is where you do a guilt-free plug.
Yeah. Go and read all of A Court of Love and Healing on AO3. I am currently working on chapter 87.
Girl, I'm trying to catch up on the podcast. I'm trying to catch up on all your other stuff. Trying to catch up. Give me a break.
Okay, to be fair, it was 3 years in April, so it's a 3-year fic.
Okay, well now that's impressive because I've been working on all of my fan fictions for about 7 years, and I have 3 chapters maximum of some of them. But also the one that I actually do have published on AO3, Court of Truths and Spies. That one.
Go read our fic.
Yes, please. I have an outline of that one, and as I'm writing, I'm also deleting stuff. But it was an outline of just like some basic scenes, and I like having. It's weird. I'll listen to like music or read a book or something, and I'll be like, "Huh, I like dialogue like that." So then I'll just write down like a blurb, basically. So there's no formatting or anything like that, and it's in relative chronological order. But it was started at 300 pages, and I've gotten it down to 75. And again, I'm halfway through chapter 2. I've already published chapter 1. I very much have not used a lot of the stuff that I've written. But yeah,
I don't even outline. I just go for it.
I try to do outlines for the actual writing rather than the fan fiction writing. But even then, it's like I'll do the outline and then I have no inspiration to really write.
There's just a lot. Like, I don't know. I just torture myself with my fic because I just write so many threads that
I
like
very much torture myself.
In like a span of 3 chapters, we have like Eris dying, Elaine having a vision of her and Lucian's future kids, like Helion discovering Lucian's his kid, like all this stuff. And this is even before the Koshi war shit starts, which is even worse. But basically, because I'm not having Crescent City in this fic, I had to like make up what Nesta saw in the vision that Lanthus showed her because it in the horn. So I basically have that be the 4th dread trove, and I'm not going to tell anybody exactly what it is, but it will make sense in the context of the fic. And that's ultimately what ends up like bringing Eris back, but a specific person has to wield it in order to do that. It's not Nesta. I'll tell you it's not Nesta. But it's a little bit of a plot twist with who it actually is. So, and that person actually has to end up giving something to the cauldron, much like Nesta had in Crescent City, to be able to use the 4th trove to bring him back. And they lose a very significant part of themselves to where the bargain tattoo is placed like over their skin where it can be seen and like have the most impact.
Oh.
And that kind of kicks off her personal story. Well, not really kicks off because she was already dating who she was dating. But it kind of kicks off the retelling that I'm going to be doing with that couple. Because, I can't really say specifics. Because,
obviously.
But it's very exciting. And sometimes I reread my fic and I was like, I was really genius to write it like this. Like I don't know what I connected in my brain to be like point A to point B, because on the surface they are not connected whatsoever, but I make them connect, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, and then like the chapter that I'm working on now, the chapter that I'm working on now is right after is that chapter 87. So in chapter 86, they have a family meeting, which obviously everybody and their mates now. It's like a giant, huge meeting. And Elaine's like, guess what? A part of Koshi's soul is in me and he's controlling me.
Good Lord.
And Lucian's like, guess what? I went against orders and I got stabbed by the Queen's black magic and Koshi's gonna be controlling me too. And then
just can't catch a break, huh?
And Balthazar's like, guess what? I escaped the Queens, but there were only 3 villages of Illyrians left and I brought them to Valaris.
Stop! Stop!
And Thera has postpartum depression. And
yes, finally somebody. Oh my gosh!
Yeah, and
I haven't found any fic that has that in it. And that
Thera has postpartum depression. Nesta is pregnant with twins. Koshi said that he will use Elaine to like kill people if they don't send Cassian to him. So she's freaking out. And Elaine and Azriel are like, you should just lock us in cells in Hewn City, because if Koshi's controlling us, at least we won't be able to get out, you know? And they're like, not locking you in cells. And they're like, then you're dumb because you should. And Gwen is training her fire magic, which she realizes she has because she actually almost burns Azriel and then gets really, really guilty. Because, you know, that. And there's just so much happening. Like it is, everything is going to shit for everybody. And on top of this, because throughout the whole fic, Briar is touring all of the courts, except for Autumn, obviously.
Yeah.
And so she was in Spring for the reopening of Spring. Her and Tamlin have actually really, really connected.
Yeah.
Very much so, because they're mates. And, you know, she helped recrown him during the opening. It was really cute. Yeah. And then she's like, oh, well, I promised I would tour all of the courts. And like, obviously, I'm going to come back to you. But guess what court she has to visit? But the night court for Starfall.
Yeah.
Because it was just Ninzar, and in canon, Ninzar is right around the same time as Starfall.
Yeah.
So she's like, I'm going to the night court for Starfall because I promised all the courts that I would tour them. And he's freaking the fuck out, obviously. Because, like, they have mind powers and you're never going to come back because he hates me and he's going to use you and like freaking out. And she's like, listen, bro, you need to calm down. Like, I'm your mate. We have a mate bond. So whatever he does, it can't take away a mate bond. Right. Like, you need to trust me. And so he like finally fucking relents, but he's terrified. And then we had like this huge meeting and Reese is just like, oh, and on top of all your bullshit, which none of you have told me before, that we now have to try to solve, Tamlin's fucking mate is coming to stay for Starfall.
Yeah.
And it's just crazy. And then at the end of the chapter, I have Reese going into his study and he's like openly talking to his Valg, who is also trying to break through.
Yeah.
Because he was unhinged in Akasif. And it's, oh my god, just everything is happening to everyone. And that's exactly what Koshi wanted. He wanted them, you know, not on their game and not paying attention and distracted. And so it's like, oh my god. Yeah. Cassian's just like, I'm going to Koshi's lake. And he's like, no. And he's like, it's not up for debate. And Reese is like hell it isn't. Magic flared, violent, and raw.
Yeah.
And Cassian's like, you think I want this? You think I haven't raged against it for weeks now? I have fought. I've bled trying to find another way. Then keep fighting. If you go to that lake, if you stand before him, he will own you. He'll break you and twist you into something unrecognizable. And Cassian's like, and if I don't, Nesta dies. My daughters die. And he's not going to let that happen. And Reese sucks in a breath and grips the desk. He knew that, but... And Cassian's just like, I made Cassian what he should have been in my fic. Thank you very much.
Thank God. I have, in my fic, I have him as like a goofball, but he can be serious when necessary, but he's really just a goofball.
Yeah.
He literally just snorts wine out of his nose at the first time he meets Aurora. Like that. And then Nesta's like, oh.
Sarah, is that just a thing? He does that in canon.
Yeah. I totally forgot that he did that. And I wrote it like that. And I was like, wait, actually?
Moore was pissed because he got.
I just have him as able to listen to instruction better and be like, because again, I don't have conflict or war or anything in mind. It's literally just everybody's healing. It's been 5 years since Bryce came, and like, there's nothing that's really happened, and like, it's finally time for people to fix themselves.
There was a really cute scene that I wrote where, like, I do have the sisters kind of like cuddling, but there's a scene that I wrote about when Farah's literally at a loss, like she's holding Nyx, and she's just like. I love you, but like I hate
postpartum. Just
like I don't know what I'm doing. Like
because her mother didn't do anything.
Yeah, like Reese is so distracted. He's barely helping. You know, he's teething. She's barely sleeping at night. Neither is he. And so she had, unfortunately, gone to Spring and had like this whole fucking fight with Tamlin and even Briar at the border, and then Briar's like still tries to help her because she's a good person.
Because it's postpartum and all that, and it's better to help.
She's like, look, I think you should go back home. I think you should get some help, like stuff like that. And it just makes Farah mad that like Tamlin's mate is like a good person. Right. It makes her even more mad. But anyway, she ends up like going back home and like just being super depressed, and she just, without even thinking about it, she just like goes to Nesta's house, which Cassian bought her a house on ground level while she's pregnant. Because she can't fucking climb.
That's crazy.
Stairs.
That's crazy. Yeah.
Right? So
Cassian actually being nice.
Right. So she goes to the like House Majesty, which is a play on Silver Majesty, which was Gwen's funny name. And she just kind of like knocks on Nesta's door, and Nesta's like, Farah, like, what are you doing here? And she literally like collapses into her arm.
Yeah.
And just bawling. And they end up just like cuddling on the couch, like. Nesta takes care of her because like she's like, oh, I can go to my sister. like my mate isn't helping me. He's distracted.
Yeah.
Can't be around my child right now. Like I literally can't.
Need a break, need to be able to sleep and actually take care of yourself. Yeah.
So there's like all that and stuff. And that was really cute. But then when Cassian's fighting with Reese, he's like, she's carrying our girls. You know, she barely sleeps. She's burning herself out trying to help Farah and Elaine and me, and she shouldn't have to deal with any of this. And he's like, if anything happens with, you know, the pregnancy because of her stress levels, you know, and Cassian even says, like, I can feel them, all three of them. I can feel their heartbeats, which I thought was very interesting. I loved putting that in. Every instinct I have is screaming that time's almost up. I have sat with the fact that I will never know them, that I will never see their small faces or get to teach them how to fly and play pranks, that I will never get to be there, that I'm ripped away from them the way my own mother was ripped away from me. So I need this to be my choice, that I was not ripped from them, but I chose as my last action of my own mind to save them, to love them enough to sacrifice myself for them. Which, hello, that's what a general does. And it says Reese's shadows coiled violently in the corners. And Cassian's like, I'm not asking for permission. I'm telling you I'm going. I made my choice the moment I felt Nesta scream in her sleep about losing those girls because she had like a premonition type thing.
Yeah.
As much as it will hurt her to lose me, it has to be me. And Reese is like, what if it's a trap? And Cassian's like, we know it's a trap, but it's the only path left. If I have to sell every last piece of myself to save them, I will. You will die. I know. Or maybe I'll find a way to kill the bastard from the inside. Reese looked at him and knew that nothing he said would stop him. He too knew that if their roles were reversed, he'd be doing the same. So he clasped his arm. Don't let him steal your soul. You can't steal what I have already given. Just make me one last promise. Anything, Reese said. Monitor Nesta. Keep her around all of you. When I die and this bond breaks, Feyre will remember all too well, but it's going to hurt like a bitch. And then Reese like almost cries, and he's like, you have my word, but don't go until after Starfall. It's in 2 days. Surely you can hold off till then, and then fight as hard as you can. I can't lose you and Azriel in one go.
Oh, good Lord.
Cassian's like, I'm about to go tell him too. So perhaps we can formulate a plan to take him out with us, Reese. But hey, it's just like you always said, right? More is who you'll call when both Azriel and I are dead.
Oh my gosh.
She'll help you end this. I have all the faith in the world that you two will be the mightiest force this world has ever seen. You will succeed no matter how much collateral damage happens because of Koshi. And all will be righted again. See, I love the righted word.
Yep.
Reese shudders, Feyre's repeated words from the surreal ringing in his mind. Stay with him and all will be righted. But it's not actually Reese, as we know. For the first time in forever, he wonders if that truly means him or if he has always been just as corrupted. Mm-hmm.
Whew, that hits hard.
I just, they're all just very much suffering. Before Cassian came in, he was like talking to his Valg, trying to get it to like stop.
Yeah.
It was like, you were too soft. You should have locked her up the moment you sensed him, meaning Elaine with Koshi.
Yeah.
I will not become him. Again, his whole thing of, I don't want to be Tamlin. Like,
yeah, and then he becomes like that, yeah.
The presence ancient and cruel uncoiled inside his mind, not the Daemati part, not the High Lord, something older, something from the dregs of his bloodline, the thing he'd once called his Valg, a fitting name meaning choice. Because that's what he always clung to, the choice to control it or let it control him, the thing he buried beneath layers of silk and starlight and reason and cunning. It pressed at the edges of his control now, whispered of leashes, of wards, of blood. You waited, you let her taint fester in your home. You let it breathe the same air as your son. Reese slammed his fist onto the desk, the wood splintered, and the inkpot shattered. I know what I did. He had promised safety, he had sworn to protect them all, but he hadn't seen the rot forming in Elaine or Azriel until it was too late, until he had to be told of it. He had slipped, he hadn't been paying attention, and now she walked the halls like a haunted thing, barely tethered to herself, and he attacked unknown citizens. Yeah, Azriel killed people, and they didn't, like, he was not conscious. Like, he killed people, and he showed up at home just covered in blood, and Gwen was like,
that's
what
insane.
The fuck happened?
Yeah.
And that's when he had to actually tell her that she hadn't actually healed him with her invoking stone. It didn't actually work against Black Magic.
Yeah.
And like he lifted his shirt and like where he was stabbed, it's just a spider web of black veins.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, like it was crazy. And then Reese was like, this was his fault. He'd seen magic twist people before, being with Amarantha for 50 years. He saw spells he wished to claw from his mind, and he had failed to stop it in his own damn house. The Valg rose higher. Shut up, he spat, pacing. You need to act. You need to break her before she breaks everything else. You are the High Lord, not a brother-in-law, not a friend, a ruler. I've already hurt too many people trying to control what I can't. The voice pressed closer, tempting, terrifying, because somewhere beneath his grief and panic, a part of him agreed. A part of him was already mapping where he would bind her, what magic he would use, what lies he would spin to get Feyre to understand her death. Because if Elaine fell, if Koshi rose through her, there would be no mercy, no more time, only his blade between her ribs piercing her heart. And his son, his wife, his court, would they see a hero or a villain? He pressed the heel of his hand to his chest. I don't know what to do. For once, the voice inside him was silent, and that terrified him more than anything. And then that's when Cassian came in.
Oh my gosh.
He's like, do I just kill her? But then, like, oh my god.
Yeah.
But then, like, if you kill Elaine, you also have to kill Azriel because they're both tainted.
Yep.
And then, like, Lucian would not let that happen. Lynn would not let that happen. Those Autumn Court people are not going to let their mates die.
It's Autumn Court. They may be assholes, but they, besides Baron, are typically assholes with a purpose.
Yeah. So that's where I fucking left off. When you mentioned Bridgerton, I meant to mention this earlier when I was talking about the Tamlin and Briar stuff.
Yeah.
But for Tamlin Week, I think in 2023, that's like when Bridgerton was like really
very big. Yeah.
So I did a fic inspired by the whole like I'm trying to get over the wall scene with Charlotte. And it's an AU of Briar literally being a human and the human queens like trading her to the Spring Court for, I forget what he was trading them. Or like as part of the treaty, they have to give like a human bride to Prithian like every for many years, right? So Briar was unfortunately chosen and like she was trying to climb the wall to leave. And he's like, what are you doing? And so he appears, he has like a human glamour on so he doesn't like scare her.
Yeah.
And it's literally that mirrored scene, like, what are you doing? I'm trying to get over the wall. Will you help me? You seem human. Help me get over the wall. I'm trying to escape. And then like that like Tamlin is like the guy she's supposed to marry, and it's a really cute fic, but I stopped with, and the people who have read this fic probably hate me so fucking much because I haven't finished, I think it's chapter 3. I haven't finished chapter 3. And chapter 2 was at their wedding and it ended with Tamlin's rival who still wants the throne. Because basically he wasn't going to keep the throne if he couldn't find a wife or a mate. And so his rival who wanted the throne coming in and like trying to kill people.
Yeah.
That chapter kind of ended with all the chaos of the other rival like in his shifted form like lunging towards them, and then I just haven't gone back to it yet. But Brynn is also in that fic. I have her in a couple of them because again she's like my favorite OC. And the poor character though, like she was literally written to just die in every AU. Like she just dies in every fic that she's in. It's so sad. Basically his rival is gonna kill Brynn because Brynn's the guard and she's gonna fight him and like
I mean, hey, she's tough, just not tough enough.
I know. That was the other thing. His rival was also like a beast. So that's why it was more. Yeah. It was, And Briar's like, oh, well, actually, I want to marry you. And that's cool. But this is what I mean when I say I have so many fucking fics to update. I literally have like 10. It's awful. Because I've had no motivation for literal months.
Mine is angst and healing. Like I have read so many
of love and healing.
Literally.
They just go the fuck through it. The healing's not till the very fucking end.
Oh, mine is gradual throughout because it's like different life lessons and stuff.
I mean, they heal a little bit with like their mates.
One of the first things that Aurora teaches Azriel is how to communicate. Because he's good at it in a very like stoic.
He's good at it with his shadows.
Well, because ma'am, if I could write smut, I would involve them. So for my Azriel and OC thing, the chapter 1 is 21 pages long. Chapter 2 is currently at 23 pages. It starts on page 23 and goes to page 46.
How many words is that?
I currently have, I tend to write like how I was taught in high school with like the spacing and like that sort of thing. So I have it
double spaced?
No, not double spaced. 1.5.
I hate double spaced. I don't know why.
1.5. Double spaced is too big, but it's like 1.5 or like one less than that, so it's like 1. I can't remember exactly.
Mine's
but
like totally single.
It's 14,019 words.
For a chapter?
No, for the whole thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, I don't know what it is for the chapter.
You want to know what mine is at right now? Let me pull it up.
Is it the one that you've been working on for 5 years?
3 years, thank you.
3 years. My bad. You know what I really need? I really need just like a stand or like an arm thing for the mic so I can actually move it.
Yeah.
That would be better.
Yeah, so I started A Court of Love and Healing on, I'm pretty sure it was the day after my birthday.
Oh, wow.
Double check.
I actually started a new one today.
I was right. 4/25/22.
Wow.
I last updated it this June, unfortunately, because I got busy. I'm updating it now, but there's 86 chapters currently. I'm working on 87.
Jeez.
And there's 393,591 words.
Wow.
And 32,290.
I'm trying to be like you.
32,000 reads. I surpassed 32,000 reads.
Yay. I'm actually moving my laptop closer so I can.
Oh my God, it was so nice. I also love how, like, I posted a reel about my crossover one, which is a different one. And someone commented, like, I'm still waiting for the next chapter of Acolyte. And I was like, I honestly don't feel like
oh my gosh.
cares. And then it's just so nice, like, when somebody brings it up and they are actually waiting. I'm like, oh.
Yeah, I've had like maybe 3 or 4 people read my first chapter that I put on AO3, but I'm literally going to be deleting it and re-uploading it. Well, okay, so you know how SJM has like stuff where it's like, oh, that's weird, but then it's like later on it's like, oh, she planned it. Yeah, I did that, but I didn't plan it, and I don't know how to fix it except for just rewriting the chapter, because I'm OCD as fuck, and I need it to actually be coherent and, like, you know, I need to actually, I'm setting it up to be a specific time of the year, and I need to make sure that anything describing said time of the year, like the coolness of the breeze and stuff like that, needs to fit. The smells have to be the right stuff. Like, I am not going to have people read my stuff and then be like, oh, hey, this, you're saying it's this time of the year, but, like, you're saying this stuff is happening.
Okay,
like,
I full on fucking mentioned Elaine throwing Lucian a birthday party and totally forgot about that till, like, 5 chapters later. And then I had to have her mention that they just, like, were at his apartment for his birthday. Like, because
I do love that
brought it up.
Yeah, I do love that SJM, like,
I was like, shit.
Implemented, like, Valaris has, like, apartments and stuff. Yeah. And it has stuff that's, like, normalized in reality, so that it's easier to, like, talk about the things in Prythian and stuff by being able to have that. And then Crescent City having phones, that makes things a lot easier, because then it's like, oh, but how do I get them to communicate? Oh, it's the Crescent City world. Just send a text. With Prythian, fucking messenger pigeons are coming back.
I always just use the tried and true magic letter.
I don't have all of the characters that I'm adding have, like, they're fake, but they don't have magic. Like, my OC does not have magic.
Well, you can't be winnowing anywhere, so.
No, she can't winnow. She can't winnow. But it's great because she loves that Azrael will fly her places.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to mention at some point of the whole Azrael having to carry Lucian. And, like, Aurora, I already have it.
Cassian did too.
I know, but it's going to be a conversation between Azrael and Aurora during, like, where she's like, why are you so tense with things? And then he's going to just be like, well, I don't usually, like, carry people when I fly and stuff. It's just, I don't do that. And then he's going to go into his touch people. He's going to go into his trauma of how he learned how to fly late and all this other stuff. And then she's going to be like, okay, so who have you carried? And he'll be like, well, Farah, you, Morrigan a couple times, and Lucian. And he's gonna sort of draw it out like that, and she's gonna be like, "What do you mean you carried Elaine's mate?" And he's gonna be like, well, "I had to carry him." And then I have, like, it's all in my head. I just have to get to that point in writing to write it out.
There's no other option.
The main thing she's gonna ask, she's gonna go, "Okay, so did you carry him by holding his waist, or did you have your arm under his knees like a pretty princess?" And then Azrael's gonna go. Azrael's gonna, like, have one memory of it being like a princess carry, because that's the most embarrassing. Lucian's gonna remember it a different way, and Aurora's gonna bully them both. Just like, wow, that's a nice little bromance, huh? She's going to actually bring bromance into the world of Prythian, because, like, we have the whole brotherly thing, but it's like, right, except there's a trio that likes to throw icy balls at each other. That's a bromance. That's a bromance. That's not just brotherly love. Like, y'all are a little fruity for each other. And that is, that is the healthiest male friendship. If you can be a little bit fruity, it is healthy.
Can I just mention, though, because this, again, it pisses me off. So Azrael and Cassian had to carry Lucian to the House of Wind because you can't winnow, and then you, like, drop in, right?
Yeah.
How in the flying fuck
yeah,
does he show up by himself in Akasif in the training ring?
No, actually, you know what I think it is? I think it's slightly different. I think the training ring, it might be a little different.
No, it is at the top of the house.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think that at the top of the house, like, it's a little bit different, because we also find out that Nesta can go from the top of the House of Wind all the way down a different staircase to get to the library, but it's not the 10,000 steps to
but don't they
to
still have to like fly and then winnow and then they drop into like where the training ring is and then they go on?
Honestly, I want to believe that Lucian and Farah Reese and Farah changed things up for Lucian and like her sisters and stuff, where it's like, oh, this is how it's always been, but our little circle is becoming bigger, so they probably like changed it to, because also keep in mind Morrigan shows up on her own. And like, yes, they made it a whole thing of, you can't winnow, but they never explicitly said the inner circle can't.
Well,
because it's based on
crazy. I mean, this is just
based. Reese explains that all the magic in Night Court's based on like the blood magic, like the way that Valaris is hidden. So because Morrigan's also technically Reese's blood cousin, and then there could be a little bit of a loophole with the fact that he calls Cassian and Azrael his brothers, so that magical connection might overpower that they're not actually blood.
Yeah. It's weird though, because Moore is like, oh yeah, I just winnow to the top of the wards and fucking drop down. Like,
I really need to understand.
Like, we're Fae, we'll heal. So you're like
to understand also what is the purpose of Moore? I just need to understand that. And in all of, and let me tell you this, I told you, I have 12 tabs open. I have 10 of fanfiction, 2 of, one of these is literally a Court of Thorns and Roses character reviews from when I read the original trilogy. So it's from, oh my god, when did those come out? Like,
you best bet pull up 2 more for my main fix.
Oh my gosh. But like, I mean, I've always had it to where Moore is just like, she's just looking for attention now. I mean, like we talked with Amanda when we interviewed her, like I don't see Morrigan as being like an actual team player. And so one of the fics, I have it to where she's literally called a betrayer because it's like, what the fuck are you doing?
Can I tell you, okay, we did that sprint earlier.
Yes.
And that is probably the most I have written in like 2 weeks. And
I've been beating you at most of the sprints.
And it is specifically because it's a Tamlin and Briar scene. Like, I am so into their dynamic. It is crazy. I know I use a lot of dialogue. Believe me, I have been criticized for that. Every single thing that I write, they're like, you're really dialogue heavy. I'm like, because emotions.
The only thing I have gotten criticized for, because I actually joined a little group where they actually gave me some criticism, because like, not to brag, but
like we said, how they're all
typically when people read my shit, whether they know the series or they don't, they've read my shit before or they've never knew I was a writer, they'll read my fan fiction, they'll read the stuff that I wrote back in like middle school and high school, they'll read, just novels I'm working on, they'll read the poetry, which
and they're too nice.
And no, not just that they're too nice, they're just like, wow, this is really good. With my poetry, I've made people cry. And they're like, wow, I feel heard and seen in a way that I never knew I could before. And then with fan fiction, it's like, wow, the way that you describe things. Like, you know what?
That is definitely your strength. That is not a
Let me read a little snippet.
Care fucking less about what the wind smells like. No, I know you do. I do not care. I would rather have a really sweet romance than care about what the fucking trees look like.
The only thing that these people had to say, they're so sweet about it too. They were like, yeah, you do a lot of tell and not show. And it's like, I need to tell you how things smell.
Need to tell
you. No, you know what? Let me give a little snippet. Let me give a little snippet from my Aurora. It's like Tog. And Azrael.
Tog could have been 4 fucking books if she didn't just describe every single little path they took when they traveled.
That's the thing. I
could not care less.
I'm really good at writing in SJM's writing style.
I know.
Like, because I had a couple people where they read Tog and XR and stuff like that, and then I had them read some snippets of my stuff, and they're like, no, this is like deleted stuff from SJM, right? And it's like, nope, that's me. I was going, because I'm going to rewrite all of her books. All of the
I actually did get that same comment in one of my chapters. They're like, oh my god, this really feels like Sarah's writing. And I was like, really?
Which, I mean, for certain things, it could be seen as an insult because of how young she was writing some of this. So it's like, oh, do I have that sort of immature mentality with my writing? And then it's the specific thing they're commenting on where it's like, no, actually, this is like a really good thing. But no, let me find the thing that everyone loves. Where is it?
And I think I showed you a screenshot of when I wrote it the other day, but I had so I wanted to really, and this was one of the scenes I always really wanted to write, which it kind of happened already before, but not in this scale, but I really wanted to write a scene where Tamlin's magic explodes and it is a mirror to how Feyre reacts, but opposite because it's with his mate. So I wanted her to have the ability to be able to contain it.
Yeah.
So, because it kind of like, his fear is basically being out of control, right? Whether it's emotionally, physically, whatever. So if he has a mate who can actually contain that and he doesn't have to kind of be in perpetual fear of hurting people, that's a really good dynamic to have. So I did this whole scene of where he gets so panicked because she's supposed to be visiting the night court for Starfall because she promised.
Yeah.
And he is just...
And then there's some issue because it's like, oh my God. It's like he's reliving trauma.
Yeah, freaking the fuck out. And so he like has the explosion and then she contains it with her powers. And he has this full ass like breakdown with her. And it's really emotional.
That's why I have different trauma related books, because I want to show like the actual, hey, that's not you being abusive. That's you having a response because you don't know what you're feeling. It's okay. Yep. I am safe. You are safe. Let's talk. But I found the part that everybody loves. So you cool if I read it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Cool.
I'll read parts of mine too.
Yay. Azrael's shadows coiled and uncoiled around their entwined hands, the darkness seeming to respond to her grace, echoing the movement of the dance. It was a peculiar phenomenon, one that spoke to some unseen harmony between them, as if they danced together countless times before. He spun her, his feet guiding her effortlessly, the music swirling around them like a living entity. The melody rose higher, her smile widening as her eyes fluttered shut. She was dancing with the same fluidity as his shadows, a personification of them. He watched her, the corners of his mouth tilting slightly upward. Her movements were indeed akin to his shadows, ethereal and captivating. He could feel the shadows reaching out, seeking to mimic her grace, to become part of her essence. It was a strange, almost disconcerting sensation, as if the boundaries of his own being were stretching to accommodate her presence. The dance went on, their bodies moving in perfect tandem, the world outside their little bubble of shadows and moonlight seemingly fading away. In this moment, Azrael allowed himself to enjoy her company, the press of her hand in his, the warmth of her skin seeping into his consciousness. It was a fleeting reprieve from the cold steel of his responsibilities. She was a shooting star, and he was lucky enough to catch her, but he knew he couldn't keep her in the shadows. She deserved more than fleeting moments of joy in a dark and cold-hearted void. As the music finished, the final note drawing out, Azrael twirled her a final time, then dipped her low. When he slowly pulled her back up, their bodies pressed together, they stared into each other's eyes. Everything had faded away, as if the world had completely stopped. Even Azrael's shadows had paused. They were in the middle of the dance floor, visible to everyone. Aurora was unafraid. She looked happy to be with him in that moment. She was looking at him as if he was her reason to smile, as if he was the only one there. Her heartbeat was steady, her eyes clear and gaze unwavering. The inner circle were watching with varying expressions of surprise. The crowd was silent, unable to take their eyes away from this unusual couple, this pair that seemed to be opposites yet perfect for each other. Breathing became a distant memory as he gazed into her eyes, the warmth and happiness radiating from this feeling settling deep within his bones. Time was frozen, the stillness punctuated by the soft rustle of his
what that could be.
against the night breeze. No one else existed but Aurora, and in that moment, it was as if he'd forgotten the scars on his hands, the darkness within him, the weight of his duties. That's their first time dancing together. They had just met, and that was their first time.
Yep.
Yeah. Also, for everyone listening, that is the first draft.
Yeah.
So you can be harsh if you decide to, I don't know, randomly message me on Instagram. It's at Dreaming of the Stars. Have a blast. I will take criticism happily. But that was the first draft.
Shut the fuck up. I don't know why you're not fucking published yet. Go away. You're so annoying.
Because I have no balls. I have been so afraid of publishing any of my writing because I'm terrified of it getting plagiarized.
Do you know how horrific I am at prose like that? I'm very, like, I really adore, like, the more intrapersonal parts.
Interpersonal, yeah.
Yeah, like dialogue and like emotions and things like that. Not that it's not emotional, but, like, I have such a hard time just, like, honestly describing stuff, which is funny because when I think of things in my head,
that's the thing.
I like 3D.
So I learned something interesting about myself actually in the past few months, because I'm very artistic. You know, not to brag, but I'm gonna brag a little bit. I love all the arts: painting, drawing, singing, writing. Like, I love it. But my biggest issue is, like, for example, with dancing, I genuinely, like, I can hear a rhythm, I can do all that. It's just that my body is too awkward. I can't. Like, if I'm around people, I just can't do it. With singing, I get stage fright. And I did choir for 5 years in high school. I went to, private Catholic school.
Yeah.
And I chose choir over band. But that's the thing. I did that choir for high school. I was doing church choir, just volunteer in middle school of just, oh, hey, we need some people singing. And every single time people would tell me, hey, yeah, actually, we can hear you over everyone else and you sound really pretty. But I did musicals
in like elementary school, and then I
had too much
a little bit of theater in middle school.
But like my head hears, oh, you're loud, we can hear you, as, oh no, I'm not blending in with the people that I'm singing with.
Yeah.
So what I do now is when I sing, I'm alone or in the car with somebody and I have the windows rolled down, so there's other sounds to drown me out. And I do what I can to mimic the octave and like the tonal changes that whoever's singing. Like,
me too.
I can sing, and this is gonna hit a really.
You're probably a way better singer than me, but. Just saying. You are.
Shut up.
You are.
But I can switch between Sleep Token, and this is gonna get like really niche people being here. I can switch between Sleep Token, Evanescence, and fucking Disturbed, all the way to Bruno Mars, Taylor Swift, and Celine Dion. I have breath control. Yeah. I can't hit some of those higher octaves, but I can hit it in my octave. And like with K-pop Demon Hunters, the newer movie that came out this year, the song Free, I can do the rapping part and I can do the actual singing part, holding notes, all within the same song. I'm not singing the rapping part, but nothing else. I'm going from singing Rumi's part to rapping in one breath, which like is impressive, but I just don't have the balls to do it. With the drawing, the only time I'm doing that shit is in my car alone. Yeah, I would never in the shower, and even then, I'm like, my neighbors can probably hear me, and I probably sound like shit. Even though I've been told I'm home alone during
the week, I'm just like fucking singing because I have Spotify on like all day, and I'm writing.
That's why I have a TV out here. I have an Alexa in my room and a TV in there. I have Spotify connected to everything because I just love listening to music. But then with drawing, I didn't start sharing my art with people until this year. Same with, my opinions on books and things, because I just felt like I was basically unworthy. And then I'm sharing all of it, sharing my poetry, my other writing and stuff. And people are like, wow, you're really good. And I'm just here like, no, I'm not. I'm average. Thank you for the compliment. I don't want to be an ass and not be polite. And, I'm going to take the compliment, but I'm still going to be self-deprecating because I genuinely cannot, like, there's that whole thing of like the way that your voice sounds in your head isn't how it actually sounds to people. Mm-hmm. For most of my life, I have never been able to listen to recordings of my voice because
Do you know how difficult that is with my job? We are on a recorded line. It's oh my
gosh.
Okay, even editing the podcast, I'm like,
I don't like it. I started listening to our Funny Demon Valentine episode, and I was like, wow, I like my voice now. It's nice, but I hear it low in my throat, like it's deep. That's where I feel it. That's where I hear it. And then I'm listening to the podcast. I think everyone kind of
hears theirs a lot lower than it is.
That's the thing. The way, I'm pretty sure that's how it is. But with mine, I'm hearing it like 3-4 octaves lower. Mm-hmm. I thought that I had a manly sounding voice for the longest time. And then I'm hearing how I sound and I'm like, oh my God. So every time someone has said that when I get high pitched, I'm like a nagging person, it's true because I'm actually getting higher up there than I thought I was.
Bring it back to fan fiction.
Anyways, fan fiction. Yeah. Sorry for that rant, everybody.
So Briar actually likes to sing. She's shy about it, but she likes to sing. So in one of the chapters, he is basically, or it comes up that he doesn't play his fiddle anymore because of what happened with Farrah.
Yeah, the only time we saw him playing it was Farrah dancing while she was drunk on fairy wine.
So she like makes him a bargain, and she's like, if you play your fiddle again, I'll sing for the reopening ceremony.
Yeah.
And she's like, I will sing for you. And so they make like this little bargain, and they have like the I just did like tattoos because I didn't want to think of another whole magic system or whatever, but I just did like a rose tattoo for their bargain or whatever. And it was just really cute because he like fiddled and he had a lot of fun. And then she did sing for him, and he was just obviously in love with her at that point. But yeah, and then it gets really heavy because I also kind of added in the idea that like how Asriel says in canon that, when we die, your soul returns to the mother until you're like, I don't know, basically not recycled. What's the word? Oh, reincarnate.
Oh,
reincarnate you.
Yeah.
Or whatever for your next life and stuff like that. Right.
Yeah.
So, basically Briar is the reincarnation of, in this fic, Tamlin, Reese's sister.
Oh.
And so like
I do like that idea.
Yeah, they share a soul, but like they're obviously different people.
Yeah.
But there has been a lot of like flashes and flickers of just like recognition in them.
Yeah.
That they're like, oh, this is really weird. And so
deja vu.
Yeah.
Where you can't actually figure out where it's coming from.
So like 1 minute he's like kind of watching her and her eyes are like sky blue. And then the next minute he gets a flicker and they're like violet for a brief second. And like
it's those kinds, the little hallucinations. I like that. So that's getting into some fun science. And that's the type of stuff I like seeing.
Yes. So I had him basically explain to her his relationship with Nova. I named her Nova before we read Crescent City.
Yeah.
But in my prequel, I had changed it so that she goes by her middle name in Crescent City, which is Lauren. So
yeah,
he called her Nova. And so he's explaining how, you know, while they didn't have a mate bond, they were both equal parts like feral, kind of like beastly.
Yeah.
Because, you know, like she had like the talons and stuff like Reese has and he had the beast or whatever. And they actually did like this like bonding ritual in the Starlight Pool, which had consequences. So like they were having sex and they like literally bit each other and they were in the Starlight Pool when this happened. So it turned out that they didn't have a mate bond, but they made a soul bond.
Oh, okay. That's really funny because I just started, okay, not to make it about me
which
again.
Is why Briar is his mate.
Oh my gosh.
Because they literally
bonded their souls.
Found each other in the next life.
That's really funny though, because the fic that I started writing today, I'm actually so my OC Aurora, I actually was like, what if I make her, you know, like from she's, you know, from Hewn City. What if I actually make her Eris's wife in a different fic where like people, you know, really aged up, like it's been a good couple centuries. And so she's actually Eris's wife, and like they don't have a mating bond, but like Eris is kind of like, it's like the whole like Morrigan might have been his mate, but we're not getting into it.
Yeah.
But so Eris and Aurora have a child, and because Aurora has
way to crush everybody's dreams. You had that whole dance scene, she dumps Azriel.
no, it's two different, like it's the same characters but different dimensions. This is like two different Prithian worlds.
No.
Because it was an idea that popped into my head, and I was like, oh wait, this is actually cool.
Yeah.
But like Aurora, she's got the heterochromatic eyes where one is gold and one is brown, and I was like, oh no, wait, that actually really fits into Autumn Court because I mean, I was born in autumn. Like I love autumn, and so I was like, okay, well, this character like has a little bit of my personality from what other people have told me I'm like. So what if I put her in autumn, put her with Eris, and so I have it to where Eris like he's such a girl dad. Such a girl dad. But I have
Which is so funny because he has so many children.
Right? Well, I'm going to have it to be where Gwyn is like her, this new character's older sister, but like half sister. But like the mother is unknown. And so Gwyn is going to be with Azriel. You know, for all the Gwyn reels, you're welcome. But I have it to where it's been, honestly, I'm probably going to make it to where it's been a good like 3-4 centuries. So Nyx is like 300-400 years old. But Eris and Aurora have a child, and that daughter is their eldest, so the heir of Autumn Court until they have a son, because the daughter doesn't want to be the heir. She is all for independence, but
if the magic has changed from Bryce.
That's the thing. I'm going to have it do that to where it's not the eldest child. It's just, I'm deciding I don't want to do it. I'm
whoever wants
rescinding. Yeah. It's just they can write like a contract, you know, the High Lord of just like, this is my child that's going to get it. But it's not going to affect like the already instated, you know, like Lucian, he's going to get Helions. Like it's not going to change the older generation. It's going to be for the younger one.
Yeah.
But this new character, Alethea, which means truth seeker, she and Nyx are going to meet at a meeting in Dawncourt, because Eris is finally like comfortable with like, oh, my little girl's grown up. She needs to like at least meet the High Lords of the other courts. So if she decides she doesn't want to stay in Autumn, she has allies. And if she wants to be an emissary, you know, there are those connections. And so her and Nyx meet, and they hate each other. I'm going to make them like not really enemies to lovers, but there's that animated Swan Lake movie where I don't remember who created it, but like
I'm just sitting here laughing because every little like small thing that you bring up, I pretty much have a fic about it.
Yeah, I know. Shut up. Shut up.
You're like, oh, Aries has a child. I'm like, I have a one shot that I did from Gwen Week that is just Gwen taking her baby brother out to the forest.
Jesus Christ.
And it's so okay. Hold on, really quick, because okay.
This is why I pulled up on my tabs.
It's only like 1,500 words, but it's called The Forest of Flaming Fauna, and it says Gwen takes her baby brother Aurelius Rue out to the autumn forest to explore. While there, she dazzles him with some of her fire magic. And so literally, she just, because it's Eris and Nuon's child.
Yeah.
And so she just shows up and she's like, oh, I want to spend the day with my brother.
Kidnap the child.
She's like, it's my brother. I'm an adult. He's a baby. I want to spend some time with him, whatever. She brings him to the forest.
Yeah.
And this is at the point where like Eris has already like trained her in fire magic and stuff. So she's kind of like trying to train Rue. He's like 3 in this fic. And so, babies with fire. Yeah. And so she's like,
oh, like Jack from The Incredibles? Yeah. So she's going to do the babysitter thing with the fire extinguisher in the mirror, right?
So she's just making like little like fire animals out of her flames, and he's like picking out leaves for his mom, and it's just really cute.
Oh, that's
it's just a really cute fic. And I did have them have a boy first, only because he like has Gwen. Yeah. But there was that one, and then you mentioned something else. Yeah. And I was like, oh, I have like a fic about that too. I'm pretty sure.
While you're looking for that, I'm gonna keep talking. Yeah. So they kind of hate each other in like I need to look up this.
Oh, the Nyx and Rosie thing where they hate each other and then Tamlin and Nyx. Yeah.
But it's like
Tamlin's daughter and Nyx.
Yeah. It's like this specific Swan Lake retelling that I saw. Where Odette has like a white dress with like the green on it and stuff. People are going to know what I'm talking about. I know it. It's such like the cosplayers do like create this dress so often. I know you don't, but
okay.
They're gonna know. They're going to know. Where they just they sort of like quote grow up together. Except Nyx and Alethea didn't grow up together, but they're meeting each other while they're still kind of young, and they're like, okay, well, I'm like a grown ass adult. Why do I need to try and be friends with you? Like, you just fuck off. Yeah. And then there's gonna be like a sort of little time jump where it's Starfall, and Alethea got invited to go to Starfall with her father and her mother, and so they're there, and like everybody's like at the like river manor, and so Nick's like I'm gonna have it to where he like literally comes like crashing into the fucking house, like breaks the front door, and then everyone's just sitting there like holding wine, and they're just like, what did you do? And then here comes Cassian, and it's just like, I didn't mean to. I didn't blow up a building this time. And so he's expecting to get reprimanded for like throwing his nephew out of the sky because they just wanted to fuck around. Because they because of Bryce going into the world, like she was able to like show them how to create fireworks.
Oh God.
Legitimate fireworks. And
so Cassian thought, do not give Cassian fireworks.
Let's strap one to you. And then he realizes, oh wait, no, I can't do that. And has to rip it off of Nyx, and then Nyx is just like falling because his wings are sort of taped together.
I was gonna say, like, that would fucking blow his wings off.
Like, I didn't kill him, and I didn't blow up a building. I'm sorry. Firework goes off in the distance. Alethea comes in, like this ethereal, just like, she looks like she could be the High Lady of Autumn, and she's just like, wow. I might be 3 years younger than you, but I wouldn't do that kind of stupid shit. Yeah. Just super, like, dry sass. Yeah. And, like, Azrael's over there, like, nice. Because he has that dry humor. And, like, he and Eris are friends, and so he's...
And Reese is just pissed.
No, Reese, he's pissed because he's like, why? You destroyed my front door. Why would you do that?
Not the front door, like, the entire fucking foyer.
Yeah, no, not even just the front door. It's like the entire front area is just blown up, basically, because they crashed into it. And so Reese is like, are your wings fine? And so Nyx will be like, yeah, I'm fine. And then Reese will just go off on them. And then Alethea is just over there like, I would never. And so then Reese will turn on her and say,
Father, do you see how easy I was as a child?
And then Eric's gonna be like, hey man, don't yell at my kid. And so then he's gonna turn to his daughter and say, hey, you really don't need to add your commentary. Like, don't do that. And she's just gonna be pouting, like kind of how Moore does, just glass of wine in hand, just being like, oh, fine,
I feel like Eris would like also add his commentary.
Oh, definitely. He's gonna reprimand his child. She's gonna pout a little, and then he's gonna say something under his breath, but they're Fae. They're going to hear it. And so then Azrael's just gonna like, bromance punch him on the shoulder, and then they're just gonna like giggle, and it's gonna be like the funny, and it's gonna be an opening chapter scene.
Oh my god.
I know I kind of spoiled it for people, but whatever. I'm literally on.
Well, like, it's not a spoiler if you don't post it for 2 years.
It's not going to take 2 years. It's
well,
not.
Are you sure?
Going to take 2. I'm sure. Because that other fic I started writing last year and then posted it this year. So
yeah, but then you're taking it down and then reposting it again.
Okay, yeah. So it took 6 months to post it the first time, and then an extra like 3 months. So okay, almost. Shut up! Shut up! Oh my gosh, semantics.
Semantics. They ain't
the person who hasn't updated
by the time you put it out.
I love that we're yelling at each other at the same time.
Whatever.
Oh.
Oh, anyway, that was my point that I totally lost. The Nova thing.
Yeah.
With Briar. I was gonna read you a clip, and that's why I brought that up. Basically, the context is just that, Tamlin exploded, she contained it, he kind of had his little breakdown, and, she is about to go to the Night Court for Starfall.
Yeah.
We have very similar brains, I feel like. And I'm fucking blind, so I need to blow this up a little bit. 1 second.
Yeah, blow it up like Cassian blows up a building.
Yeah.
That and 2 hands are just going to be things that I'm always going to reference. Yeah. Oh, goodness.
Okay, so, yeah, it's very emotional. All right, so he's just like, you can't go, I can't lose you to them, I can't do it.
Yeah.
Briar pulls him closer and buries her face into his neck, trying to reassure him the best she can. I love you and I'm yours. We are mates and there isn't a single thing that could take me away from you. Not magic, not weather, not even your ex. Got it? You need to trust me. You need to have faith in me. I know how hard that may be for you, but you have to. I will come back in 7 days. Hell, 5 if I need to. He shudders and clings to her, his body slowly relaxing into her. I'm sorry you're chained to me, he rasps. I'm not someone that anyone should be trapped with. It's only been a couple weeks and I'm already screwing this up. I know I don't deserve you, but ... please stay. His voice breaks as he lifts his face. I know, eyes still moist with tears. I can't lose you too. I should be strong enough to let you go and find someone worthy of you, but I guess I'm selfish. I can't seem to let you go. When I look at you, I feel more like myself. When I'm around you, the world seems bearable and I don't feel like I'm being buried alive by everything. When you look at me like you love me, I feel as if I can be anything, even a good leader. You give me more power just by being here than my magic ever has in 5 centuries. I've been out of my mind and out of control with nothing to save me until you came along. Nobody has ever done what you've done, and without flinching or thinking I would hurt that. It's sad. And then she just basically says, like, I can see the love in your eyes when you look at me. I can feel it through the bond in my bones, as if we have known each other my whole life. I couldn't find it in me to be scared of the male who would love me so wholly and completely, who would do anything to see me safe and happy, who would challenge his own fears for my autonomy. She adds with a coy look. Tamlin groans into her neck and holds her tighter, near trembling with that soul-deep fear. I have lost everyone. I've lived through so many saying they would be fine or that they would return as they were, and it never happened. Not once. I love you. I love you, and I told myself I would never say that to anyone again, but you changed my life in such a short amount of time. A part of me feels naive, like I'm falling into the same trap again, just destined to lose and suffer. But another part of me feels how strong our bond is, and I don't think I've wanted anything more in the world than how much I want you to be in my life. So I don't want to make the same mistakes again, but I can't say that I'm not terrified and that my instincts are not shrieking at me to protect you.
Yeah.
And this is kind of the sad part. So he says, he draws in a shuddering breath. I don't want to lose you because of that. Not the way I did with Feyre, but I also don't want to not be vigilant in the way that I did with Nova. Either way, it feels like I will lose you. And I want to protect you, but I don't know how. I wish you could understand this turmoil because in my mind, I feel like I am absolutely shattered. You shouldn't want to be with me. I should be telling you to stay away, but you're my lifeline. And I know that isn't fair to put on you. I'm just telling you how I feel, however crazy I sound. I don't know how to do this. I don't do this. And then she says, I understand you're not crazy. You're trying to heal. I want to hear your thoughts and your emotions, however you believe it sounds. That way we can talk through it. I want you to be open with me. I want you to be happy with yourself, Tamlin. I know you love me, but I want you to love you. I want you to love your life, our life, if we choose. And I want you to know that I will willingly be your lifeline. Until there comes a day that you feel confident in expressing yourself without guilt, I will be here fighting for you and with you. And me visiting the Night Court could never take me away from you. Please believe that. And that's where I left off.
Aww.
I know. So, like, the thing is, it's like, yes, while everyone's like, you abused Feyre and you stifled her and you trapped her in a house and that's why you lost her, he also he's also reminded of when Nova was like, oh, I'll be fine, and we're careful sneaking around by like behind our father's backs and all this, and she was killed because he didn't protect her that closely. And so he just feels like either way he's gonna lose, and he's just terrified. So she's gonna leave, and actually one of the main scenes that I had planned for this fic is going to be the next chapter, which I told you was going to be a bonus chapter. And it's going to be him basically having a whole mental breakdown because she's in the Night Court territory, and he's hallucinating and he's flashing back to every single person that he's lost in the moment as if he's witnessing it and again not being able to stop it. And it's going to be like this weird like mix of like you're in the hallucination and then you're in reality and then you're in the hallucination and then you're in reality, and it's going to be really challenging to write.
I think I have a couple books that actually talk about that, so I can go through my trauma recovery books and figure out some information and then just pictures of it for you.
Yeah, because
I love to read about mental illness.
Because I have, so for this fic, there's like a few prequels. One of them is called the Haunting of the Spring High Lord, and it's all of his childhood trauma. That was a doozy to write. But it was basically,
I immediately got depressed. Wow, that's I'm tearing up a little bit. That's actually a really sad title.
Yeah. So
oh my gosh.
So it is him. So I do like these little time jumps. So he's like 4, and then he's like 8, and then he's like 10. And it's like all this stuff.
Like each chapter is like a different trauma.
Like it's like a one shot, but it's like spaced out like in paragraphs from his age. So like when he's like, I think it was like 4, I think I put, or 5 or 6 or something. So the first one, it starts out with him, really being close with his human nanny, because remember when he was a kid, they were slaves.
They had slaves.
And her name was Alba, and he loved her.
It's such a nice name.
I know. And they were so cute. And she would like give him a bath and like all this stuff, and it was so cute. And so basically, like little Tamlin kind of gets his first wind of like, oh, humans can get hurt.
Yeah,
like me, like we heal and they don't.
So we heal like, and they can
die.
Out
as like a little kid. Yeah.
So at 4 years old, he learns what morality.
Yeah,
no, morality is.
I forget whether he was 4 or 6. Maybe he was 6, something like 6. Maybe
mortality. That's the word I was looking for.
Mortality. Yeah,
mortality. Yeah.
So he starts to basically realize that she will show up with like bruises or cuts or these types of things, and so he quickly kind of puts 2 and 2 together, and he's like, this is my dad doing this. And so she bathes him for dinner and gets him all ready for dinner, because she's like, you can't be late, or like I'm gonna get beaten or whatever. She doesn't tell him that, but she's like, we can't be late and you're all muddy and you can't go in all muddy, and she like whatever.
Yeah.
And
because anything would cause a problem.
Yeah. So he kind of picks up on this more and more as he was like, mortality. And he gets just so pissed, because if you're thinking it's like little Tamlin, like with all that little rage inside of him, and he gets so mad because he loves her so much. And
this is also showing how his powers were manifesting to where his brother and dad's realized that he was going to be the more powerful one.
Yep. So he comes in with her, and she has kind of been warning him, like, don't upset your father, just be a good boy. And he's like, do
what you're told, don't argue. Yeah.
And this little kid Tamlin just gets so mad at seeing like her get hurt or whatever.
Yeah.
He shows up and he just starts like screaming at his father. And so because
oh my God,
he's just so little and he's so angry. And so the dad obviously turns that back on her. Like, you're turning my son against me. You're going to pay for this.
You're trying to tear apart the court. And,
so he literally gets up and like grabs her by the throat in front of him and like fucking, And so he's screaming and crying, and the mom kind of grabs him and like pins him to her.
Yeah.
The dad like basically takes the nanny outside and kills her.
Oh my God.
And like Tamlin's like, that was the first time that I was responsible for someone dying. Yeah.
Even though technically speaking he wasn't, someone was overreacting, but he's gonna have the survivor's guilt because he started the issue and it was not handled properly.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so then let me pull it up real quick, because I had it was kind of, what's the word for it? It was nice to get it out on paper, all of my headcanons for his childhood shit. But at the same time it was like really sad. Okay, yes, The Haunting of the Spring High Lord, here it is. Yeah. So he was 5 when that happened. And yeah, he it says she will not return, and it's all because of him. He also knows that his mother will do anything in her power to keep his father from getting to him too. With one mistake, he had hurt both of the people he loves the most, because he would see like the father kind of like hit the mom too. When he was tucked in that night, there were no sing-alongs, no stories, no hugs and kisses, just silence and darkness, and he didn't know it then, but it was an eerie foreshadowing of the next 5 centuries of his life. So there was that. And then it goes 4 years later when he's 9, and his father just kind of smacks the back of his head, and he's bringing him to the Highburn camp.
And Amarantha.
Mm-hmm.
Also, do you have it to be where Amarantha is like older than Tamlin and like basically a fucking adult?
Yeah.
Like how canon says what happened? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I've been seeing some stuff where some people are like, no, Tamlin might have been like the age of maturity and stuff, and it's like, no, because she was already a high up general in this war, in the first war.
It's like he hears his father
this other stuff. Like
he hears his father angrily pleading with Highburn about an upcoming war or of some sort. It only registers to him when mortals are mentioned. He knows better than to speak, but when what he hears makes his stomach churn and makes him want to vomit. All those sweet people like Alba being forced out of their homes to serve the High Lords that want them, not just some mortals, but all of them. And then, Amaranth is like, I want your son. And Serlin snickers, Callan or Duncan. And she's like, don't be coy. I'm talking about sweet-cheeked Tamlin. And he's like, you want this scrawny, good-for-nothing runt? And she's like, yeah, he may be a runt now, but a few pounds in a couple years will do wonders for him as he grows. Ugh. And then he's like, you have a bargain. Take him off my hands whenever you choose, but I expect full cooperation when I ask for units to be dispatched. And then it goes 6 years later when he's 15. And you can imagine the scene that happens with him and Amarantha.
I don't want to imagine it, but it's in my head.
Yep. Yeah.
So you just said, cool, yeah, he has trauma. You all get to read every detail. Thank you so much, Melanie.
Yeah, I basically wrote it out for everybody. Yeah. Yeah, it's only 4 little paragraphs, but I feel like I encompassed it perfectly because it says Tamlin shakes hard as he stares up at the ceiling of the manor's spare bedroom, willing himself into numbness, but it never comes. Each time he freezes as if he didn't have the power to fight, freezes as if he is willing. If he just fought back, if he just fucking moved, ... but he doesn't. He can't. He freezes. Even if he did fight back, his father would have his head, and he is no match for him. He feels disgusting, as if those snakes of power somehow entered into his veins, slithering along with their poison venom, rendering him at her mercy. Then it's over, and he finds himself still shaking, angry, furious, anguished. His body doesn't feel like his own. His mind doesn't function. His voice is mute. Still he reels, each time silent and trembling. Then he dissociates for an unknown amount of time until his consciousness resets, allowing him to get up and shower, the numbness finally finding him as he near scalds himself and scrubs his skin raw, anything to get the feel of her nails and her breath and her body off of him. Once finished with that task, he goes downstairs and attends dinner, acting the part of the youngest prince and graceful co-host perfectly until he can sneak back into his own bedroom, curling into a ball and sobbing himself into an exhausted slumber. Yeah. And then you have 490 years later, which is when he is, cursed by Amarantha.
Yeah, because he doesn't want to be with her.
It's like a little bit before Feyre comes into the picture.
Yeah.
And, he's walking down the hall and his gaze is lingering on his parents' bedroom and that bedroom. And this is basically where I explain why he kind of sealed off that wing. And then it's just like, as much as he wants to cry, he can't seem to summon tears. If he cried for every loss, he would never stop.
Yeah.
And it's like another sentry was killed today. And, it all leads back to losing Alba. And he was 9 when Amarantha began taking a liking to him. When he was 10, she officially began preying on him, and his father used that interest as leverage to gouge favors from her. He was a trade-off, something he has kept close to his chest, something only he and that wretched bitch would ever know now that his family is dead. It lasted until he was 16 and left for the warband. It wasn't a choice. He would have gladly resigned to death itself to get away from her. And then this is when Alice, he lets Alice come in, and there's kind of like a mirrored scene that I have between Alba and Alice at the end, and he's, Tamlin's kind of depressed or whatever, and Alice just comes in with like a cut sandwich for him, and she's like, you look like you haven't eaten today. It was just so cute. And that's kind of how I ended that little prequel, but I'm like, he has a lot of trauma, and like it's literally from birth, and nobody wants to talk about it, but it's there. But anyway, yeah, that was the first prequel. And the second prequel is the Andrus POV prequel, which is 2 years before Feyre gets there. And then the Tamlin and Nova Lauren one, which those two are still in progress. But yeah, that was a really hard prequel to write when I wrote it, but I felt like I had to because I didn't want the fandom to like, I mean, the fandom does ignore it, but I feel like I kind of had to do his trauma justice.
Yeah.
In a way, you know?
Yeah.
I basically just kind of summarized it, but if you want to read it,
I'm
really
gonna
sad.
probably read it and then end up sobbing. Let's move on to a slightly better note. It's a slightly better one because
the way that I love like the drama ones, dude. I have one that I did for Air Suite called Glowheart's Guardian, and it's all the it's all the times that Eris protected Lucian and his mom.
So anyways, on a better note, let's get into the theories that I think you're gonna have about my writing. Specifically with the sense.
Oh no.
Of how, because you have your theories on how people's sense in the actual series relate to each other.
Mm-hmm.
And so in the Aurora and Azriel one, you know, he's got the Nightshade Mist and the Cedar. Mm-hmm. She is not Nightshade Mist, she's Nightshade Air, Apple Trees, and Cinnamon. But she's from Hewn City.
Mm. So she's connected to the Autumn Court then.
To where I got the idea to make the other one. Maybe. Because I was like, huh, she has brown eyes. And one of them is like golden. But it's like heterochromatic. You know, we don't hear about that in this series at all.
Oh, and so okay. What
she's got brown hair, but brown and gold eyes. She has a lot of freckles, but she's on the paler side.
I know.
Do you know?
Is she like Baron's bastard child that was traded to Kier for something because they wanted an alliance?
No, I'll tell you. She and Lucian are a lot closer related than her and any other person at Autumn Court.
Oh, so they're twins?
I'm making her not twins. I'm making her the love child between Helion and Lady Autumn from a second time. But
I was like, twins, sister, something.
Her backstory. So she gets the apple trees from Helion and the cinnamon from Autumn Court, but the Nightshade Air is because she grew up in Hewn City. Because if you notice, most of the characters only have 2 cents.
Yes.
She has 3 because she was... So the way that it is, there's a joke that runs in her family of, your eyes, it's not freakish, you're beautiful, they're unique, but, you know, we found you on our doorstep. Yeah. The way that her parents say it, because they're very loving. Like, for being in Hewn City, they love their daughter. Like, they change their ways. Like, they did. I'm making everybody have loving parents because I have mommy and daddy issues. Let's just put it out there. No one's parents are dead.
Why in the hell would Lady A give her child to Hewn fucking City?
She gave
Helion
Aurora
because they're friends.
Helion, but Helion named her Aurora and gave her to...
Of course it was Helion.
The adoptive parent. Because Aurora, she literally... So I don't have it where it's like, oh yeah, you know, the Aurora lights or whatever. Yeah. I just have it as heavenly lights. That's what her name means. And so... Day Court giving her to Night Court, of course he's going to name her Heavenly Light. And she's going to get with the person of darkness and shadow. And he's going to talk about how she's the bright light that, like, with their dance scene, she, like, you know, she's a shooting star. And, like, so she's the other love child. She and Lucian are full siblings. And so Autumn Court, all of them are her half siblings.
Okay, poor fucking Lucian, because she gets good parents and he got fucking beat and lashed.
There's gonna be a scene where he's like mad at her because I have siblings. Like I'm the oldest of 6. There are sibling rivalries. I'm really good at writing siblings pissed off at each other. And so he's
obviously it's not her fault, but like I feel
he's
like
not gonna yell at her or anything.
Person that's like, why did she deserve that? And I didn't, you know.
But he's not going to yell at her or anything, but they're going to realize, like, over time being with each other, like, around each other in Night Court of just, wow, we're really similar. Wow, why are we so similar? And then Azriel's gonna come in and be like, yeah, you guys are siblings. And then Farrah's gonna jump in and be like, oh my god, are we telling everyone that Helion is Lucian's father now?
Oh, no.
And then it's just gonna be a whole thing of Lucian and Aurora being like, huh? Wait, where? What? And then Aurora's gonna be like, wait, but no, I love my like adoptive parents. And then there's gonna be a whole thing where
he's gonna be like, wow, you must have had so much fun while I was being beaten and lashed to death.
Yeah, but they're gonna be talking about that, and Aurora's gonna be like, well, yeah, I had really good parents, but I grew up in Hewn City. It fucking sucks there. She's gonna trauma dump a little bit, and then she's gonna get into how she was able to heal from the trauma, because she is gonna play like a therapist role for a lot of. She's gonna be like,
I only got out because I was fucking hunted by my brothers.
No, actually, I have it to where her parents were like, hey, why don't you just go live in Valaris? You don't belong in Hewn City. You're too bright for this world that's like this city.
So in your fic, they know about Valaris already?
Because it's after a character tried to be like, hey, let's have Hewn City people go to Valaris. Because this takes place, I have this take place
in
like
the back of war?
4 or 5 years after Nesta's book.
Oh, okay.
So it's been some time.
Right. Okay.
So like they figured out some things like fairy lights, like electricity. They figured out how to use magic to power that stuff, but it's also not draining in any way. By having it running constantly, it's less energy used from the
I feel like all 7 High Lords could do that, because they're literally like, we have to give off magic often or we get blocked up and freak the fuck out and go mental.
Yeah, go crazy. So it's sort of like, But I also have it to where like some people are creating like new inventions and stuff where it's like instead of typical lanterns and all that, they've got it to where it's how in real life, we gradually work our way up cameo. Oh, Nuon's gonna definitely be in it because Lucian's eye's gonna get fucked up.
Oh, not again.
And so,
okay.
So there's gonna be a whole scene
but I felt so bad for him.
There's gonna be a whole scene where Aurora is asking about his eye, and he's like, "Oh yeah, no, I have to like every few months, I have to get it like oiled and stuff. It's metal." And so Nuon comes in, and she's like helping with it, and then she actually ends up meeting Eris that way because it's a whole fucking family thing. And then Baron's like, "What the fuck?" And so then Helion is like, "You know what? Fuck you. I'm taking your wife." And so then there's gonna be a little.
What? Fuck you! I'm taking your son.
It's not gonna be like a fight. Like nobody's gonna die, but Helion is going to beat the fuck out of Baron. And so then Baron's gonna be like, oh well, he's taking my wife and all this other shit. And then every other court except for Autumn is going to be like, actually we're on Helion's side because you beat your wife and kids. And so then Eris is gonna be like, you need to step down or I'm going to kill you.
Yeah.
And so then Baron ends up
we're all going to kill you.
Well, so Baron actually ends up basically banishing himself to the Highburn Island to try and rebuild it. Like, I'm gonna have him be so stupid. I hate that SJM made him a little intelligent.
Do not give him an opportunity to collude with Highburn.
The Adder is going to kill him.
Huh?
The Adder is going to kill him. There are other Adders on the Highburn Island where they're just sort of festering, being like, well, fuck. We can't do anything. We have no one to guide us. He's gonna go there trying to tell him what to do.
I don't know. I kind of feel like Baron
I just need to kill him off so Eris can be the High Lord of Autumn in all of my fics, okay?
No, but I feel like Baron would then turn around and make himself the next king of Highburn.
Oh, he's gonna try to. And then the Adders are gonna be like, well, yeah, but the Adders are gonna be like, no. And so then they're just gonna kill him. And so then the people there
I'd rather no king than you, bitch.
Literally, the people there are like, they have learned how to like sort of coexist with all of these creatures.
Yeah.
And it's just like, oh, okay.
And now he's like, no, you have to listen to me.
Highburn doesn't need to be worried about. It's been like 5 years. Highburn doesn't. There's no queens to worry about. Like, literally, this is just, everybody's getting their lives fucking fixed.
Mm-hmm.
Because if I can't have control over some things in my real life, I need to control...
Me? Too. Okay, why do you think I'm on the 87th chapter of this continuation? Literally a court of love and healing.
No comment. No comment. I'm not. Okay, we are such good friends. I'm biting my tongue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's like I'm really good at writing trauma, which is probably a really bad thing.
Yeah. But no, I mean, it's not difficult to write.
It's hard though, like the Koshi War
because
stuff.
You can take from your real life, but they also look up. I mean, you can look up stuff online for how wars are, and all you have to do is take away the guns, the bombs, all that stuff, and it's like, oh wow, okay, yeah. That's a war right there. I'll just put that into my fantasy.
Yeah.
I have literally this white book right here, Trauma and Recovery. It's about how to deal with complex PTSD after war and being like a prisoner of war where you're interrogated, you have to deal with torture tactics and how to like be able to shower after you got waterboarded. Like it goes into detail and has real life stories so you can actually have the firsthand experience. I'm using all of that stuff.
Koshi War stuff books. Is really like heavy. And I'm like, oh my god, I wrote so much entwining shit for this.
I just don't like writing battles. I've tried writing like sparring scenes.
That's like, what I'm least looking forward to.
I tried having like Aurora be this character that like she can spar, like she can fight. Because I could probably, you know, I mean, I know I can defend myself. I sadly have had to do it, but like I can't translate what I do into that because I don't use knives, I don't use my fists, I have long nails for a reason, and it's very much like, oh, this is a lot of adrenaline, I'm gonna black out. And so then I've tried looking up like different things like jujitsu, stuff like that, and it's just like I don't know how to actually translate that into writing because it's like Cassian's also got like the Illyrians have wings. I don't know how to write where they're like pinning them on their back because then their wings are getting fucked up, but then they have that whole thing of don't let your wings touch the ground. So then it's like, okay, but if you're sparring, does that rule kind of go away? But you also haven't lost the honor because you technically lost a little fight, but it's just a practice. So it means that you're not as good as the person who won. And it's just a whole thing that I don't want to deal with. So I mean, I'll have my characters watch it because it's attractive, but
Cassian just got fucking dragged under Koshi's leg. Because, okay, they were like, all right, so Koshi's old and clever, right?
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, I have females. And everyone's like, oh, he wants females, right? Yeah. And, well, he had the queens, like, infect Azriel, and he's infecting Elaine. But they're like, oh, he wants to infect Cassian the way that he infected Azriel, and we're trying to find a way around this and everything. And so it was basically, Koshi's like, you either come to my lake, or I will kill your mate and your unborn children, because Nesta's pregnant. He's like, I will use your sister to do it. Like, he would have Elaine.
Jesus Christ. Yeah. But that reminds me.
Cassian shows up.
Yeah.
And surprise, surprise, that is not what he wanted Cassian for.
Surprise, surprise.
Surprise, surprise. He wanted Cassian as leverage because now if he dies, he's taking Cassian with him. And it's he's like, so much fire. Let's see how long it lasts. It says, he pulled Cassian into the lake. The cold was instant, not just on his skin, but into his bones. The water dragged him down deeper than it should have gone. It wasn't just water, it was magic, thick and choking. Cassian tried to hold his breath, but then realized he could still breathe. Somehow, air filled his lungs, even as he sank. That's when he understood. Koshi wasn't going to kill him. He was going to keep him for leverage. He was going to torment him until he forgot his own name and used that against his family. Nameless is my price! Cassian screamed, but the sound went nowhere, being immediately eaten up by the blackness. His wings beat in slow motion against the pull of the water, but it was useless. Chains of dark magic wrapped around his body, pulling him down into the dark. He didn't know how far under he was, only that there was no light, no sound, no time. And above him, the surface of the lake smoothed over like nothing had happened. He was gone, taken, trapped beneath the water, alive but not free, waiting for whatever Koshi and the Queen's planned next. Nesta and Rhys had been right, but if this was the price to keep his mate and unborn twins alive, then so be it. He would gladly endure any torment, even death, to ensure their futures. So I see, these are the Easter eggs that I love putting in there, and I always feel really clever. Like, until he doesn't know his name.
Yeah.
I was like, I feel so clever writing this.
So something that makes me feel a little clever. Do you remember how there was that whole bargain thing that Farah and Rhys did with the bone carver about their son?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to be including that. But because the bone carver, like, is dead.
Died.
It's going to be that Nyx has nightmares about it. Where he's got sleep paralysis and all this stuff. And so then Alethea is going to, like, notice, like, he's just really drained and tired all the time. So she's going to be like, hey, you know, I really like running experiments. You're going to sleep on my couch, and I'm going to see what happens to you. Because she's going to be kind of weird. I'm making her, you know, like, really, like, dry humor, sassy, just, like,
scientific.
You know. Yeah, behind closed doors, she's fucking weird.
Yeah.
She does taxidermy, collects taxidermy.
Oh, no.
Reads a lot of books.
No, like basically a dog guy. That's awful.
No, listen. It's gonna be like raccoons and snakes and stuff like that. But basically her and Amryn are gonna get really, like, they're gonna be close. Like, Amryn's gonna love her. because Amren doesn't really like anybody. And so all of a sudden Amren's like, oh yeah, no, she's fucking cool. And so Nyx is kind of going to be like, oh,
okay.
If Amren likes you, then I have to like you. So then it's going to get him to trust her with the whole experiment thing. And she's going to be like, yeah, so you're going to sleep on my couch or cot, whatever the fuck it is for, you know.
Cot, whatever the fuck it is.
And so then, yeah, I can't remember if they call it a couch. And I'm pretty sure they do. But he's going to sleep, and then he's going to have sleep paralysis and stuff. And so she's going to figure out different ways to wake him up. Ends up using smelling salts, where he starts gagging, and he's just like, why would you put it that close to my nose? Because it's a little bottle, and she puts it right at his nose rather than a little bit away.
Yeah.
Because she's like, oh, I don't know how to use this. Right up the nose, basically. And so then he's just gagging and being like, why would you do that? And she was like, because I couldn't wake you up. And so then she's going to be like, yeah, you were talking about, like, this Carver and, like, this other stuff. And he's just going to be like, oh, yeah, I don't know what that's about. They're going to go to Reese and Farrah.
Ugh.
Reese is going to try to lie. And then Farrah's going to be like,
he lies about fucking everything.
Yeah. Farrah's going to be acting weird. And so Nyx is going to be like, hey, Mom, why are you acting like that? Why are you being weird? And so then Farrah's going to be like, I can't lie to our child. I can't. I genuinely cannot do it. And so then she's going to talk about the Bone Carver stuff. And I'm actually going to, like, you know, get the book out and just, like, use the lines in that to call back to it. And then Nyx is going to be like, oh, that's great. You promised my soul to a deity that's no longer here.
I mean, Farrah could even literally show him in her mind.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of doing.
Yes.
Because I feel like if it's a flashback, it really wouldn't be considered plagiarism, you know?
Yeah, if it's in quotes, yeah.
Yeah, like italicized, that sort of thing. But yeah, no, I was thinking of doing that because it's like, because I've read some, like, Nyx fanfics, not the ones where he's still a baby, or like the ones where he's not aged up, and like that's why I'm making it to where it's been a good few centuries, because I want to make sure it's clear.
Yeah, he's in his 20s in my fic, so.
Yeah, I mean, I have him, you know, older,
on my Nyx and Rosie fic.
Like the parents are like 700 years old, because I'm just like, I really don't want to, I don't want anyone to read it and be like, oh, so is he like
okay, dude, at that point, Baron should be fucking bones. Like, he's already fucking 1100. Right?
Oh yeah, in that fic, yeah, no, he's dead. He died of, like, heart problems.
Natural.
Like, no, I'm gonna have him go out in the most, like, mortal way possible. His heart just fucking stopped. Like, and it's gonna be something
sure Lady A had nothing to do with that.
Oh yeah, definitely. She doesn't grow belladonna or anything in her garden. Yeah, I'm actually also going to get her and Elaine to be really close together since
oh my god, yes,
Lucian's mate. And it's going to be, oh yeah, so Lucian, you know how your mate does gardening? I've been doing that since before I got with Baron.
Right.
I've always gardened. And so she's going to be, her and Elaine are basically going to garden together.
Yeah. I had her like really like baking too.
Yeah. Which would also be fitting since Elaine did the baking with Nuala and Saradwin. But yeah, no, I also have it to where so Baron gets killed off. Helion, Reese, and is the Winter Court one Thiessen? No. No, Thiessen is yeah. I have them really close.
Yeah.
So the two Solars plus Winter. And then I have it to where the other seasonals are pretty close. Tamlin is besties with Azriel and Eris. Morrigan, fuck off to Valahan. Like, in one of them, she's a betrayer, and then the other ones, she just stays in Valahan.
But you still have Amren?
Yeah, because Amren is so fucking funny to me.
She's funny, but she's like a fucking bitch.
Yeah, but I have it to where Varian is, like, helping her.
Well, that is true. Yeah.
So she learns how to cope with sex.
I kid you not.
I have literal dialogue where she's being bitchy, and Varian's like, hey, do we need to go back to your place? And she's like, yeah. And so they just leave, and everyone's just kind of like, oh, okay, she's getting laid. Okay, have fun. We'll see.
I literally think I only have like 2 scenes of Amren in this fic because because
the thing is, I
don't know what to do with her.
I find it so interesting that in Crescent City we see that Reese looks to her for stuff. So it's like, I really want that, but not just Reese looking to her. I want everyone to sort of go to her as just like, hey, you're old, give advice. I mean, so then at some point in the Alethea and Nyx one, which actually I named Prince of Night and the Eternal Flame.
Makes sense.
It's adorable. It rolls off the tongue, okay? But in that one, I have it to where she's actually going to get mad at everyone for asking her advice. And she's going to be like, I'm old. Stop asking me for things. Let me live like I'm your age, please. I understand.
And I think she did actually like lose her godliness or whatever.
Oh yeah, she doesn't have her godliness anymore.
But she has like just a normal Fae power. And so
I have her just being an alcoholic who likes
she realizes she can fucking levitate. So that's fun. And so
Spider monkey.
Because her actual form, she used to be able to fly.
Yeah, because she was like that dragon type. She can
levitate. And I had like one fucking scene of like Varian helping her train that. And like she never came back yet.
What do you mean she never came back? Like in Harry Potter, she floated away?
No, she's there among them.
She's just like living her own life, sort of.
No, she's like training with Varian in the background. Basically. And because they have too much sex for me to put on page. I just, Oh,
I don't. That's the thing. So it's weird. I like to read smut.
Yeah.
I like understanding like how certain authors like come up with some of these ideas.
But too much is like too much.
But I will never write it. I will write. That's the thing. I will write like a Jane Austen kiss, where it's just a face grab and just hunger and like. But the thing is, I can write a lustful kiss and an intimate one. I can't do actual smut. Like, there's not even going to be closed door. It's just going to be the reader assumes they're having sex because of the like.
I do some of that, but most of the ones that I write is like more like softer smut. But then I have like one pretty heavy chapter of Evolution, and then I have one pretty heavy chapter.
I've tried. I tried writing Tamlin smut.
See,
and you know what? Hold on.
For some reason, that is the easiest to write.
Honestly,
I had Briar fucking holding his horns like.
Oh, so he has horns during it, huh?
Well, basically, because they're mates,
there's a title
he gets
for that.
Pretty primal. And
so good. You don't have them because so one of the things I don't like is like when authors write smut, they'll either make the characters extremely top or extremely bottom. There is no like switch, and it's like, hey,
he's literally in the chapter. He's both. So
that's exactly how it should be done. Because I mean, getting into it, real life,
on his horns, like he's loving it.
Yeah, in real life, it really depends on the person.
Yeah.
But if you're Fae, I'm assuming you know exactly what you like, so you probably like most things.
Yeah.
Especially if he has horns.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
There are specific titles for that type of person. Mm-hmm. You like the monsters, huh?
So
I can't say shit though. I have so much basically.
When I was writing this chapter, I saw someone's art on, I think it was Tumblr. And I asked them if I could use it, like, to promote the chapter.
Yeah.
And I have to send it to you on Instagram because it's literally them. It's fucking hilarious. Like exactly how like I wrote it. And yeah, I mean, Tamlin, we know that he likes to go to town. But she was holding on for dear life. And it was just
speaking of Tamlin fanfics, I have one that's not like Tamlin, but it takes place like the first couple chapters of Spring Court. And it gets into the people who were behind the scenes in ACOTAR. The ones that got hidden by the Glamour. People. And so it's like people that like did schooling stuff with Tamlin and all that. So the character Visme, she was Andros's mate. But they hadn't confirmed the bond yet. So he
like Aleutian and Jesmond.
And there's a flashback where he died. She knew it. And she was the one who told Tamlin, hey, Andros is fucking dead. And she like put her hands on her High Lord basically. And was just like, you killed my mate. And so then Farah comes in and she's just like, I hate this bitch. I hate her. Never liked her. And then like years later, Visme ends up going to the Night Court for Starfall, because what the courts end up doing, Baron's dead, and like there's a bunch of turnover and stuff. Yeah. But what the courts do is they send like a little group of people of just to like celebrate the different court, like Starfall, Winter Solstice in those courts. So that way it's like just sort of like a peace treaty type thing between the courts. And so Visme is the only one who wanted to actually go to Starfall. Everyone else was like, nah, we don't trust Night Court still. And Visme's like, you know what? I'm mad at Farah for Andros dying, and I'm mad at Tamlin for dying. I have been avoiding being at court, like one of the
what I just sent you
in spring
on Instagram.
Like she was just hiding out in, oh dear God, hiding
Right?
And you didn't have to censor it?
It's on the first slide. What are you talking about? Did it not?
No. So, okay, with Instagram, typically with the like bigger accounts, even on the image itself, you have to like censor. And it.
No, I did not.
It's so.
He was going to town.
All right. Okay. So for the people who aren't looking at her Instagram, there's a lot of veins. There's like 3 or 4 veins just protruding. And his antlers, that's what they are. They're not horns, those are antlers.
Yeah, she drew them as antlers, but they're horns on my fic, yeah.
They're big. And it seems that the horns to appendage comparison is the same as Illyrian wingspan to appendage comparison.
I know I was a little upset that she drew them as antlers, but it's okay.
Anyways, Visme goes to like Starfall, and she actually gets into like an argument with Farah over Andros dying, and then she ends up being like, you know what? I'm actually not even mad at you. I've been mad at Tamlin this whole time because he sent my mate. He knew we were going to be doing the mating ceremony and all this other stuff, and he sent my mate.
Wait till she finds out that Rhys set it all up by being the shadow behind Farah.
That's the thing. That actually does end up happening, and so Visme's like, I hate all of you. I don't want to, end myself because I hate all of you. I'm going to lose my fucking mind. And so Azriel ends up coming in and being like, hey, cool it. Like, this is my family. Yeah. I'm not going to get territorial or anything like how we've seen him before. Like, he's like, hey, talk it out. And so then they get into why they're both mad at their courts and stuff. And so get this, they end up being in day court with Helion, Lucian, and Elaine. And day court ends up kind of having a bit of animosity with night, spring, and autumn until Baron dies. And then actually Eris doesn't take over because he ends up going to be with Nuon because he just sort of deflects. So then the other brothers like fight it out and stuff. And so then it ends up being like, I think I named one of the other brothers, but like not the one directly younger than Eris, but the next one after that. So like the third oldest ends up being the High Lord, killing off all his other brothers. And then he's like, we're just fully restarting everything. So then Autumn Court just fully falls. Like it has a lot of political problems. And I have a 13-page outline for it. And so I've rewritten
the
it
names
7
that
times.
I had for the Autumn brothers were Eris, Tristan, Patrick, Solace, Eric, Kellen, and Lucian. And Patrick and Solace are dead. But I thought it was funny because the one after Eris is Tristan, and this was before I read Crescent City.
Oh my gosh. Oh, that I had the brother who takes over Autumn Court named Silas.
That makes sense. I had Solace, you had Silas.
Yeah.
But so I had Patrick and Solace be the ones that Tamlin and Lucian killed. So I actually, though, I kind of have a little bit of a headcanon, like the brother like right above Lucian. Yeah. Like kind of just goes along with the evil of the other two.
Yeah, he's just kind of like, I should probably do this so I don't get killed. Yeah.
But yeah, no, I thought it was funny because like, so Tristan, Kellen, and Lucian. So Tristan ends in A-N, Kellen ends in O-N, and Lucian ends in E-N.
Oh my god.
And then Eris, Solace is both the same. And then just Patrick and just Patrick. Yeah. By the third son, they weren't really caring about names.
Yeah. With the Tamlin fics that I have, I used the same character name for those, and it's a half human, half fae named Zephyr. And her father was the fae, and like he didn't know she existed. And he ends up being from Summer Court. He's like one of the merchants there. So he's not technically from there. He's more from the continent, but he took residence in Summer.
I have a whole list of people that I like named.
I need to actually do that because then I can use the other names and stuff as like, hey, so while this is going on, this is what's happening over here. Because I want it to all happen around the same time.
So I have like Serlin for Tamlin's dad, Rosalie for his mom, Kaelin and Duncan for his brothers, Reinard for Rhys's dad, Darcy for Rhys's mom, Novalyn Lauren for his sister, Aurelia for Lady A, Layla for Azriel's mom, Tienan for Azriel's dad, Marina for Gwen's mom, Jared for Emery's childhood best friend, Vion for Thesen's lover, Lily for Briar's best friend, Tillian for Helion's twin brother, that's in my fic. Thea and Elior were Helion's like lovers. Lucilia was Aurelia's twin sister.
Oh my goodness.
Nora was her other sister. Winter with a Y was Vivian and Callius's baby. And then we have Nostra Sprudius, who are canon, Tarquin's cousin, previous High Lord, and then the other cousin. And then I had Irwin as Callias's father in the previous High Lord. Amber is Mor's girlfriend, and Karis is Eris's dead twin.
Oh wow!
And Eridesia is Tarquin's mate.
Ooh!
And she's actually a spring water sprite.
What did you have Azriel's father's name as?
Tynan.
I had his father's
name. Depends on
how
you say it.
I had his father's name as Tiberius.
Why? Like, what? That's so funny.
Tiberius, and then his mother's name was Evangeline.
Yeah, Tyna.
And then the stepmother's name is
that bitch.
The stepmother's name was
I did last names too. I gave everybody last names too.
I actually did. I can't remember the stepmom's name, but I actually did last names based off of like how last names in the real world are, like based off jobs.
Oh, I did them based off of
like a stonemason is,
So like for Tamlin, I did Demeteri because like Demeter spring.
Yeah. Do you want to be careful with that though, because that is also close to Daimati.
Kinda, yeah. And then Reese was Astria, Cassian was Tyr, Azriel was Erebus, Morrigan was Abaddon, Emery was Bardsley, Briar's Laverne, Balthazar is Lane, Jurian Barn, Vasa Moravia, Nuon Akira, and Callias Noel.
I have Aurora's last name is Leander, the poet who drowned. For love.
Oh.
Yeah. So I have it to where she's like gonna drown in starlight. So she's gonna become like I'm gonna have a whole thing where like there's some festival or something and just something happens and it's like she becomes overwhelmed and stuff and it's like the only thing she can really pay attention to is the starlight. And so then Azriel has to like use his shadows to like help her. Because she's healed, she's coping, but sometimes there are those moments where it's just like this is too much to handle.
Yeah. I have like all the second gen too. It's crazy. I have like a random Spring Court family. I have Lucian and Elaine's future kids. I have actually, I don't think did I tell them this before? I don't remember if I told the other girls, but by the end of my fic, I'm going to have Lady A and Helion have a daughter.
I have a whole book that I'm working on where I wrote down a bunch of like baby names that I like, and I'm writing down all of their meanings.
Yeah.
I also remembered what I named the stepmother of Azriel, Medalia. It means mediate and negotiate. Ugh. Because a stepmother, she's the second wife.
She was not good enough to even put in my fic. I hated her so much.
And then I named his brother. Actually, the stepbrother's names on this list too. I have where are they? Cato and Bronte. But that's also because I like Charlotte Bronte. So the Bronte sisters.
All right, welcome back everybody to part 2 of Fanfiction Friday on Sunday. I mean, actually, it will be a Sunday when I post this because we post episodes on Sundays. And so we did a writing sprint today.
Yes.
And I finished chapter 87.
I don't understand how you get so many chapters. But I didn't start actually formatting things into chapters until a couple years ago. And then it's to the point where it's like, I just want to write and then format. Because I started,
I compartmentalize.
You do a very good job of that. But with me, ever since I've started doing chapters, my brain just stops writing. Where it's just like, okay, well now I'm at this point. What the fuck? But if I were to not have chapters or anything,
my book, but not my fanfic, it's so weird.
If I were to just not focus on chapters or anything, if I were to just write, there was this one that I did. I'd have to find it.
Yeah.
But I had 347 pages. Single space, like just, Times New Roman, size 12, like very basic. And I have no idea where it is.
Just went with it.
But I literally 300 something pages in 2 months because I was just writing every day. And that was when I was in high school too. Yeah. So it's like,
it's actually really funny, the progression of my fanfic, because I was so used to like writing Sherlock stuff. So I was in the Sherlock fandom for about 8 years. So I was super deep into that fandom and theories and all that
so
stuff.
Much sense. You're like Sherlock with all of the fandom stuff. Oh my gosh, that makes
my dad's a detective, dude. Like, and I was obsessed with Nancy Drew as a kid too.
I loved Nancy Drew.
But like, so I was super into that, and I did 99 fanfics for the Sherlock fandom.
I thought you were gonna say pages, and then I was gonna be like, oh wow, that's nice.
Fanfic.
99 separate fanfics for the Sherlock Holmes fandom.
Yes.
Just to clarify.
Yes.
Which
for the Sherlock 2010 TV show.
I was going to say, which Sherlock iteration are we talking? Because I don't think you mean the original.
No.
You mean the Benedict Cumberbatch?
Yes.
Smash.
99, I know.
Oh,
99. And I actually feel really bad because there's a couple of them that I did not finish that were pretty popular. My bad.
Are they on AO3?
They are. I have a separate username for them.
What is it? Because I need to read them.
It's all separated with underscores, but it's I am completely Sherlocked. That's also the name of my Sherlock.
I mean, this is
Instagram account.
That you. Oh, sweet. I'm saying this as your friend. This is so fucking basic. So basic. That's even. I mean,
okay,
that's also coming.
Fair,
that's coming from someone who has.
Okay, at the peak of the Sherlock fandom, do you understand how hard it was trying to find a username that wasn't used?
Well, I mean, yeah.
It was difficult, so I had to hold
my
on to that shit.
on Instagram, Dreamin' of the Stars with the underscore between of and the. For everybody listening, back in when did I actually create that Instagram? I think I created it in like 2018.
Still have my Sherlock account. Hold on.
And I got so lucky that I'm able to use it on YouTube and TikTok.
At the height of the fandom, I had like almost 10K followers on it, but people dropped off. I have like 2,000 now.
Yeah,
because people deleted their accounts and shit. But like,
I got really lucky with mine. But actually, I made my username because of just to get into ACOTAR a little bit so we can segue into fanfiction. Yeah. I created my username because I loved the idea of the Night Court. But even back then, there was a lot of questionable things. I just didn't know how big the fandom was because I wasn't online until this past year.
Whether or not you like my Sherlock fanfics is wholly going to be dependent on who you shipped. So just so you know.
Let me give you a hint. No, let me give you a hint. With Harry Potter, I read Draco and Harry and Draco and Hermione. So who do you think I ship with Sherlock?
Yeah, I know. And I was totally against your people. Totally against your people.
I will still read it anyway.
Furiously against
because, I mean, mine can be changed. So I'm going to read it anyways. But I'm also going to send you audio notes and be like, hey, it'd be better with this ship. What?
It'll be so fucking funny because, okay, I wrote this from 2015. Yeah, I got into it in 2013. So 2015 to 2022.
I turned 12 in 2013. Oh my god. That was the year one of my siblings was born. No, that was the year 3 of my siblings were born.
Yeah, we know.
Hey, that's not that much of a difference.
Yeah.
Putting it like that, we're still
from the age of 17 to the age of 26. I was writing these fanfics, so it would actually be fucking hilarious if we did a segment where you just fucking reviewed the shit.
Oh, you mean how we had that one clip where I did the live reaction of the Nessian bonus deleted chapter, whatever it was?
Yeah.
And I was horrified.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that sounds like a great idea because of how animated of a person I am.
Yeah. And there's just so many AUs that I could already tell are not going to be your jam. It's
honestly,
but
I'll read anything at this point.
I did a really nice in memoriam fanfic for Mrs. Hudson.
Oh,
she died in real life. That one I remember.
Really sweet.
Yeah. I want to say my very first Sherlock fanfic, which I don't remember if I copied it onto AO3. I don't remember. My very first one was on Wattpad. And okay, wait for it.
Most of my reading was done on Wattpad growing up.
It was so popular at the time. And I felt like a celebrity.
Yeah.
And that's why I continued writing. I moved on to AO3, but that's why I continued writing fanfics because people were fucking obsessed with it. It was just this random fucking idea that I had one day where I was just like, what would happen if Mycroft had a secret child?
Mycroft having it?
Yeah. So
I'm not
made a
fanfic of
that. I made a fanfic of it where Sherlock had to figure out that this girl was Mycroft's kid, and she was obviously just like them, had the same mind as them, and was like kidnapped by Moriarty and all this shit. It was a pretty damn good fucking fanfic, if I do say so myself. As a 17-year-old.
As a 17-year-old
who had just gotten into the fandom.
If I'm gonna be doing live reactions to your stuff, I'm gonna have to
look at
myself. I'm gonna have to force myself to think, okay, she was 17. What was I like at 17? And then I'll be able to be like, oh yeah, no, this is great. This is good.
Let me look this up real quick.
The first fan fiction I ever wrote was actually a Tamlin fan fiction, where he got with Immortal, but it was actually before the whole Briar thing came into play. So I actually made her basically look like Briar, but with green eyes. Because I was like, I want their babies to have green eyes. And then I tried writing smut into it. And this was when I was like 16, 17.
I have 4 Wattpad accounts. I forgot.
I have maybe 1 Wattpad account, but I don't use it anymore because everything's behind paywall.
Yeah. Well, I have, the ACOTAR one, but I don't really copy and paste all of them on there. Only like I've done a few. And then I have the Sherlock one. I have a Nancy Drew one from the TV show a couple years ago.
Oh, honestly, that TV show is one of my guilty pleasures.
I do you remember anybody else who loved that show?
Do you remember the movie?
Which one?
It was when there's more than one. I only remember the one where they were in the dead actress's house. Where like her and her father moved into a new house and it was like a gated mansion.
And there was like
the little Nancy Drew movie
with the
yeah.
Oh, okay.
And it like had the projector and she was like, oh, that's what's causing the ghost or like something like that. And
yeah,
I'd have to look it up, but that's the only movie that I remember there being.
Oh, okay.
But I've read all of the Nancy Drew books.
Yeah, me too.
My favorite is the Lilac Inn. I don't
remember them because I was a kid when I read all of them.
I have the first 10 because that's the only space I have.
Well, I was really upset with the TV show at first for changing Bess and George so much.
Yeah.
But the more that I watched it, I loved like the supernatural element to it.
Yes.
I was obsessed with that. I honestly,
I actually didn't find the TV show until after like Riverdale had come out because I loved the Archie comics. Yeah. And I read so many Archie fanfics. Okay. And I was like, oh my God, Riverdale. It's basically
I
a TV
didn't watch
fan
that,
fiction.
but I heard that they changed that a lot too.
So the first like 2 seasons is pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
It's about like murder mystery and like it's really dark and good.
Yeah.
But then it starts getting into it starts getting way too heavy with drugs and gangs. Yeah. And then it gets into witchy stuff, which I know a lot of people might not be into. Mm-hmm. I sort of liked it until a comet hit the town, and then they went back to the 50s, and Betty went up.
I heard about that.
Yeah. Betty goes up to someone and is like, yeah, so like me and Veronica and Archie and Jughead have like foursomes. What? This is the 50s and you're saying this. What? And then it's like fast forwarding to present time, and it's like her and maybe Jughead's kid taking her back to Riverdale, and then she's like, they're parked at the diner or something, and she just dies in the car. And then just the series is over. So the last season doesn't exist for me.
Yeah.
Past like the first 2 episodes.
I was so upset when they canceled Nancy Drew because I loved that show so much. And it had a really big following too. I don't understand why they canceled it. Yeah. I know that they're like, oh, we want all these new shows. And it's like most of the new shows they put out after that didn't last a season.
That's the thing. They're
like,
taking off so many old shows that are good. Like Supernatural's not going to be on
getting
Netflix
rid of
after
them
December.
For new shit that no one cares about.
Yeah. And then they're keeping things like Grey's Anatomy still going. It's on like season 18.
I know.
Which Supernatural was really good at continuing up past the pandemic.
Yeah.
But like Grey's Anatomy? Are there really that many people into it?
I watched it until COVID. And then I was like, it lost me.
I tried to watch it. I got through like the first 2 seasons.
Yeah.
I tried reading some like fan fiction on it too, just to see like, okay, what's the fandom like? And then I was like, you know what? This is not for me.
I'm not watching type of person way after like the husband had died and stuff. So I literally
I also have seen so many clips online that I basically know how the show goes.
Yeah. But I have so I was like logging into Wattpad. Apparently I have like all 4 of these accounts, and I have like I have the ACOTAR one, I have the Sherlock one, and then what the fuck is happening? Hold on. The Sherlock one, and then I have like a personal one.
Oh,
apparently.
Interesting.
I think that was probably from the book that I originally started writing and then like put to the wayside. But I have one for Nancy Drew because I did like a cute little one shot based off a Taylor Swift song, and then
that sounds really cool. Nancy Drew would definitely be a Swiftie.
Yeah, and then it was like All Too Well, the 10-minute version. I think I did like that because from day fucking one I shipped Nancy and Ace 100%
definitely
day one. So
I know in the
again
books,
the Wattpad and the Instagram Nace's Endgame, like
I know that the books have her and Ned, you know.
Yeah.
And it's fitting for the time frame that the books are from and all
Ace
that.
Was so awesome. I loved
him. But like sometimes it's okay to change things up a little bit.
Yeah. So I have 2 one-shots. And so again, I started a fanfic and I didn't finish it, but it was called The Misplaced Order of Events, and it was basically her kind of in that like that mind thing that happened during the show.
Yes.
So it was basically her trapped in that mind thing where her life was playing out as an alternate universe where she was Lily Hudson.
That also sounds like a few Benedict Cumberbatch Sherlock Holmes episodes.
Instead of Nancy Drew. So it was basically her living life as Lily Hudson and basically not being able to place why kind of everything in her life felt like off or different or like something was missing.
Yeah.
So I got like 5 chapters in, I think.
Hey, that's better than some. They'll get like 100 chapters in, and then they just don't upload for 16 years, and then it's like, great, did you actually get hit by a bus?
The last chapter was February of 2022, because then in March I read ACOTAR.
Yeah.
Oops. My bad.
Wait, so you read ACOTAR that recently?
Yeah.
Oh,
because I made my poetry account beginning of 2022, because before that it was all Sherlock stuff and Drew stuff, and everyone was like, you should just read this series. You should just read this series. I was like, fine, I'll read this series.
Yeah, that's actually a little crazy. Yeah, it's life-changing for you. And it, all this stuff is picked up in the past few years. But for me, I read it when it got published.
Yeah. So
like I because I still have my original trilogy, including Mist and Fury, you know what? I can actually show it. I can finally show. I'm going to make a reel at some point of it. This is just the first half of Mist and Fury in this binder. The binding fell apart twice. This is the original cover that I painted on because I was bored. But I did a rainbow as like the background because, the rainbow. That's actually one of the things that really drew me to loving the Night Court.
Yeah.
And then I just did a bunch of swirls and stuff because I had anxiety a lot in high school. And so that's just what I draw. But yeah, I have it all in like the clear. We're going to show off some of my old annotations from my first read through. But this is all the stuff that I based like the fanfic off back then. And there are so many discrepancies. Why does she change everything? Amarantha had black hair.
Yeah, I posted about that the other day.
I saw that and I wanted to mention it to you. Like, I'm pretty sure I have it in one of the OG books.
Yeah,
like, hey, was black hair.
Okay, I'm so pissed off because the book that I had from the box set had her have the black hair. And the janitor at work, who was a female, she was like, oh, you're really into these books. Like, can I try reading them? Like, can I borrow your first one or whatever? And I was like, yeah, sure, whatever. Big mistake, because she fucking destroyed it. And she's like, I bought you a new one to replace it.
Yeah.
Which, it is not the same. It's not even the same size as the one from the box set. So now I have ACOTAR and ACOSF, which are taller than the 3 middle paperbacks that I have, which piss me off now.
Yeah, no, I get that. I also don't like that she changed the covers because I still have the original indie cover of Frost and Starlight. I might not like this book.
I have the original hardcovers.
I'm
all of them.
So mad.
All of them.
Actually, I never got a hardcover of this.
I should check
when it was the original
hardcover to see if that one has the black hair.
I have Court of Thorns. I actually also put some cute stickers on it because I like to make my books mine because I have certain copies that no one gets. But actually, when I rescued my cat Penelope, I was annotating this because I had already read through it.
I literally can't write in books for my life.
I even have little tabs like meets Tamlin.
Nope, that's what Kindle stuff is for. I didn't have a Kindle at this point. Desecrate my books.
That's why you see.
I didn't have a Kindle either. I just had the app on my phone.
I have 2 hardcover copies, and then some of them, like Mist and Fury, I have 4 paperbacks. Because like this is my annotation hardcover over here. which I've drawn on and stuff. Nobody's gonna borrow it. Nobody's gonna read it except for specific people. Then I have paperbacks where it's like, I'll lend this out to you. If you destroy it,
I can't wait.
I have a bunch of others.
I
even have a tab though
to receive your birthday gift.
Honestly, I'm so excited.
It's custom made.
Oh, sweet Lord, how much money did you spend?
And it doesn't matter.
Yeah, don't ever answer that question, because all it's gonna do is guilt trip me into spending more.
Don't ask.
Exactly. If I do ask,
yeah,
don't answer.
I'm excited.
Oh my gosh. But I even have tabs that are like where the spring court estate is described.
First of all, I literally thrive off gift giving. It is literally like a fatal flaw.
I can tell.
It is a fatal flaw. Like, I'm giving them like Halloween fall baskets and huge giant, like literal giant boxes of like Christmas stuff and really nice birthday gifts and stuff like that. But I got each of you a customized something for your birthdays, upcoming birthdays. I was going to say 2026, but
no, this is the copy that. Well, that's weird. Okay, weird thing. OG said black. Now it says red.
She did fix them.
This says red gold.
Yeah.
This is from 2015. This says red gold.
No, there's two instances. There's red gold and then there's black.
No, I'm talking about
back. So the first editions went out and then she went back, edited it because they found it. And then she
what I'm saying is that, like, with the graphic audio, it says red. It doesn't say red gold. It just says red. The newer paperbacks, they say just red. Like blood red, not red gold. Which also, what does red gold look like?
I thought it said red gold hair and then blood red gown.
It says red gold hair was neatly braided and woven through her golden crown, the deep color enriching her snow white skin. It set off her ruby lips.
Yeah.
Her ebony eyes shone.
Black eyes. See? Told you.
Black eyes on a black throne.
Yep. And then she picked lint off her blood red gown later on. I specifically remembered that because I was like, so she picks lint, Reese picks lint. She calls Feyre darling. Reese calls Feyre darling. It actually doesn't say
anything about her dress.
Later on, probably.
The red marble floor.
Hold on, I will pull it up.
In the graphic audio, it just says marble
lab
floor.
Too, because you can literally just search like a term and it'll bring it. Yes.
Well, that this is supposed to be
Two trials lie behind you, Amarantha said, picking at a fleck of dust on her blood red gown.
Oh, yeah, that's
hair
after the first trial.
A gleaming crimson river that threatened to swallow her golden crown.
Yeah, I'm looking at the first introduction of it rather than that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what page was that on, or what chapter?
That was chapter 34. It was near the end when she finally meets
red gold. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, she did fix it. Her red gold hair was braided and woven through the golden crown. Yeah. That's where it used to be black hair.
Yeah, but I remember
and also
black
black
hair.
Rock throne. That's fucking Wordstone, guys. She's
a fucking that's the thing. In the official ACOTAR coloring book, the throne is made of bones.
I know.
Like, they have the throne and the pillars
because whoever did it, I think they mistook Amarantha's throne for Highburn's, because Highburn's is made of bones, which sucks. But But anyway, I pulled up my Sherlock Wattpad.
Oh, good lord. Oh, good lord.
Chapter 1 was posted Thursday, November 20th, 2014. That was a lot earlier.
I hope people are watching this, not just listening, so they can just see how I turned to look at you. Because, oh lord, the amount of things happening in that year alone. And, oh my god, I think I've read that.
Did you?
Oh my god, that looks really familiar. I'm pretty sure I've read that.
Hold on.
That looks so familiar. I'm pretty sure I read that in high school. It was a little later, like 2016.
The adventure began at Holmes.
We were destined to meet.
Oh my god, no! I've literally not found somebody in the wild that has read this.
In the wild, yeah. I'm just a creature on the loose.
No, you have no idea how crazy
I because hope you edit that.
This was my first bout of writing ever since like middle school school assignments. Like,
oh good lord.
It is probably awful. It has almost 38,000 reads on Wattpad.
And I was like 3 of them. I'll be honest. I saw that cover and I was just like, oh my God, yeah, that was one of my I'm depressed and I need to be happy about a hot guy. Like I couldn't have boyfriends, so I had to have fictional ones.
I should literally just go back over it at some point and just edit the shit.
Oh my gosh, that's also back. I wasn't even allowed to be like on the internet or have. So if my family listens to this, yes, I broke rules. I was on Wattpad. Do not let my siblings get on Wattpad.
Yeah, right. Okay, okay. Listen to this summary though, because how awesome was I? Sadie Holmes discovers that she is the daughter of Mycroft and the niece of Sherlock Holmes, but when she goes to meet them, she is forced into an adventure and discovers just how much of a Holmes she really is.
Oh my lord.
38,000 fucking people read this.
Yeah. You reading that out loud, literally like I just got sent back. I'm literally I just pictured myself at school.
And then of course, like
on my
classic
laptop.
2014 when everybody was like writing the little like biddies like under the thing. It was like, please comment and tell me if you like it. Constructive criticism welcome with a little smiley face.
Or a little heart. And then later on there's a note being like, yeah, so guys, I got hit by a bus. Sorry there was no chapter updates. And then everyone in the comments is like, oh my gosh, it's okay. Are you good? And then you don't hear anything.
I have to say though, for being 17, this
were actually
was not as bad as it could have been. I even adopted like the way that they would talk in the show, which was kind of fun.
Honestly, but, like, even now, I look at my stuff and I'm like, did I ever actually outgrow how I wrote in high school? And then I go to read the stuff I wrote in high school. Like, I have one of my favorite essay assignments that I did because we had to do an explicatory essay between like different poetry and stuff. And so I went above and beyond. I compared and contrasted Walt Whitman and Emily Dickinson and created my own poetry from it. And like, I still have that essay, so I'll go back and read it. And like, I do write how I used to, but then it's like, oh no, but I was actually really good at writing back then, so it's okay.
I was wrong. Okay, so it like showed you the last 3. The first chapter that I actually posted was July of 2013.
Yeah, and then there's me who didn't post until like a couple months ago because you told me to.
And this is my story dedicated to my amazing Instagram follower.
I have actually posted my stuff before. I have. I was on.
I want to read the fucking comments.
Oh, good lord. I haven't posted fan fiction until this year, but
yeah,
I actually did like collabs and stuff on Young Writers Society, which I still have my account on there.
Yeah.
I met a couple of my like still long-term friends there. Yeah. And on Hello Poetry.
Mycroft Frickfracked.
Oh my gosh. But I was on Hello Poetry, which right now they're having, I mean, for God knows how long, they've been having so many problems with the logins that the people I've met on there that
I want to know what your username was. Did you ever comment?
On Wattpad?
Yeah.
Oh, I was a guest. I didn't have an actual... Not until I was like 18.
God damn it. It would have been so much better if you had commented at one point.
I didn't have an email to like set up until I was like 16 or 17. It was my school email. Oh, man. But then I had stuff posted on All Poetry. I actually still have my stuff on All Poetry.
Yeah.
It's a nice one. I
posted a good chunk of my Sherlock fanfics on here. Not all of them, but a good chunk of them.
Apparently on All Poetry, I'm a level 2 Emerald Cat.
Okay.
Oh, it's because I've gotten 11 comments. I've gotten rated comments. I have over 8 poems.
I don't even remember half of these. Holy shit.
I remember all of these.
I was doing one-shots. I was doing one-shots all the fucking time. All these random shit. Oh, I had one about that I didn't finish. I did one chapter of one that I never fucking finished. It was about Rosie. Rosie and John and Mary. I started one about Molly's childhood that I did one fucking chapter of. My bad. But most of them are like one shots. And then I did like Flufftober 2021, all 31 days. I love that.
Good lord.
Yes, Rest in the Sweetest Peace, Mrs. Martha Hudson. That was the In Memoriam one. And it was 10 chapters.
Wow.
I did like a sexy one about
I didn't do chapters for the longest time. Like
Rain or Shine was my second one. And
you wrote that one?
I did. Did you hate it? It was kind of.
I didn't hate it, but
it
did
was not.
This is my first time ever admitting I ever read it. This is my first time ever admitting I ever read it. I didn't hate it. Let me just say that again.
It was not great.
But it was not a conversation topic with anybody that I ever talked about fanfiction with my entire young life.
I love that you're like, oh, I'm like a closet
I'm actually
girly.
I'm actually like fangirling right now because one of the people whose fanfictions I read is now like my best friend. Oh my like I'm actually like, oh my god, I'm where I want to be in life for the most part. And now we get to fangirl over a completely different fucking fandom.
How do you think
for everybody listening, we're both probably gonna cry. We're both in our feels now. I'm fangirling.
Oh my god, I'm sweating now.
You know what? That is a different kind of crying than I was gonna.
Oh, yeah.
I had this one Tamlin fanfic.
That was a really hard fic for me, though. I had writer's block like most of the time. I barely remember.
I have writer's block every day. Oh yeah, those books that I need to read this month. I've tried picking them up. I will open it to the first page, and then I'm just like, nope, I'm actually going to write about Azrael instead. Like,
I'm actually really curious, though. Like, are there any that you, like, specifically remember?
Of yours? I don't think so, because you're saying the names, and then I'm like, oh my god, yeah, I read that.
Yeah.
I
did the one about...
So I read Manacled as it was being published.
That's so funny.
Like, I was an OG fan.
The OG.
Which, I mean, I have to read Alchemized now.
Yeah. I
didn't even realize that she'd become an author.
So I posted
which is a little disappointing, but
60 of the 99 on Wattpad. That's funny.
And here I am just trying to post one on AO3.
I really have to finish the vampire one. That was kind of a fun
I suck at writing. I'm really good at outlines. Like, I actually have this one fanfiction that very unironically, I named Flight of Dreams because it's about Night Court and all that.
Yeah.
It's the one about the character Zephyr.
Mm-hmm.
And the outline is 12 pages long. But it's because I like doing the whole cover page with like the title looking nice.
I know.
And then
I wish that AO3 had that. That was the part of Wattpad that I loved, like doing the covers.
I liked looking at that stuff. I hated all the basic ass outfits that everyone did. Like, if you're gonna go on Pinterest, find something fun.
Yeah.
But like I have quotes, basic knowledge of the characters and stuff, and then I have it separated like how SJM has her Mist and Fury separated with part 1, the known, part 2, the unknown, and then part 3, the aftermath, and then the epilogue, which is also in 3 parts. And then
sorry, I got really confused because it said one of my I mean, I am in the Charmed fandom, but I thought it was like inspired by Charmed.
I never got into it, but I know I need to. But yeah, like that Zephyr character, that one is 18 chapters plus the 3 parts from the epilogue. And there's notes that says there may be a sequel, especially once the next ACOTAR book comes out, and the sequel may include the characters from the Crescent City series. Because I started writing when it had just been announced that Crescent City 1 would come out.
Yes.
And then I have overall ideas, the different love interests, where I have Reek and Farah, Nesta and Cassian, but this was before Nesta's book. Like, way before. And so I was like, no, I think they're going to end up together just with how it's playing out.
Yeah.
Plus, part of me was like, with Cassian in the first 3-4 books, like...
He wasn't that bad.
Yeah, and then we see his personality.
And then we realized that they had the bonus chapter, which was horrific.
And then I had Morrigan with someone named Emily.
Oh, my book.
Emery didn't exist. I named someone Emily. I was creating side characters just for love interests. And then I had Azrael with someone named Gwendolyn. But that's because I love Genevieve and Gwendolyn, like they're beautiful names.
That is hilarious, though.
Yeah, SJM, you took my ideas. And then Amryn and Varian.
Yeah.
And then Visme, one of my other characters, was someone named Kiernan. And then the day court, like I had it separated into courts.
Yeah.
And so then day court, Helion and the Lady of Autumn. Because from the moment we met Lady of Autumn and heard about Lucian, it's like
100%.
Yeah, absolutely.
Come on.
Thiessen and his lover, and then Callias and Vivian. And then Autumn is Baron and the Lady of Autumn. I didn't have Eris in this because I wasn't really into him. And then for the Spring Court, I have Tamlin and his love interest with like the actual character I was writing about. And then I have all of his exes. So backstory to him and Farah a little more, him and Ianth, but not him being romantic towards her preying on him like she did with Lucian.
Ianthe.
Ianthe, yeah. Ianth.
I was like, who's Ianth?
Ianth makes her sound dumb, less pretty. And then him with someone named Eleanor. And then where he had like a brother-sister relationship with someone.
That's really funny because I have Lane Ellie.
Really?
Yeah.
And then I had Bronn and Hart with like a little friend group. Like I created a whole friend group. And so Bronn got with someone named Adeline and Hart got with someone named Victoria. And I created about 17 new characters.
Oh my god.
And then Visme was Andrus's mate. And then I also have a whole like 3 pages just for flashbacks, which are in red italics to differentiate it.
I think I only created
and she has dreams. I had that in a whole different font too. Sorry. It's 13 pages.
Fuck.
The thing is, if I could write out an outline and then you do all the writing. Because some of these quotes were really good too. Yeah. Like there's one
dude, if you ever want to collab like that, like please.
Oh fuck yeah, we'll do that for sure. We'll have a whole episode on it too.
Outline for my life. I can't stick to one.
Give me a couple ideas. Give me a couple characters. I will create an entire book. But like one of the quotes from Amren is, "I can no longer recall a time I did not feel pain, young one." I wanted to, because I'm into Star Wars, so I wanted to do sort of like a Jedi sort of thing. Because Amren definitely seems like the type where she'd be like, young one, but not in an ironic way. Like she'd mean it like with her whole heart. And then another one, you cannot be a hero in every story. There will always be someone who sees you as their villain. And that's being said to Tamlin. And then when you can take a risk and cross the raging river, I suggest you do it. There may be no other way to fight your demons but head on. The road will be difficult, but you are strong. And then what happens when I've won against them? Won't I lose you for good? That's just it. Losing me means you'll finally see your future has been on this journey with you. Plus, I'll never be fully gone. You've always had that part of your heart reserved for me. One day we may be able to see each other again. And then another one. This one, I was super depressed when I wrote this one, and because this was the first quote I wrote, and this was the one that got me into wanting to write this in the first place. The possibility of letting everyone down while choosing to do what I believe is right is what got me to this moment. Until others around me eventually learn to change, I will face rejection. It is not my job to please, and it is no longer my concern to pay back a debt created by a self-righteous male that couldn't see past his mirrors. Except that was her talking.
Is that Tamlin?
Yes.
I knew it!
Because he had her mate killed. I talked about this the last time. And then she also is taking on a bit of how you see Tamlin, where she's asking if she's worth being saved and stuff, too. Yeah. Yeah, and then...
Yeah, I haven't fucking looked over my Sherlock shit in years. This is so funny to me.
I've also got, like I mentioned last time...
So the first, like, big one that I wrote that was, like, when I was better at writing... was called like I Love You, Molly Hooper, but it was about her. No. So it was about her actually being buried alive in the coffin.
Oh, I rescind my laugh.
It was good. And so that one for the longest time had like the most amount of hits, which was like 9,000 something, whatever reads, which was pretty good.
Yeah.
And then I wrote one called The Universe is Rarely So Lazy. And it was about like literally an accidental pregnancy, which people usually hate, right? With Molly.
Don't.
And so, well, but it's basically him going back in his mind after Sharonford, thinking of all of the times that he didn't really see her as more than a friend, but he like acted as if he did. So it was like all the canon scenes within like the context and stuff and everything. But this has this has 15.5 thousand reads. It is now my most read.
I'm trying to be like you. And I mean,
It was the fifth anniversary of that scene. So I was like, I need to write a 5th anniversary fanfic.
That's probably why there's so many, because people were probably like, oh wow, it's 5th anniversary and like every other anniversary and stuff. Yeah.
It was 24 chapters. 24 chapters. So, and then my note was just like, I'm working on Saturday, so I have to post this now so I don't forget. Enjoy.
Oh my gosh. I also
24, I don't even remember, like, okay, these titles.
Oh my god, wait, I remember that note.
You do? You read it? I'm so excited.
I hated that one. I have always hated accidental pregnancies. And you know what? It's really funny. It's really funny.
It was well written,
No, I'm not giving it a compliment. But that is one of the ones that caused me to have the hate of accidental pregnancies. Because I read it and I was like, oh, it can't be that bad. Oh, no, I hate accidental pregnancies. And I never finished it.
Bitch, you better finish it. Okay, can I just tell you,
I will reread it to be nice because we are friends now.
You have to, okay, do a full reread of it. I want an actual
I'm probably going to reread most of your stuff.
No, but like, okay, reread this one first.
Okay.
I want an actual review.
From someone who hates the premise?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you will get...
Because it's now 2025.
Yeah. I mean, you'll get an unbiased
review
from me anyways.
I mean, I have to reread it too, because I don't fucking remember what I wrote.
Yeah.
So, but
don't worry.
Fact that it's
you know how I take notes.
Chapters.
Yeah,
okay.
No.
Okay, the titles though, because I have such a hard time titling chapters. The titles are funny. Okay. Yeah. Okay, title 1. You've always counted and I've always trusted you. So a lot of the times I will use quotes because I don't know how to fucking title shit.
Yeah.
Number 2, what do we say about coincidences? Another fucking quote. Reasons to pray, the uncertainty of feeling, sex doesn't alarm me, friends
That's
protect
a funny
people.
One. That is
another
funny.
Quote. Friends protect people. Another quote from John. Yeah. Pleasures of the early morning, the moments that nobody sees, the end of an era, a vital ultimatum. The posh boy loves the pathologist. The fucking quote. I love that. Well, caring about them helps save them. Another quote. Oh, have you had sex? Another quote. Love or loss, an extraordinarily odd couple, a sweet surprise, bubbly for baby. I know you hate that one. Much bigger, ...
I want to hit you with a
girl's name, because remember when they're like, Sherlock's a girl's name? To grandmother's house we go. There's something about the childhood bedroom. A joyful occasion, home sweet home, and we were never mainstream. I
will reread it, but I wanted to actually show you this specific notebook for the people listening.
Is that like fanfic reviews?
No, actually, this is me. This is the notebook that I got really behind on reviewing your actual book.
You did.
I don't haven't finished like chapter 2, but I wanted to show you it's labeled for your thing, and I told you I'd be writing in a notebook everything. So this is Mel's first time seeing some of the stuff I've written. It's color coded. It's color coded. And I did mess up because I'm dyslexic, but like
it's gorgeous.
I actually, you know what? Let me get.
That's a lot of notes for 2 chapters.
No, actually, this is the. Let's see. I actually talk about the reason like I like the title of it too.
I love like
definitely makes me want to pick it up.
If you haven't caught on to that yet, of course you
really you like that? That's crazy. That's so crazy.
And I actually have the next 2 titles for the next 2 of them too.
Yeah. So the thing is one of the things I said.
Oh, no.
So you know how it's book 1 of the Coiled Crowns universe? I said, okay, many things. Everyone says book 1. What if you do something different? How about first of the Coiled Crowns universe? Because literally, look at all the books on every single one of them is book 1 or just 1 or a Roman numeral. Or they don't think that they're actually going to do sequels.
Intro to the Coiled Crowns universe.
Intro is a little too casual. That's why I thought of first of
immersion into the Coiled Crowns universe.
Okay, Marvel universe. And then I said that way it'll be first, second, third rather than just 1, 2, 3. Because it's fantasy. It's about royalty.
Okay,
usually
so I have a
you
question
say
then.
First of the line.
Because I kind of threw a wrench into this.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm doing a Queen's prequel.
Okay, well that's a prequel.
But see, I did not want to be like Sarah in this sense, but there's a dilemma because
my eye is twitching right now.
Okay, there's a lot of hints in book 1
that
allude back to the queen's backstory, but you never get the full picture. So book 2 is going to completely reveal all of that, but it's still not gonna show the entire picture. It's
so
just
you're
basically
not pulling
gonna be
an
telling.
SJM, you're pulling a Jennifer A. I still can't pronounce her last name.
Yeah, maybe.
Where she had like hints
JLA.
of the stuff
kinda.
with Poppy and all that, and then you end up actually getting a whole series about the primals and
but it's just gonna be one book, not a whole series.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
So, but the thing is, it's like you can either read. See, this is where it gets into the whole.
Oh, you're pulling an Assassin's
Blade. Yeah, I hate that too. So because I'm always a read the prequel first person because I like to be prepared for everything.
What if it's not really considered a prequel? What if it's just considered like a flashback?
Yeah.
What if you do
technically it is.
What if you do, or what if you actually make it more of like a historical?
Yeah.
Where instead of it reading as, oh, hey, here's another fantasy novel that's part of my series, what if it's a, hey, if you're interested in learning the history,
the backstory
of my world that I created.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, oh, this is a book that they would have in their universe.
Yeah.
Because that's something I would love.
The issue is, book 2 is going to reveal everything. So you can either read it before book 2 if you want to be spoiled and get like literally just the characters' reactions, or you can read book 2 first and be surprised with the characters and then read it as a flashback.
It depends on how you write it. Because if you do it in the historical sense, then you should actually wait until after you've seen the characters react to it. So then you can go and be like, hey, let me read the actual history, because then it's a different perspective.
Yeah.
And so that way it's more of like, okay, the characters reacted this way to this specific information, but the way I'm reading it, they probably should have reacted like this because they still don't know the whole story. But that doesn't mean you change the first book from being first of the coiled crowns.
No. But I'm just saying, like, it's...
Because you could literally,
without spoiling it, it's so hard to explain. But literally, the queen has this really tragic backstory. Well, I mean, she hasn't told anybody, not even her husband.
You could literally name it just the history of, or like the historical tome of Queen whatever. Yeah. So it or the diary, and you could put it into a first person, like, it is her specific memories. You're getting her feelings, her reactions, so that it is a big difference from how the characters react to the information long after it's happened. That actually sounds, you know what? You should use that idea. Make it a diary. Since it's going to be shorter.
Okay, first look. If you're watching this and you have stayed this long,
if you've been here this long.
First look into Lillian's little thing. I have a blurb. It's literally just the first part of what I wrote for her book. Let me pull it up because it wasn't that long ago that I posted it. I did redact some things that you'll find obviously out later. But it says Larea, spring of 1998. The sun had just dipped below the tree line, leaving the sky bathed in periwinkle shadows and golden afterglow. Lillian Vale stepped carefully over the bent wire fence at the edge of the village, her platform sandals dangling from one hand. A soft orb of light hovered above her shoulder, small, warm, and summoned with a flick of her wrist. Her parents wouldn't like that she was using her magic so freely, but her parents liked very little about her lately, especially her need to wander. The static of her parents' voices still echoed in her mind. Make an appearance, smile at the nobles, keep your skirt wrinkle-free, always be present. That's what fine ladies do, Lillian. She was 17 and quietly unraveling. The field beyond the fence was all untamed grass and blooming wildflowers. Wildflowers is different. Wildflowers that glowed faintly with their own natural enchantments. The kind of place where no one asked her to smile or cross her ankles or remember the name of every royal member's name and position, just in case they ever happened to visit her home. She breathed deeply, letting the quiet settle her nerves. The orb above her pulsed in time with her heartbeat. You always bring your own moonlight, a voice called from the shadows ahead. Lillian startled, turning sharply. And then I redacted the name and everything. A boy emerged from the edge of the field, brushing dew-damp grass from his jeans. He wore a worn leather jacket with a sigil, a sunburst, and a blade stitched onto the shoulder. His dark blonde hair curled slightly at the ends, tousled in a way that didn't look styled but simply happened. And around his neck hung a pair of scuffed headphones. I didn't think anyone else wandered this far out, she said, narrowing her eyes. He shrugged. Didn't think pretty upper-class ladies were supposed to roam away from home, especially in the night. It could be perceived as scandalous, he smirked. And you are? Introduction, redacted. He gave a lazy smile and a nod. I usually try not to look bored, even if I'm in the crowd. My parents take that stuff entirely too seriously, she said, tilting her head. And so that's kind of
so with that, where it says that she was unraveling, having that emotion, but that the future characters probably aren't going to feel similarly. They'll feel sympathetic if they learn of that specific detail, but it's not going to be the same thing. Having it as possibly like a diary would mean that it's like, oh, now
it kind of reads as a diary too.
Yeah, we're getting more personal with it, and it's a royal family. They have diaries. Like it's.
Well, she wasn't a royal back then. She was upper class, but.
Well, yeah, but upper class. I mean,
her parents certainly wanted her to be royal, so they got what they wanted.
It's very interesting hearing headphones and jeans in the same sentence, basically, as a sigil. And it's just a more modern time.
So he's this, like the son of
fantasy type thing is very interesting to me.
Yeah,
like it is an ear catcher where it's like, oh, I hear that, and I'm like, you know what? Actually, that sounds like a really interesting premise. Most people don't actually mix modern with fantasy like that. Instead, we get stuff like Crescent City where it's super modern, but then there's all of a sudden angels.
So this is it's like a magical realm, and the royals and the upper class are very like traditionalist. But it is in the modern world. So I have got a lot of comments of where like, oh, I was thrown off by this modern thing or that modern thing. And I was like, yeah, but you're supposed to be.
I don't get thrown off by that stuff, honestly. Like when I read, actually, you know what? Let me tell you.
It's like even if you think like even the royals in England now, they still have their traditionalist values. Like you have the very strict rules. You have you know the way that they have their titles, and even down to like the people they marry and things like that. Like it's very traditionalist. But we're in 2025, you know?
Yeah.
So there's going to be more modern elements. So that's kind of what I was going with. And just like really quickly bringing that back to like Tamlin, just as an example, I see a lot of people getting mad about him saying that he wants guards with Feyre all the time after.
No, it's not that difficult to understand.
Yeah, and I'm like, the royal family can't fucking go anywhere without guards either. Like it's not.
If you literally pay attention to current 2025 times, the English royal family isn't even an actual like monarchy. They're a pretty picture on a coin.
Yeah.
And yet they still have guards. They still have very strict rules with their clothing, male and female. You have to stick to certain rules and guidelines. It's the same reason why Tamlin couldn't really do anything about the tithe.
Yeah. So like in my book, they're very much like, they're not looser with the rules with Rise, but because he was literally like trapped on the castle premises and kind of shielded from everybody his entire life, the rules didn't really like apply as much. So he's kind of more used to just wearing like jeans and a t-shirt and all this stuff because like he really wasn't being seen by anybody. And
so he's similar to like Rune from Crescent City.
And if he did have to be seen, like he did have his royal attire.
Yeah, he'd dress up if needed.
But yeah, he was pretty much like, I always kind of like to compare it to like a male Rapunzel.
No, honestly, I don't even need a comparison because that's kind of how I am. Like for all of the filming that we do, I dress nicely for all of it because I mean, even like being in a middle class family, like you are expected to look a certain way when you are doing what could be considered a job.
Yes.
This is fun.
Yeah.
You know, it's about my hobbies and stuff.
It's an actual shirt.
I still dress nice because, you know, I mean, look at my background. I need to fit into the fact that I have 3 swords and a helmet.
Yeah.
Also, that helmet fits my head. It doesn't fit
Hell,
my head.
You could be a commander of the Lorraine Guard, girl. Be in my book.
I mean, you already have a character with a name similar to me.
Yeah.
But no, I wanna tell you another funny
Lillian,
thing that I wrote.
You're literally the mom.
Hey,
it's a tragic backstory.
You know what? It's fitting. I'm not gonna get into details. It's fitting. But I have something about character name.
Oh no.
Yeah. RISYXX. Mel, I love you, but how the fuck is this pronounced? I'm laughing as I write this. My first try was Rice X.
Like rice hand?
Basically. So how's it fully pronounced?
Well, what is his nickname? You know his nickname.
Rise.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, that's not correlating at all.
Risix. It's that simple.
You're still going to need a pronunciation guide.
I have a pronunciation guide. Did you not see it? Did I not send it to you? My bad.
I honestly don't
have one.
I don't recall if you did, because I remember you sending me all the stuff for the chapters
I don't
that you
think
had
I
at
did.
the time.
I do have a pronunciation guide for
Thank
like
God.
most of the main characters.
But then also I had gotten into like
and
part
a playlist.
1, chapter 1. Nice.
Some of the songs. That
is something I want to talk about too. But
Yeah.
like how worlds collide, not to spoil too much, but how worlds collide, I said, okay, that's kind of like SJM doing Akamath into House of Beasts and House of Wind. Like, it's there, you know, it's just, it's not really gonna stick in the brain.
Yeah. It's basic.
And then I also,
was this before or after? I think this was before I switched chapter 1 and 2.
This was parts 1 through 5.
No, but chapter 1 was this in?
Yeah, this was before the switch.
Okay, yeah.
Because if it was after the switch, I wouldn't have put parts 1 through 5. I would have put chapter switch up.
Yeah, my bad. Yeah, I switched 1 and 2 because I thought 1 was a little too like basic for an intro, like a hook.
But like some of the color coding I did, so for like, just because I was gonna like send you pictures of all this. So like for the personal little note to you, it's in green because you love Tamlin. And then for the quotes, I have it in a dark red. Because a couple of, like one of them, well, actually the 2 that I have on this one page talk about flame. I'm not saying the quotes because I don't know how much you want shared, but you can say
a couple quotes.
They're from the prologue.
Yeah, you can say.
Okay, so the first one is, I want to live like the world is a flame. And then the other one, not the kind of flames that scorch and wound, but those that envelop you in a radiant warmth, crackling with magical energy.
Yeah.
Did you just mouth it as I read it?
I did.
Oh my lord. You know what? If this book is ever published in our lifetime and it's not like an Emily Dickinson poetry type situation, I want to read the audiobook. Yay. Like the basic reading of it, I want to do it. Cuz I hate reading out loud to like children, but like reading it, I mean, I on the first part of this filming on Friday, I read some of my fan fiction, and even then
sent you the pronunciation guide and the first part of the playlist.
Thank Lord. But yeah, I want to get into that with the fanfic stuff. I
think it's so funny because I did even like the super basic names, like
yeah, just like to be Vix. Funny.
Obviously,
did you really put that one in there?
I put all of them in there, no matter how basic. Lord.
Anyways, transition playlist. Do you do a playlist for the book itself, but then also listen to those songs while you write, or do you listen to different songs while you write? Because I have an answer for what I personally do, but I want to know what you do. I
listen to these songs as I write the book.
Like on repeat?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like on shuffle. Unless I'm writing like a particular scene with a particular vibe and I know which song goes with it. So I'll play that one on repeat. For my Asriel and Aurora that I'm publishing on AO3, I have a playlist that I made on Spotify with a lot of songs. There's Alex Warren, Evanescence, Sleep Token, a little bit of We Are the Fallen on there, and I have it in the specific order of which scene happens first. So I have a song. You're so fucking organized. I hate you.
I'll send you the playlist so you can see. But like the very first, you know what?
Yeah.
Let me pull up my Spotify so I can.
I will send
what the first song is.
If I have it. Where the fuck did it go? Hold on.
If this'll.
Why am I on podcast right now? Playlist. Yeah.
Yeah. So for the playlist, the first song is "Born Without a Heart."
Yeah.
By I need to. Why is it? Oh, here we go. List by Fauza, Faouzia. I have never listened to any of her other stuff, but then I also have Bloodline by Alex Warren and Jelly Roll next. Dive by Ed Sheeran. Troubled Waters, and then I have Something Wild.
Oh my god, I have so many.
Oh, I have almost his entire new album on here. But then a lot of
this out. But what is your Spotify name?
It's Cambre, Cambre. I'll just like send you a link for it.
Okay. I'll do the same thing. Hold on.
Yeah.
Copy.
And I mean, you can cut it out. It's not like anybody's gonna actually like probably find me.
Yeah. Look at the pronunciation guide I sent you. It's so funny.
Oh my gosh.
It's very dumb though.
I have to get on my phone for that.
It's so dumb. Like I even have like Ruby, Roobee. Fucking stupid. Because everyone has every single name. Like
wait, you did Declan. That is the first one I saw because I was like, I have a couple characters that I've like named Declan just for a throwaway name. Yeah. And I saw how you did it. Declan. Oh my god.
It's true.
Jex. Van. Gerard. My car is named after Gerard Butler. Because
look at Eshrinia's name. She has like 2 nicknames too.
Eshrinia
Jude Adesina.
Jude Adesina.
Yeah.
Ashri. Rinny.
Ashri and Rini. Rini. Yeah.
I was about to say Renee.
That's so funny.
Cadigan. Oh, and you did like the like Celtic spelling.
Yeah.
Actually, interestingly, I wrote in some of my notes that a couple of your things seemed to have. Where is it?
I'm
here
Irish.
It is. Well, yeah, no shit. But for that second quote that I read from the prologue, I said that I really like the different descriptors for fires and flames. Usually it's seen and used for destruction, but you're hinting at it for comfort and energy, which can in turn be compared to the Druidic, Celtic, and, even older, like, Appalachian practices, with the, like, goddesses and stuff, too, of, like, the Greeks and Romans. And, again, I have books on all this stuff. It's the bottom 3 shelves of the bookcase closest to my patio. And then how, like, maternal elders represent warmth of fire.
I'm so excited. Now I want to see all the notes.
I'll send you the pictures of the ones I have, but keep in mind, it's from when you first sent the stuff for me to read.
It's fine. I want to see.
And then I even did I also talked about the cursed one, and as you can see, the pen changed, and I made a note that said, other pen was dying. Isn't this so much better? LOL. Because the thing is, part of me was like, oh, I'll send her pictures of this, and then another part was like, oh, I could just mail it to her. I'm gonna end up filling up this entire notebook, probably another one too. I get these notebooks from Barnes & Noble, and I love them. But yeah, no,
I just finished chapter 43 and reached 500 words. 500 pages.
Nice.
500 pages. Almost 175,000 words.
That I wish I was you. But with the pronunciation guide topic, I choose names that can be pronounced phonetically. Because I'm dyslexic. Mace is dyslexic.
I kind of like being difficult.
You know what? You can be difficult all you want. I'm still going to pronounce it other ways. But it's going to be to purposely get on your nerves.
Okay, I can't even tell you. This is
I'm calling him
my
Rice.
brain is. I have a character coming up, like a brand new character coming up, chapter 44.
Yeah.
Where I had his name all set for myself twice. Both times I forgot what I was going to fucking name him. No fucking
This
idea.
is why
phonetics
are important.
Still can't fucking remember what I was going to name him. Now I got to go find another fucking name for him.
What's it spelled as?
Huh?
Like do you remember how you spelled the name?
Oh, no, I just completely forget the name.
Oh, that's lovely.
Twice.
This is why I have sticky notes on my freaking computer.
But yet, I have a character from book 2 that I'm excited to write about that I've had his name down forever. I'm so excited to write him, and I'm not even done with book 1.
That's why I have this, if I cannot drop all my books. That's why I have this notebook. I started writing down all the names I like, but it's also names that I'm going to use for future children. So, like, I have stuff like Charlene on here.
I don't know if I want to name him that, though, because I feel like it sounds too close to Declan.
Honestly,
because I did like a poll.
Yeah.
And so what ended up winning was Brecken, but I don't know.
That's too close.
I know.
That's way too close.
That's why I was like, I want another. Like,
and that's coming from someone who, for most of my childhood, would confuse my B's with my D's. So my my other.
I mean, I do have like a Lillian and a Lila, but that's
different though.
Yeah,
that's different. But like the other nickname that I have
Brecken,
that my family uses, I would confuse the D in the middle with a B. So that just kind of became my nickname from my stepmom. And so on birthday presents and stuff, that's what she puts. Like packages that get mailed to me, she just puts that. And it's just like, yeah, there you go. But yeah, no, I mean, and then another name on here, I mean, I've got Andromeda, Cassiopeia, and then I have like Penelope, like my cat. Idony, Marceline, Estella, Serafina, which is actually, I chose that one because it's the cat from Princess and the Pauper. And then, like, I'm also going through and figuring out, like, what these names all, like, represent, because I really want to be able to, like, with writing and stuff, integrate the name meaning with books. So, like, Asriel, his is shoot. It has to do with like divine. Let me look it up real quick. Yeah, so the name Azrael is God is my help or helped by God. So in like one of the fics I have of him is where the character, like one of the characters is like, actually, that means like assistance from the heavens. And it goes into a whole like he's spiraling and being like, I'm not like that, I can't be that, I'm a monster, I'm terrible. And it leads into character development. And then there's a couple other names, because I'm still working on writing the female names.
Yeah.
But like I even get into like let's see. Aurora, for example. The name is of Latin origin, directly meaning dawn, deriving from the Roman goddess of the same name who brought light into the world each morning and created dawn itself. It can also mean new beginnings and radiance in association with the fresh morning and skylights of the same name, the Aurora Borealis and Australis. So in the fic with her and Azrael, she's like, yeah, so your name, is like assistance from the heavens, and I'm pretty lights in the sky.
Oh my god.
And so he's just like, okay, I'm a terrible monster, and yeah, you're really pretty. But wait, I can't say that to you. So it's just a whole like mental crisis. And then it gets fixed.
I just found a really funny note.
Of course he did.
Okay, so the reason I was going to name him Brecken, Breckyn, was because he was going to end up becoming friends with Opal's sister, Perry, who is the youngest. And Perry makes up like these really like random nicknames for people, or that's what I'm gonna have her do in book 2.
Yeah.
And so she was just gonna like meet him and just call him like Kinzo the whole book until people just start calling him Kinzo.
Aurora calls Azrael Azzy and Shadow Boy.
Azzy. Oh my god, Gwen calls him Azzy.
And there's a whole little like side thing about how she's able to hear his like shadows. Everyone else that's like silent and stuff, he hears whispers. She hears them purr like house cats. And she says it in front of Cassian. She's like, oh wow, it sounds like the cat that I had growing up. And Cassian's just like, oh, they purr. And Azrael's just like, if you say anything. And then Aurora's just there, like, just happy-go-lucky, not a care in the world. And she's like, yeah, Azzy, they purr. And then, like, to sort of get on his nerves, Cassian is like, oh, yeah, you like, shadow puppet or whatever, or, like, shadow master. And she's like, no, actually, I like shadow boy better. And then, like, later on in the fic, she ends up being like, oh, well, you're such a pretty boy. And it's, like, it's a play on, like, with, like, modern relationships and stuff, where sometimes a guy just wants to be called pretty.
I'm pretty sure in one of my fics, Gwen actually calls him, like, bad boy.
Oh, that's in there, too. I have that, too. And she's like,
he's like, huh?
How often do you guys have pissing contests as the Bat Boys, the infamous night court?
Yeah.
She's such a rage baiter. Like, once she gets really, truly comfortable around the inner circle, she's such a rage baiter. Moore ends up getting kicked out of the group. I hate that bitch. But I wanted to share with you, I have a 17-page analysis of ACOTAR that I like I regularly updated from when I first read book 1 to when Silver Flames came out. And one of the paragraphs, it's right after Farrah's like, I'm talking about how she ends up going to like Under the Mountain. Also, listen to this. Traveled all the way to Under the Mountain. Honestly, if it's so sacred, why is it named that? Personally, it would have been better if it was named, like, the Hidden Throne, because it has ties to when there was a High King ruling over Prythian, to save Tamlin and, coincidentally, all of Prythian. She ended up dying. Like, what did you expect? You made a deal and didn't specify the actual things that would happen, which is deal-making 101. And then, of course, Farrah, being the illiterate mortal that she was, didn't know that. Although, when making the deal with Rhys to save her life, she knew all about it and nearly died from her stupidity. And then I also talked about how I like that you have a tattoo if you make a bargain. Because then I think at some point I got into how Azrael, Cassian, and Rhys have like those like whirls of tattoos that are Illyrian. Yeah. Which means that the Illyrians are basically branded to be the Warriors of Night Court. That's how I interpreted it. But yeah, it's 17 pages, and for the last 2, I basically just start talking about different quotes. Like and then there's a paragraph that is
that was the name, sorry.
17
That was the name long. I was going to name him.
Oh, yeah?
But then I was like, is that too common? I was going to go with, like, Malachi, but then I was like, is that too common?
No, I actually, in all of the books I own, there's not a single Malachi.
Because I was looking for something like
and
different,
that's my whole
edgy.
collection, physical and Kindle. That's like 600
I was gonna do
books.
There's like a million different ways to spell it though. Let me look up different spellings. Because of course I'm gonna go with the most.
Also, this is around when I was like not really pro Reese, but also not pro Tamlin. Like I was right in the middle on it. I actually went into about Reese treating Farrah that certain way under the mountain. And I said, few people like how he treated Farrah because they see how he drugged the wine. But if they would remember it correctly, they would have seen that Alice specifically said the wine there is not the same that Farrah was used to drinking, and her senses would trick her.
Yep.
Reason had her drink that wine, and I believe it was to protect her sanity and give her some kind of liquid courage. It's the difference between wine and whiskey. And like that's how I interpret it as. Because we see how she reacts to when you literally watch Reese melt someone's brain.
Yeah.
Still there were a lot of bad things, but that rereading this, I forgot that Alice said that. And I just listened to that part of the graphic audio with Mace.
Alice said a lot that nobody fucking paid attention to.
But like she was very clear. It's not the same wine. She blatantly said that. I looked back and like, yeah.
Just to be obnoxious. I love
both being obnoxious.
Really crazy fucking spellings of names for just in my book just to be fucking annoying. And like I know that people pick on this with different authors where they're like, they chose the most backwards fucking spelling when they could just spell it the normal way. So for Malachi.
Let me guess. K-A-I. No, that's actually
how it's. So it's spelled Malakai or Malachi or Malachy. But
I have only ever heard of the middle one.
But what about, okay, hear me out.
No, Mel, I don't know if I want to hear you out.
What about Malakigh?
Okay, Emily.
Kaigh, actually.
It's like the white women naming Emily with fucking nay at the end, basically.
Yep. Like night and IGHT, Kigh. I kind of want to do it.
Just for the fuck of it. Okay, that's the thing though. We've had conversations where you want to rage bait your readers. So if you do that, yeah, fucking accomplished it.
Okay, I'm gonna rage bait readers in some way, somehow, even with the most unproblematic scenes. It's gonna happen.
You annoy me, but in the best way possible. I hope you know that. Like
you better hope I get published then.
I hope I get to read the audiobook. Oh my god, wait, can you imagine though? Instead of an audiobook, I read certain sections and it's commentary instead.
Yup.
Like the freaking
you have to be like
documentary.
The sports announcer. Yeah. Holy shit, that would be so funny. That should be an app, honestly, where people can get paid just for people to listen to commentary on their book. I think I just came up with the best idea in bookish history. Someone needs to make an app where people can get paid to read a book and make commentary on it. That can be reviewed by anyone, including the author.
Let's see. Goodreads. Fable.
No, I meant like voice notes.
Oh, commentary. Voice notes?
Voice commentary.
Dating apps.
That's it.
They have audio prompts, and there's some where it's like, hey, yeah, what's a book you read recently? Nobody ever chose it.
No, an app where you can read a book and do voice note commentary.
No, I would love to listen
to it. And then review your commentary.
I honestly...
And say whether they agree or not.
I feel
it could be an interactive thing, too. Like, if there's a commentary of, like, a whole string of, like, a scene or whatever, and then people could add their own notes to that.
I'm just being like, oh, hey, you forgot that this word is double meaning or something. Yeah.
Right? I feel like that would be such a good
feel like that would actually
Somebody please make that. I want to help with it. I don't know how, because I'm not a techie.
I don't know how to make an app. I'm just a girl. Yeah. I don't know how to do all that.
And for the record, it is October 26, 2025 at midnight almost. So if you take my fucking idea, I will know.
You will be sued.
I have the timestamp, okay?
I thought you were going to say I have the time and money. I was going to be like, really?
Well.
But no, I think that would also actually be really like, that would make
granduncle is
more accessible to people who don't want to show their face.
Exactly.
Because if there's a way you can also change your voice in the app, then that would make it so people can share their opinions like
Yup.
that. That's one of the reasons I didn't put myself online, is because I didn't want my face online. I didn't want my voice online. I mean, you can see I don't post videos. Like,
that's such a good app idea. Somebody hit me up and let's get it done.
Yeah, I hope you know that costs some money though.
I'm not an app designer. I don't know. I'll be the idea side of things. I'm not a techie. I'll be the idea side of things. Just 50-50.
You'll be the idea side of that, but getting back into fanfiction, you can't write an outline. How are you going to be the idea maker of an app and you can't even write an outline?
Hey, I can keep Sarah J. Maas's lore straight in my head. I don't need an outline.
Honestly,
I've written 175,000 words without anything on paper of an idea.
Yeah, which is a very big accomplishment. I have not done that. I'm just hating on you to hate on you. That's why we're friends. But no, actually, I want to talk about that though. If we were to collab on that sort of thing, would we do a fan fiction or would we do like an original? I feel like it would be good practice to do a fan fiction.
Yeah.
Give me some characters, I'll make an outline and stuff, and then you just write.
That would work.
Just for some practice, and then it's possible if we do.
We could even just do like an original short story.
Yeah. Lovely. I'd have to create a bunch of characters.
I could come up with like 10 fucking characters in 10 minutes.
With that Tamlin fic, I have.
Like I said, world building, I'm fucking shit at. I can do characters.
You know, I feel like if we were to do collaboration, you give me ideas and some character names, I make an outline, and then you do a world. You do really good dialogue.
I do.
I can do the filler.
Yes.
And then we can
just send you all the fucking dialogue and you do the filler.
Oh my god, that's literally perfect. I genuinely think we need to do that. And then we could have Liv and Eka and then a few like other people read it and just be like, this is a collaboration.
Yeah.
You know, let us know what you think. Because hopefully there's the, good criticism where they love your dialogue and stuff. And then for me, the good criticism
we just need like genre and
cried my eyes out.
We just need like genre and a plot.
I feel because I'm not the best at writing.
My aunt and I, when I was like a little kid, like 14 years older than me, but when I was a little kid, she also likes to write. We would literally just come up with the most ridiculous fucking short stories and write them. I still have
some of my old notebooks from when I was little.
the most unhinged one that I fucking remember.
Here's one I ended up having nightmares about.
The one that I remember clear as shit, I think I was probably about 7 or 8, was one where a shopping cart became sentient and fucking terrorized everyone. I
wrote one based off a nightmare where giant bumblebees were chasing me and then I turned into a spider and ate them.
It was literally I was like
9 at the time.
It was crazy.
That's some weird stuff.
We're fucked up.
But anyways, digressing. I feel like a good genre. I'm really good at writing like the slow burn, closed door romance. But like with a little bit of like,
I can do like
fighting, but not like
soft smut.
I can't. No. I can
do soft smut scenes.
Smut. I do love to read smutty books.
I mean, we went over this the other time with the whole because
I have such younger siblings.
Yeah.
I don't want them ever finding out I wrote that stuff.
Yeah.
And then me having to have the conversation with them and my family of like, I write porn.
Yeah. That's
not something. That's why there's a whole thing of like, certain women saying, I'm an accountant.
Yeah.
And they're very much not an accountant.
Yeah.
Good on them for having a well-paying job. But like, you just can't talk about that with certain people. And my family's also still very religious. So if I were to tell them not just I'm reading this stuff, that's very dark.
Oh, none of my family are ever going to fucking read my book. I already know that.
My family will
My dad might, and then...
I've discussed with my family of publishing my poetry and all that, and they've been like, we'll buy it. And that's making it to where I don't want to publish. Because I'm just like, great, a lot of this stuff is about
again, that's
guys.
why you just pick a pen name and you publish and you don't fucking tell them.
I mean, I'd tell a couple people, but like... It would end up getting around anyways, because, I mean, my face is online, and, like, if you see my face online, you're gonna know, like, who I am in your life, and it's just... Might as well just get it over with.
The amount... Okay, can I just tell you?
Yes.
Because...
Is this you're telling me and it gets cut out, or...?
No. Okay. So I, like, turned my phone on, like, from the last 5 minutes, because I'm just, I was looking at notes and shit. The way that I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
You're still counting?
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
There's no way in hell you're counting that much.
17 notifications. And probably 80% of them are comments or DMs in like the last 10 minutes.
I can tell you exactly how many notifications I have on my phone. Let's see. Oh my, what is in the group? Okay, yeah, the group chat.
Popping off. Yeah.
Oh, I have notifications from yesterday. Yesterday, like a few minutes ago.
Oh, it's Mandalore commenting shit a lot.
Yeah. No. I also totally relate to the whole being female in Boulder Gate 3 because
I also posted that reel about the Massiverse and things that I caught from Tog. So I have a couple comments. Like the Bone Carver being the god of truth. And
yeah, you mean what Morrigan might be, but she's not actually. Yeah.
I still think okay. When the Bone Carver said you're my favorite to Reese, side note.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, so he's part of the family line. That would make more part of the family line. And that fucking makes sense because you know what the Bone Carver says? The Bone Carver is the Weaver's twin, and the fucking Ouroboros mirror belonged to the goddamn Weaver. And it's in Kier's family line.
Yeah.
So
okay, I do have to admit,
great grand uncle of Moore was the god of fucking truth. That's where their fucking family line gets it.
I'm gonna brag a little bit. I figured that one out pretty quickly. As soon as it was mentioned that it was
and
in
the way
Moore's
that people
family,
are like, and the way that people are like, what do you mean? I'm like, guys,
read the words. This isn't poetry where you have to dive into
deadpan. Read the words on the page.
Yeah, no, like literally. SJM does a really good job of making things have to be interpreted, but something like that.
And the Weaver has black fucking blood, you guys. They're Valg.
I still can't fully get on board with the whole Valg thing, but that's because I just don't remember enough about it.
It's the same as the Asteri.
But yeah.
They're demons with black blood, basically.
Yeah.
And the Royals have Daimati magic.
Oh yeah. Yeah. That's it.
Yeah, Maeve.
Also,
Aelin literally says, oh, that hellish power, meaning like the Daimati magic.
Yeah.
And I don't know why she says hellish because they're the enemies of hell, but whatever. That hellish power that only Maeve and the Valg princes possess.
I think she says it's hellish because it's like kind of evil to just intrude someone's mind. Because, with Reese and all we've learned, like you can just completely melt someone.
Yeah. And the Valg are even like, oh, we come from the darkness between the stars or whatever. The Asteri say the same thing. You know what the fuck Reese's power is described as when he walks into goddamn Hewn City? The
complete
power
darkness.
Between the stars. The darkness between the stars. The coldness
this
between the stars.
This is all stuff that needs to be included into fanfictions. Because I'm going to bring it back.
You know what I told the Crescent City buddy read today with Kathy and Maddie, another one? I was literally saying, I know that Twilight of the Gods is going to be a thing, but I need Sarah to write a series that's just called Bloodlines. And it's literally just her telling us who the fuck is related to who the fuck.
Really funny you thought that, because I made a comment in the past, just to one of my friends, like about how the way SJM has her bloodlines is similar to the Old Testament of the Bible.
It's crazy.
Specifically the New American version that the Catholics use.
Yeah, and then she's going to write a whole prequel that, kind of sorta delves into them, but she's gonna be fucking vague again like usual when like it's supposed to be the sequel that actually explains shit.
You mean vague like all Valgs?
Yeah, like all the Valgs come from this planet, which we already fucking know. We need a timeline. Again, it goes back to me and the fucking anger at her timeline. She needs a set goddamn fucking timeline when these fucking crossings happened. She's like 15,000 years ago. Okay, great. But
then also Amryn is 15,000 years old. And Koshi is 15,000 years old.
And in Tog, which is in the reel that I just posted, the king journeyed to stir a cauldron. Okay, so Aelin's people were alive 15,000 years ago. Enough for the king of Adarlan to be one of the shadows that was next to the goddamn cauldron when they made the Star Sword.
Yeah, and the thing is...
So Tog is 15,000 years ago.
Yeah.
Before Prythian and Crescent City currently.
Yeah. But also, with Prythian, its whole origin story is that there were 3 female hands that created it with the cauldron. Yeah. But, we find out about, 2 of them. Because when Farah sees the tapestry or mural.
The mural.
Something.
It's just 2 female hands.
I thought it said like 3 sets.
No, it just said held by female hands. I literally just read that section to post that on the
I could have sworn somewhere it said 3. So I've had it in my head for years that it was like a play on either the 3 fates, because there's a lot of basically
that would have been interesting.
Lifelines being cut, and so yeah, it would have been interesting. It would have been
the 3 fates or the 3 fates goddess, or even like
it would have been
the mother.
Oh my god, I need to rewrite the series. Jesus Christ, because
no, it was just the one set of hands. It's supposed to be the mother.
Well, yeah, because it could have been a play on the maiden mother crone or the fates, because Farah dies, and so it's like, okay, but what if she was meant to be with Tamlin, but then she died? So because she died, there's no mate bond with her being Fae with him. Yeah. So instead, she got a new mate, similar to, wasn't it Rowan who ended up having Aelin as his second mate?
Yeah, because Maeve faked the mate bond with Lyria.
Yeah.
Aelin was his only mate, but
like SJM could have done a whole thing of where there are secondary mates, because we have Cassian and Nesta, where it's like, they say there's a mating bond, but like it's not really a believable.
You know what really pisses me off though? When she gives us all we need to come to a logical conclusion, and then she has a new character, or even just a character we already know, say something completely different, where people take that as gospel when they're less accurate than the actual narrative.
It's like the equivalent of how everyone's taking what Farah says as the Bible. So and then when we see a new perspective from Nesta, it's like, oh well, Nesta's a bitch.
So in Tog and Akatar, it literally says that Erd/Word/ the mother is the deity. And now there's magic that she lords over, which is like secondary. So there's the mother and there's the cauldron, right? Yeah. The cauldron is filled with the mother's magic that she used to create Prythian, etc., etc., etc. And then you get to Crescent City. And this is affirmed with like the Luna and all this shit. But then you get to CC3 and Ethan shows up at Erd's temple and sees the fucking Underking, or not Erd's temple. He goes to see the Underking, and the Underking now has like this giant statue of the mother, because she has all of, the old language and shit on her arms as the female deity in the statue, right? So we have confirmed that the mother was an actual being that looks like an actual female, because we have the statue. And the fucking Underking says he says Erd is, a cauldron brimming with power. And so now people in the fandom are like, the mother is the same as the cauldron because the Underking said so.
We've literally seen the physical fucking cauldron in Akatar.
Yeah, but they're saying because it's sentient that the cauldron is the mother.
The cauldron, no, okay, hold on.
I know.
Hold on, let me get what I want to say out, because we're having an actual discussion on this. The cauldron itself is not fucking sentient. Azrael's shadows are not sentient. They are a external continuation of the essence of his soul, basically, because it was his trauma personified, or whatever.
Okay, in terms of Azrael, we don't know that, because that's just based on what Rhys says. He doesn't know the story. He's guessing.
Yeah, but with
the shadows do act of their own accord.
They do, but at the same time, they're also acting based off of his emotions, and he doesn't show his emotions, so it's the internal ones.
Yeah, I feel like that's just them reading him.
That is a little bit of
again, we don't know the full fucking story yet. So, but the mother is not the cauldron.
No, with the cauldron, you have to have magic to be able to get this, control it, like the king putting people into it to give them long life and shit.
All the legs of it, fill it.
Well, that's the thing. Magic. That's the thing. Prythian itself is like. Magic is what
essence
keeps it
of it
running. Yeah. The soul of Prythian is magic.
That's why it's kill switch. That's what the Asteri wanted.
Yeah. The mother is just the one who probably created the cauldron.
Yeah, thank you.
Gave it the magic. And so, like with Nesta.
What the fuck was it filled with? The god's power.
Nesta went into the cauldron and stole from it.
Yeah.
If the cauldron was sentient, it wouldn't have allowed that. It would have said, hey, you're an ass.
Power.
Yeah. So
the cauldron tried to fucking fight her on it, and the only reason why is because it's half tainted by the Asteri now. So it's fighting halfway.
It was trying to not have the magic taken because it didn't belong to her, because she was human.
It's fighting for the Asteri, but it's majority controlled by the mother because she created it.
So Nesta it's tainted, but it's created by her. But she was already being given something. Yeah. And it more than likely was by the mother.
But this is why Nesta has such a connection to the mother.
Yeah.
Because all in all,
not only that,
the cauldron is hers.
But keep in mind, she also was able to change her womb shape.
Yeah.
you can't just do that with destructive power, because Nesta very destruction powers. There was nothing about her that would create life. She was literally Queen of Death.
Well, it's crazy to me that they call her Queen of Death because she has only like brought things back, which is life magic, not death magic.
Yeah, well, keep in mind who gave her the fucking titles. And also she pointed at the King of Hybern, but she wasn't even the one who actually killed him. So when she points at Tamlin,
no, she was. I will fight anybody on that. She did kill Hybern.
But Elaine's the one who went up and
she stabbed him,
often with the dagger.
She stabbed him. And then she staggered back. And the king was grabbing at the dagger. And then Nesta grabbed it and sliced it off.
Oh my god, that's right. I completely forgot. Oh my god. Yeah, no, so Nesta did kill him. Okay, then I rescind my statement. She is...
You
know what? That's why they were saying she was a Queen of Death. Because she killed the king.
See, this is where it gets interesting. Because the only people she has actually killed with her magic and with her blades have been the unkillable.
Yeah, I was going to say...
and gods.
I was going to say... She killed someone that not even the most powerful High Lords could kill.
She killed Hybern with Truth Teller because it's a made weapon. She killed Lanthus with Ataraxia because it's a made weapon. She killed Vesperus with Ataraxia because it's a made weapon.
And no one would touch her made weapons because supposedly they were cursed.
It wouldn't even fucking let Rhys touch it. And nobody thinks he's fucking suspicious? Are you kidding?
I think it has to do with the fact that it's not just
because the made weapons don't want an Asteri touching them again.
Yeah. But I also think part of it is because Nesta is the one who made her own weapons. It's like a loyalty thing.
Is a part of Thea's bloodline, and Thea's the one that fucked everybody over.
Don't even get me started on that. I don't even have many theories on it. I
feel like I haven't seen anybody comparing Thea to Elena. But I feel like it's very, like, glaring. I do actually feel like they would more compare Elena to Celine. But Celine was kind of, like, young and thrown into this shit. Yeah. Whereas, like, I mean, I guess Elena was too.
You're also remembering a lot of names I fucking forgot.
Yeah,
that's because...
I don't know why I give more grace to Celine than I do with Elena. I feel like...
I've only read the Tog series once.
I'm only on Empire of Storms right now.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying I read it once, and I was reading it like when ACOTAR was first coming out.
Yeah.
So like I remember having to wait for the last books and everything. Like it's been a good handful of years since I last read them, and I need to read them, but it's like, I really don't want to suffer through Sam again.
Yeah, don't.
So I'm tempted to just skip over that.
And Sorsha.
Just kind of skip over those. But like I know I should probably read them.
And then the 13, and then Gabrielle, and then like everybody.
Honestly,
I'm not even there yet.
Manon was one of my favorite characters, but that's because I related to her.
You're like, gonna hate me for saying this.
You don't like her. I don't like that Manon and Dorian were together.
I think Moore is related to her.
I think it's
I think she's a fucking Iron Teeth. Well, I think Moore is the next generation of the mix of the Kraken and Iron Teeth.
Well, so because of Manon and Dorian, it's possible that she's not as much of an Iron Teeth.
Mm-hmm. And it's down 15,000 years.
But she is more of mixed with Fae, more than likely both witch lines mixed at some point, because you have to not have incest.
And that's why she literally shook the mountain when coming into her powers, because she's literally like all three.
Yeah.
You know? And that's why
I don't care.
That's why she tells Feyre, like, don't tell my parents anything, like you wouldn't, or don't make them any promises. Because the last time a fucking promise was broken, the fucking witch wars happened.
Yep.
From Tog.
Yeah, actually, Victoria Carble on Spotify and YouTube and stuff, she has a couple songs like about the Tog and ACOTAR stuff. Specifically one like that's called The Witch Kingdom. And the song of Adarlan.
Adarlan.
Yeah. And they're very good. Like those ones specifically are good. She has a couple like for Rhys and Farah, but I personally don't like the like octaves that those songs are in. She's got one that's Nesta and it's called Steel Heart. and it's really good. Again, an octave I don't really.
If you want a really, really good Nesta song, this singer Rebecca Dawn put out her very first song on Spotify.
I think I saw you post it.
Yeah, called Fragile, and it's about Nesta and
Agatha. Oh yeah, I did listen to it. I did like it.
So good.
But
Taylor Ash, she does like a ton of different like song sequences for the different scenes too, which is really good.
Victoria Corbel and Beth Crowley are the ones that I tend to listen to. Although my favorite Beth Crowley song is actually there's a couple. Meet Me at midnight, but like the full little lyric is Meet Me at midnight. And then Perfect Doesn't Last and I'm Not Your Savior. Those are my 3 by her that I really like.
Yeah.
Plus it's just they're very like, especially with Beth Crowley, her music videos are like sort of that 2010s, like late 2000s kind of style for some of them. And it's just so fun to watch them.
Like, okay, really quick, going back to like the fan fiction stuff. My crossover fic.
Yes, you wanted to talk about that.
I did want to talk about that because I'm so proud of it. You have no idea.
You have every right to be proud.
I kind of confused myself a little bit because again, the fucking timeline, Sarah, screws me up all the time.
Yeah.
But I basically had one chapter where Azriel has to kind of guess at like his ancestry in terms of the Valg and the Illyrians.
Oh.
And be like, oh, well, you know, Rhys could be more because of his bloodline, but we are also like inherently bad and stuff. And he's talking to Cassian about this, obviously. And Cassian's like, oh, I don't know, I'm fucking confused, as he does. And then Mor kind of comes in and he has to kind of talk about the bloodlines with Mor. And he's like, yeah, so we're kind of like distant cousins as well. And she's like, yeah.
Yeah, just like, everybody's related.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, it's a headcanon that Azriel and Mor never actually had sex.
Yeah, no, I think she knows that they're fucking related. That's why she never fucking slept with him.
Yeah.
Duh.
Because we don't actually get like a distinct like, they didn't actually ever sleep together. It's just that Mor has been trailing him along behind her.
Yes.
So it's like I have a confirmed headcanon that they never actually slept together, but she did sleep with Cassian and Azriel was
because Cassian's not a part of their line, you know?
Because Mor did flirt with Azriel and then chose Cassian. So it's like, she figured out they're related somehow.
Yeah.
And so she had to sleep with someone she's less related to.
Yeah. So Az basically like fucking tells her everything he found out, right? And then I start chapter 4 with Mor just going, so we're also cousins. And he's like, that's what you got from all of this? And she's like, that's not all I got from it, but ... There were
that's also what I would say.
There were stories in the Court of Nightmares. I had heard some of the old stories and myths, but never thought too much about them. I suppose that means that Rhys and I are more bad than good, and I suppose the 3 of us did have ties to the original rulers, to the High King. She marvels. And then
more bad than good.
He's like, meaning Bryce is also our cousin, but the king and queen were pieces of shit. And now we have this mess on our hands over 15,000 years later because of their domino effect.
I thought you were going to say they're dumbasses.
Well, that too.
Yeah.
And then he's like, plus, I have a feeling this is only the beginning of the revelations. We have no idea if there were ever any other crossings. If that is why I am a shadow singer and you are what you are, and even down to Tamlin being a raw shifter when nobody else has that magic, 2 types of fairies invaded Midgard by the Asteri's order, ours and some from another planet with raw shifting. There is something big coming and my shadows are restless and whispering. And then she's like,
okay, but that's actually something I like. Where like they can tell what's going on, the shadows can tell what's going on in other worlds. That's nice.
And then Mor's like, which makes you think of Tamlin of all people, and how the hell he has the magic of Fae from a third unknown planet. He's like, yup. And considering the facts, that means one or more of those fairies must have gotten to Midgard, back to our planet, unless there were multiple waves of crossings, and the Asteri failed to mention that they connected our planet with the other.
Yeah, like it might have been at one point normal to like cross worlds.
To Prithian crossing first, yeah. And then she's
because I mean, Aelin fell through, and like also it happened. I mean, it happened when Rhys and Pharaoh were going to have their baby, but then we never actually see it in the ACOTAR series.
Yeah, we were supposed to see it in CC3, but then she cut it.
Are you freaking?
No, yeah, she said she was going to fully explain how Rhys saw Aelin as Aelin and not a star like everybody else. And then she rewrote the whole fucking draft and fucking cut everything with Nyx and the inner circle and all that.
Why? Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's another thing. We need to see like actual stuff with Nyx.
Feyre wasn't even fucking in it. It was just, oh, Feyre said this when we talked to her. Oh, Feyre thought this when we talked to her. Fucking annoying. The one time we actually fucking needed Feyre.
Right.
But then Moore's just like, I'm getting a headache. So you and Rhys are both part dagger.
Moore gets headaches with everything. Yeah. You wrote that well.
He's like, in a way, yes, but it's watered down enough. Thank the gods. My hunch is that there was a starborn male who mated with an Illyrian female of Annalius's direct line, and that became my bloodline. My mother knew a little of the history. And then she's like, but Rhys isn't a shadow singer. And he's like, I'm just running on what I do know. Rhys's line has to be the most complex. But I'd imagine another starborn male mated with some other Daglin female and began Rhys's line. You, Rhys, me, and Bryce are all cousins through Thea and Theon's starborn line through Selene. But down the generations leading up to us, the starborn mated with others of different descents, meaning our bloodlines got muddled and mixed. There's a reason Rhys is the most powerful High Lord ever, and I think we need to start by learning the truth. I think we all need to start by telling each other what we all know from our own childhoods and what was passed down to us, and we need to chart it and figure it out. It's better to be prepared and to know what we have in our arsenal and who we are, good or bad.
So what you're saying is that every time I bitch about communication,
I know. Yeah, Azriel's like, we need to sit the fuck down and tell each other everything.
Meeting.
And Moore's like, the fuck I am.
It's a family. Morgan, you can.
She replies with, if only the truth was a comforting thing. It is as much of a curse as it is a blessing. As what if the truth rips us all apart? What if we can't handle it? What then? I can't.
You know, maybe if she had her 2 fucking bottles of wine, that is literal canon.
And then Azriel being Azriel, he's so nice. He's like, Moore, all of us will always be family regardless of what happens and what comes out. I think the only
you're now all confirmed to be blood related.
Literally family. Regardless of what happens and what comes out, I think the only thing that can destroy us is secrets. Koshi has gifts that could take advantage of that. We can't give the monster any more of an advantage than he already has. We will all be dead. We'll have to put our pride aside and figure it out. I have Daglin magic. So does Rhys, and so do you. That doesn't make us monsters, but it means that if we have to protect our home and each other, we will. And then Moore just goes, nobody wants to know what I know, Azriel. And he raised a brow and he's like, maybe not. Maybe we'll be angry at you and maybe lies and half-truths will hurt, but there's a bigger threat than our own secrets. We need to take a page from Bryce's handbook and put our woes aside to take down this asshole. Then she's like, I do wish I could have met Bryce. She seemed like a badass. She's changing the fucking subject.
Yeah, and considering that Bryce and Nesta got along, I don't think that Bryce would have liked Moore again.
Azriel reined in his urge to roll his eyes, but inclined his head. I suppose you could say that, seeing as she got one over on both me and Nesta and stole my dagger. And then Moore goes, oh, poor baby Az, all out of sorts without his magical knife.
I have a scene written where
he shoots her a glare and she grins, teeth as white as bone. I meant to ask you too, since I have heard things through the magical grapevine. How's Gwen? She's the truth person. Gwen. Yeah. She arches an eyebrow. He crosses his arms. She's doing very well. She's good for you. What? You've come out of your shell more. You seem more content. You speak freely now. She's good for you. Is this your way of telling me you're glad I'm no longer that young male pining for you? It is my way of telling you that you're on the right path, finally, and I'm happy for you. Thanks.
No, because he's not up your ass. Sorry. I just hate her. I actually have one scene where
okay, this is really funny though. So he's like, sometimes the truth helps more than hurt, and then she says sometimes, and then she says we should go back into monitor because there's like an unknown male from Bryce's whatever. And then she goes, I'm getting worried about Cassian's silence. He's like Nyx, you know there's trouble when he's quiet.
That's really funny. But I have a scene where Azriel is being extra brooding, and Aurora's talking about like, you know, different coping mechanism and having hobbies and stuff like that. Yeah. And so Azriel's like, not everybody has time for that. And so Aurora looks at him, looks at everyone else, like Rhys, Farah, Cassian, and just like, are his hobbies just brooding and cleaning his dagger? And so Azriel's like, no. And everyone else is like, yeah. And then I also have a headcanon that because Azriel doesn't talk much, it's because, like, this is going to make some people cry. But as a child, when he was getting tortured by his brothers and being locked away and stuff, he'd be screaming and crying for help, but no one came. So now, as an adult, whenever he talks for too long, he starts to stutter. Because he had a stutter as a kid, and it's one of the things his father hated about him. And he realized that if he just stopped talking, no one would hear it. And so he starts stuttering around Aurora. And he's like, I'm sorry that like I can't talk properly. And she's just like, no, it's really cute. It means that you're gonna be more quiet and you just get to listen to me talk. And he goes, oh,
okay.
yay, that's great. And like the dry humor. I love that it's canon that he has dry humor. Like the whole crashing into a tree thing. That's gonna get referenced too. That's gonna definitely get referenced.
I have I did a really good scene actually between Moore and Reese.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, it's like Moore at first, but hold on, let me scroll. Oh, Cassian and Nesta have a fight again. What else is new? Okay, so Moore sees.
Hold on. Time out. Say that sentence one more time.
I forget what I just said. What did I say?
Who has a fight?
Cassian and Nesta.
Nesta, like always.
Yeah.
You have it as them fighting all the. Oh Lord, is it good fights though? Is it
no?
Funny?
I mean like,
or is it like background where it's just like they're having a fight?
I mean, right? Like Cassian was about to go upstairs with Nesta, and then Reese told him to do something, and Nesta's like, "If you fucking go do that right now."
I thought it was gonna be like.
And he walks out the door.
Oh,
fucking idiot!
Lovely. You can go do it if you want. Compared to, yeah, you can do it.
She's like, "You better not walk out that fucking door."
Oh my goodness!
And he's like, "I have to, babe." No, not babe, but like he's like, "I have to."
Yeah, the typical like frat boy thing.
Yeah.
He's definitely the frat boy that hazes everybody and then doesn't get in trouble because he's related to the rich kid.
Yeah.
Oh hey,
but
the Illyrian war groups.
You're gonna know who this is, and everyone who's seen the fucking podcast is gonna know who this is. But basically, a male from Bryce's planet fell into their world, and Nesta and the Valkyries found him on Ramiel and took him to fucking Maja's infirmary. And so Cassian was there, and they called in Moore to help him monitor the guy, and that's why Reese was like, "You have to go and make sure he's not a danger." Blah 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 blah. And Nesta was pissed. And so, because she's like, I'm the one who found him, like, I should be monitoring him. And they wouldn't really let her. And yeah, they had a really good fight, though, where Nesta literally points out, like, if anyone should be protecting someone, I should be protecting you because I'm way more fucking powerful than you. And he gets so mad, but it's funny.
He does have a right to get upset about that sort of thing since he's, Lord of Bloodshed, like he's supposed to.
But it's weird because he doesn't get mad when Reese pulls rank.
Yeah, or when fucking Morrigan pulls rank.
I feel like Moore's there.
The only ones who can pull rank and no one get mad at them is Amryn, Nesta, and Azrael. But if Moore pulls rank, no, you shouldn't be doing that. What the fuck do you do anyways? Reese shouldn't pull rank because it makes him look like a cocky bastard, and we already don't like him.
Yeah.
Farah can't pull rank because, cool, you're a curse breaker and you saved Prithian, but you haven't really done much since, because apparently getting pregnant means that you're stupid again. Which is just a diss on all women who've had children, because it's like, no, because now you're fighting a fucking war in your own home.
Yeah.
This is why I don't do the pregnancy dreams.
But so Moore shows up, right? And she's like looking at this dude on the cot. Fucking, he like wakes up or whatever.
Yeah.
And he's like, you look really familiar, because there's a scene in one of the first couple chapters of him being the sleeping shadow that she saw on her way to Valahan. And he's like, you look familiar.
You also include her going to Valahan?
Not her.
Well, I mean, like, yeah, it's just like one of those things where it's like, she goes there regularly. Yeah, no, I have it to where she has like a whole vacation palace there, because
I have it through this dude's POV being a sleeping shadow in like multiple places, and that's like one where he comes across her. And
I know exactly.
Probably should have asked for help. So he's like, you look familiar, and then she's like, you kind of look familiar too. And then it like clicks, and she's like, I gotta go, and like fucking winnows out. So like the next time we see her, she's like in her room, and it says, Moore's breath came in sharp gasps as she paced in her room. The soft breeze through the window should have calmed her, but the memories crashing against her mind were far from peaceful. No one can know. No one must know. Her heartbeat beats erratically, a steady drum of panic. She squeezed her eyes shut as flashes of the past assaulted her with terrifying clarity. Eris. It had been almost 8 decades ago. The cruel urgency of their rejected bond, how she had finally succumbed to it, the hot, desperate need that surged through her. The fire had burned her alive, nearly consumed her, and in that blaze she had given herself to him just to purge the agony of the bond, to rid herself of that invisible chain that bound her to him, to finally get it out of her system. The room around her spun as her mind shattered through time. Through time! She could almost feel the weight of his touch, the sharpness of his gaze as he took her and Valahan as their bodies collided in a frantic need and neither of them understood. There had been no love in it, just a wild, unholy desperation. And then came the pregnancy she thought would never be possible due to that iron nail in her womb as a teenager. Her baby, their baby. Her breath hitched as the memory of the soft, fragile form of her son in her arms broke through her mind, his hair fluffy and golden like hers, his eyes a pale amber brown. The infant she had hidden from her own family, from everyone, a secret she could never tell, though Eris felt the pain of the birth and had shown up, her angry cries filling the room as she pushed. They had kept their son from the world, from the prying eyes of her father and the cruel grip of Baron. She had carried him in silence, using magic to glamour herself for those 10 months, an unspoken promise that she would keep him safe no matter the cost. She had raised him in secrecy for 2 years. Valahan had been a haven, a place to hide, as it remains now. She had employed a nanny there, bound by oath to raise him when she could not be there, hidden away from the world, and even her family fearing that Baron or Kier would find him. Then there was Lauren, her cousin. Her brilliant and beautiful cousin, Rhysand's younger sister, the one who shared her burden, the one who could understand. Lauren, the rightful heir of the Starborn and Prythian, the one who secretly learned of her power and honed it to be able to walk between worlds with magical aid. Lauren had been desperate as more, to protect her own son in utero, fathered by Tamlin. Their fathers had fueled a centuries-old feud between night and spring, and the resulting chaos had threatened everything, including their lives. It was another secret pregnancy, 2 secret children, 2 major secrets, 2 burdens to bear alone, 2 planets. So Lauren had left, aided by Tamlin, somehow, as far as she knew, taking Mor's son with her. She had walked between the realms, leaving everything behind, her family, her title, her world. There had been no time to prepare, no time to explain, especially to Rhys. A truth Mor had kept to this day. Only Tamlin and Eris knew about their respective sons, and even that knowledge had been kept buried deep, hidden behind their brutal, cold exteriors. Eris had known about the plan once it had been finalized with Lauren. His involvement had felt crushing, his agreement unspoken but clear. He'd allow it, but only because there had been no other choice, no other protection from his sadistic father and High Lord. So Mor had remained, and after it all, the truth had been buried in the shadows, hidden away with no one to share the burden. And now, the unknown male from Midgard. Her mind stilled and her chest tightened. The stranger's presence felt strange, but familiar. He had appeared from nowhere, a male from a world she barely knew, but there was something in his eyes that stirred something deep within her. He felt like a ghost she had known all her life, like the echo of something lost, something she had made herself forget. His presence reminded her of something she couldn't quite pinpoint, a fleeting memory of something that had once been. A shadow deep and lingering, something she had glimpsed only once nearly 8 months ago during her ride on Elia. The sleeping shadow, dark and vast like the calm before a storm. Could it be him? Her son, grown, returned home after all these years, drawn to her as his mother, like calls to like after all. Her breath caught in her throat as the realization hit her, the way his presence seemed to call to her, just like the shadow she had seen back then, the strange sense of familiarity, the way his very being resonated with something deep inside her. It must be him. The thought flashed through her mind in an instant, but even as hope bloomed, it was quickly followed by doubt. Could she trust it? Could she trust herself after all this time, after keeping him hidden, after burying everything about him so deep? Could it truly be him? The world felt too small, as though it was closing in on her, and the weight of her secret, the years of isolation, were suddenly too heavy to bear. Her breath became too shallow as she tried to make sense of it all. More. A voice resounded, followed by a knock at her door, the wood creaking open after a beat. Rhysand's voice barely broke through the haze of her thoughts. Rhys, she started to explain, but the words caught in her throat. How could she? How could she tell him the truth? The years of lies, the secrets she buried so deep that she had nearly forgotten them. Rhys moved toward her, his hand on her shoulder, grounding her. What happened? Azrael mentioned your hasty exit from the infirmary, said you looked panicked, like you'd seen a ghost. As he spoke through the her muddled mind, she knew. The truth was out there, and whether she was ready or not, it was coming to implode her life.
Honestly, that makes me like her as a character a little more.
Mm-hmm.
And it's because you wrote her. You actually wrote her to have some kind of feelings and real trauma rather than just, oh, hey, this is what I say happened.
I do think that this is why Sarah's giving her a novella.
Yeah. Also, the whole being, like, having to have sex to help get rid of the whole anger and frustration after rejecting the mating bond. I like that little bit of torture. I like it. Hey, if you guys don't want to suffer, do it.
Yeah, because it's like every part of magic has a price.
Yeah.
So we already know that
rejecting
it's going to be pretty bad for the woman, but it's going to be awful and drive the male mad too, which would only make problems with Baron.
Considering
she knows this,
but considering how we see how mated males act when it's accepted, it's like, oh yeah, you need to do it.
Yeah,
and really, honestly, if the only like consequence of rejecting a mating bond is to have sex, I mean,
like, just say it and you're fine.
Honestly, just consider it to be just a normal one-night stand, not rejecting a mating bond, like hate sex or something.
Like,
you know,
this is the consequence. You still have to be with them in that way.
Yeah. And then you're done.
And then you're done. Yeah. But it also accounts for why, on top of their secret child in my fic, it also accounts for why Eris, like, is still protective of her.
Keeps her secret. Yeah.
Yeah. Like how when Kier was like, I want to go to Valaris and all this stuff, and she was literally terrified. Like, he can still feel her through the bond.
You know,
another little price to pay.
I've kind of wondered, because we're not getting any clarification for it, most likely ever. Yeah. But like, if you know that you're mated to somebody, but like maybe they don't know it yet, but you can feel their feelings. Can you feel when they like sleep with someone else?
Yeah, Rhys did. Remember, he said Feyre's lust for Tamlin woke him up and like a
oh my god, you're right. I completely forgot about that. That.
He was like, I was fucking sweating. I woke up like
there was also the times he complained about how she would be vomiting and like he's just staring at it through the hand and it's like, I didn't want to see you vomit. And it's just like, honestly, you shouldn't have put an eye in the tattoo.
So here's my thing, which is again something that I wish she would put in Moore's novella.
Yeah.
I don't know how, if Eris can feel her fear in terms of Kier coming to Valaris.
Yeah.
Does that mean, because I always kind of had this headcanon that Moore and Eris were pretending to hate each other in front of the IC.
Oh,
because it's just very juvenile. But does this mean she also feels when he's being tortured by Baron?
Yeah, so keep in mind how many times in the actual like canon series she just kind of up and disappears, just isn't around for time, like a week on end or something.
Why does she have a secret house? Are they meeting up? I need to know.
I think maybe she ends up disappearing a little bit because she'll be doing something and then Eris deals with the abuse at his father's hands and then she needs to go. Yeah. And like hide out because she's feeling the anguish and she can't do her job.
Yeah.
Because I don't think it's a one-way street.
Yeah. I mean, in my main fic, I literally have her feeling him dying so much so that she has to go there to try to save him.
Yeah.
And she sees like his lifeless fucking corpse being dragged from the dungeon. Spoiler alert.
Oh,
but yeah.
Lord.
And it's, yeah, I just really like the way I write her because I need Sarah to do her character justice because it's annoying if she doesn't.
Yeah.
You know. But there's like a lot of shit obviously happening in this fic. There's like the Rune and Lauren side of things where Lauren tells him the truth of some shit. And
hey, look at that. Communication.
And the end of this chapter, because this was a really fucking heavy chapter, is Elaine having a vision of Tanwyn and the Valkyries being fucking trapped under the Gallian mountain, being fed on, like almost fucking dead. And
that's nightmare inducing.
Yeah. And so like she's just seeing like the mountain and she's feeling their sweat and like hearing their pleas and whispers like in the wind. And she sees like this woman standing there and like talking to her from a mountain. And like, it's crazy. I loved how I like wrote that. And she's like, holy shit, this is like what Cassian described with like the armor and everything. She's describing the armor that this woman is wearing that she's having the vision of. And, you know, she's like, help us, free us, all this stuff. And it's just like really crazy because I end her little scene with her thinking of the woman's, you know, hazel gold eyes and how can she help him? The vision felt real, too powerful. She knew she was meant to do something about it. And then it says, then it came back to her that first time she had met Lucian in the library in the House of Wind, her own words spoken as a confused, naive new fae, equating it to a bond she had not wanted at that time. The realization struck her like a slap. I can hear your heart beating through the stone. Can you hear mine? No, lady, I cannot. It hadn't been Lucian's. And that is how I ended the chapter.
Oh, sweet Jesus.
It had been fucking Tanwyn's. And it's because a couple of the Valkyries there was a specific Valkyrie that I wrote that was a seer. And that was kind of showing Elaine visions of them trapped. And she's finally getting it in her head, like, it wasn't Lucian's heartbeat under stone that I heard. it was
well,
trapped female.
Something I actually found interesting about that statement was like a heartbeat under stone. Tamlin used to have a stone heart.
Yeah.
And Lucian was below him in rank within, in general, and in Springport.
Yeah. I love fucking double entendres. I love them so much.
I love them so much. They're so fun.
But like then I read CC3 and I was like, okay, maybe she meant Vesperus.
Yeah.
Because remember, she was the one asking Amren, like, why'd you choose a female form? And why this and why that? And Amren was kind of really afraid of the prison. And I don't know, I kind of feel like either Maeve or Vesperus could have been Amren's mother. Because remember, Amren openly talks about her father and how her and her siblings were like these messengers and these assassins for this god or whatever.
Yeah.
She never talks about her mother, but she was terrified of, they're going to find me, they're going to catch me. Who's they? Because everyone's like, oh, it's everyone in the prison. She doesn't want to go back to the prison.
Something I actually considered
but she knew people in the prison.
Was maybe she didn't talk about her mother because it's similar to how, like, with the Greek and Romans, where, like, for example, Zeus birthed out Athena from his head. So what if she has a father, but like the mother is the mother?
Yeah.
The one who created everything.
I think it would have been so
that's like
funny,
Prithian's only god, but Farah also talks about how they had like lesser gods and stuff.
But just like the way that she's 3,000 years old and like we know Vesperus was actively around and like making people and things and like Thea was like her, I don't know, charge, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
I just feel like, I don't know. I feel like she could have been Amren's mother. Because remember, again, Amren is lying about the timeline of falling into the world.
Definitely.
Lying about how the courts...
And she's not even like lying. She's like just beating around the question completely.
Yeah. But she also says like, oh, the courts weren't a thing when I went in the prison. And we know that's false. Because Selene said when she came back to Prithian, the courts were already there. And she's the one that put everybody in the prison. So Amren outright fucking lied.
Yeah, but I had a theory that Amren never actually went into prison.
Or she was created in Prithian and never actually fell through a fucking rift.
Yeah, but I don't think
she could have seen them though.
I don't think she ever was in the prison. I don't think she was like actually locked away in it. She says she goes into the prison. Keep in mind how Reese, like all of them talk about how the walls whisper.
Yeah.
And there has to be some kind of guards. What if because of her, Asteri, whatever, because of them being literal angels and stuff, what if she was actually considered a guard for the prison, saw some nightmarish ass shit and was just like, fuck, I gotta lie about who I am, because more than likely she was on the wrong side of, whatever war.
Yeah.
If she needed to lie, take someone's fey body, honestly, I genuinely believe she like transferred her soul or whatever.
I like literally
someone else's body.
That's like one of the most interesting parts of like Twilight of the Gods that I want to see. I want to see the actual truth. Yeah. Because she has never once fucking told anything.
Well, yeah, it's called Twilight of the Gods. We should be seeing
Amarin, Hybern, the Death Gods, the Tug Gods, fucking
Bryaxis.
Literally, Bryaxis.
Also, what happened to the whole
Amarantha?
Farah, darling, Bryaxis is still loose.
Oh my god, Reese tells Azriel and he's like, It was just like, do you really want me to go track him down right now?
I personally
and he's like, you can give him the holiday. Reese, the fuck are you talking
about? personally want them to track down Bryaxis, but figure out a way that
Bryaxis fucking left the goddamn world. Let's be real. They're not finding him for
But I see him very similar to Clifford the dog.
Oh my god.
So I want him to be Nesta's pet.
Yeah, I could see that.
She got that house on her side.
I could see it.
You think she can't get Bryaxis? I mean, literally.
But him bargaining for a window, that's a fucking rift. Farah,
oh, yeah, no, definitely.
Out of the goddamn world.
Okay. Let me go back to something I said earlier. Hold on.
He's gone.
Let me go back
never
to something.
Showing up in Prithian again.
Let me go back to something I said earlier. Hold on. Like, what did you expect? You made a deal and didn't specify, which is deal making 101. You must clearly explain what you want or what is being wanted. Of course, Farrah, being the illiterate being that she is, doesn't understand. I altered what I said earlier to make it make sense for this, but yeah, no. What do you expect, Farrah?
Can I point something out? And I may or may not be remembering this correctly, but it's a Crescent City thing. And again, I've only read them like 3 times, but not as much as ACOTAR, clearly. So in the scene where Bryce comes home and everybody's fucking dead, right? There's a part where she's like, oh, there's this like dark entity that like jumps into like the trash chute or something.
You mean like a shadow?
Yeah. And she's like, what the fuck was that? Like, she thought that that's what was killing everyone. And like, she sees it shift a couple times and then like jump into like the fucking trash chute. And so
that sounds
as far as I remember, she was like basically it's explained that it was just like one of the it's a Ritarakan Tog. What the fuck is it called in Crescent City? The demon thing. I forget what the fuck it's called right now. It was like explained to be one of the demon things, but because Farrah had the fucking horn Bryce had the fucking horn in her back, and the demons were literally after the horn the entire time. That's why they kept popping up and like attacking her. It would make no sense for it to be one of the demons.
I thought it was one of Azrael's shadows.
Running away from
or like
her.
Something similar to that.
So now I'm like, what if it was Bryaxis?
That too. But I thought of it as something similar to Azrael's shadows, which Bryaxis could be, because Azrael's shadows recoil away from other things. They only feel a pull. They don't even go near Elaine. They pull away from Elaine. Elaine is sunshine to them. But they
and you
pull
know
towards
who
Gwen.
has shadows like Azrael's? Cormac.
Yeah. I, for some reason, have been calling him Conrad for like a week.
Stop.
I've been seeing a lot of the Summer I Turned Pretty stuff, and that's a book I read like when it first came out, and I don't
see, this is another thing. Like, we could have had so much Azrael stuff in book 1 with his like shadows and spying. Just like the same thing with Cormac and CC book 1. Like, that could have been a Cormac shadow, but no, it's never fucking explained.
I mean, and there's
the cat-like presence that Feyre sees in fucking Akamath. We don't know.
Hell that
could be Azrael, could be a Prince of Hell.
Didn't have his shadows under the mountain. Like, I actually have that as a headcanon. I'm gonna write about it, how he saw so much under the mountain through his shadows. Because I actually have a headcanon that his shadows...
Well, the Wraiths report back to him.
That too.
So he knows anyway.
But I have a headcanon that his shadows are similar to Flotsam and Jetsam from The Little Mermaid. Where, like, how Ursula sees through their eyes.
Mm-hmm.
I have a headcanon that he can see through some of the shadows.
It makes sense, yeah, because he's like, oh, he can see.
So all he has to do is just put him into a corner and he's seeing everything happening.
Yeah, like telescopes.
Yeah. Which means, like, Azrael definitely saw Farrah kill the Midgard worm.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it depends. Like, can they go that far without him?
Who's to say he wasn't there?
Well, he was trapped in Belarus.
Literally, no, he wasn't.
Which doesn't make sense, because the Wraiths could go under the mountain, right?
But I have a feeling...
We're unseen by anybody. Nobody even knew they were there. So how are they getting through the thing that leads towards that Azrael can't? They can all turn into shadows.
I think Morrigan was actually in Valahan. Cassian was in Valaris. Azrael was able to go between Valaris and Hewn City and under the mountain. And spy on all of the other courts. Because keep in mind how quickly Tamlin found out about the Winter Court younglings getting murdered.
Well, Lucian, yeah.
Yeah, Lucian. But still,
I heard from my Winter Court contacts.
But that's the thing. Like, if they're getting murdered in Winter Court, why would they get it out to you? So I have had this headcanon that Azrael has been friends with Lucian, Tamlin, and Eris for God knows how many centuries.
Yeah.
Or at least, like, well enough terms.
It doesn't make sense the way that she writes things, because, okay, everybody can come to Calanmai, but yet you said that Amarantha locked down all the courts and nobody could go.
Yeah, but like what Rhys had said was like, yeah, Amarantha's letting out her monsters tonight.
Like, what the fuck are you talking about? So if Amarantha locked down all the courts, nobody would be coming to fucking Calanmai. What are you talking about?
I mean, do keep in mind, Alice, before all the courts got border locked, had traveled from summer to spring.
Yeah.
So that could explain how there are some citizens of Spring who aren't actually from there. So that's why we see different ones. But the only one we actually specifically know for sure is from other courts is Rhys. Amarantha's whore.
And the people that attacked Feyre, the Picts.
Yeah. But even then, Rhys said she's like, Amarantha's letting out all the monsters tonight. Mm-hmm. And those guys were going to do some very unsavory things to Feyre. Mm-hmm. Yep. They could have possibly been like, Amarantha was like, hey, there's some weird shit happening in spring.
Yeah.
You go. But then also these other ones are going to watch.
Yeah. Correct me if I'm wrong. I feel like Feyre was like looking around and trying to decipher like what people could have been.
She was looking for Tamlin.
Yeah.
She was looking around trying to find either Tamlin or Lucien. Yeah.
And then she was like, oh, more blue fairies and this, I don't know.
Also,
all sorts of shit.
Hey, SJM, why don't we see more water rays and nymphs? Why don't we see those blue fairies with the sparkly wings? Like the pixies and shit. So I
love how you said that.
Oh, what? You have a fic about it?
I told you that I made Tarquin's mate a water sprite from the Spring Court. And she has blue blood, so she has like blue curly hair, blue lips, and sparkly blue wings.
Have you ever watched Monster High?
No.
Okay, then you don't know who Laguna is, but she's literally got like blonde hair with blue in it, and like she's a water monster.
Oh.
She's like the Loch Ness monster type doll. But yeah, she's got the blue skin and stuff. That's what that reminds me of.
Yeah. And
she's also like one of the nicest ones.
Tarquin is just really cute because he just like
Tarquin seems like such a lover boy. The way that he was
mate bond snaps and
the way he like, flirted with Feyre.
She's so pretty. Like he doesn't even care like that she's a lesser fae, obviously, because he wanted the equality initiative. Like that's why. And so his mate turns out to be a lesser fae. And like he's just like, she's so pretty.
She's so pretty. She's mine. I love her.
Water and water. Come with me in summer.
You know, he does kind of seem like the type to be like, wow, you like water? Here's little water animals. I can make you flowers out of water. I built you a pool.
Couple scenes with them. And
oh my god,
he's just so fucking
actually cute. The way. Okay, so the bathtub.
I did fan art of her. I'm gonna have to see
the chapter 56 bathtub scene with Rhys and Feyre, where she's cleaning his wings. Yeah. But switch it to where it's Tarquin and the mate that you have for him, where they're in a bath and like he's making like the little animals that Feyre learned she could do.
Fragile and sparkly.
And they're all fragile. And he's like, actually, would you like me to help you clean them? And so he's gentle with it. Yeah. And it's like a very intimate and vulnerable thing. They don't even have to have sex. Just the like the genuine, just sweet intimacy. I think
I will write that for you.
Oh, thank you so much.
I was trying to think of like what the next scene between them could be because
I could probably write out a rough draft and just send it to you.
If you want, yeah.
Yeah, just give you like the basic idea.
The last time they were in a scene together, because it's been a while, because there was a lot of shit going on.
Yeah.
So she's been in the summer court for a while-ish, maybe like a month at this point, in my fic, so I didn't really do like her intro to summer or anything, but he's like, yeah, you're my mate and I love you. Be my lady. Be my high lady. And she's like, what? Like, I'm just a water sprite. Like, what? So I think it would actually be cute for her to like, just to be like really quirky and like never having lived in a palace and just having always lived like in like the springs and the lakes and stuff like that. Like always just having lived outside, basically, other than like rock caves and stuff. And like little grottos. Like her seeing a palace and just trying to like live in a palace for the first time would be really kind of constricting, even though it's a huge mansion.
I think he would build her some kind of really nice pool.
I was gonna say, like, I feel like he would have like this really nice
oh my god,
like, spring.
Not just that, but like a spring with like a little island, and then it's like a lazy river.
Yeah.
And so it's got like natural ecosystem, so there's moss.
Because that's like where she lived in spring, with like her cousins and stuff. So it was really cute because
and even like honestly, I like getting into like the political stuff too. So he works on a trade agreement specifically with Tamlin to import specific live like trees.
See, this is the shit that I hate writing. You gotta help me with that.
Oh, don't worry. I have
do some of that and I'll include it and I'll put cred in the fucking summary or whatever.
Yes.
Do it. I hate that. Because he was like, oh yeah, let's be allies.
I think that's why Mandalore and I are gonna have a good conversation. I still haven't reached out to him, but I think he and I are gonna have a good conversation about his fic. Yeah. And then hopefully have an episode on it because I'm more than willing to get into the politicals.
Oh, 100%.
Like I'm more than happy to just ask the right questions and just let him talk.
Yeah. Okay, so do me a favor real quick. Hop on
Yes.
Instagram. I just sent you a picture of her that I made.
Oh my gosh. Okay. You know what? Hold on. I need to send you something because of what it really does remind me of.
Because yeah, she's so pretty and I love her.
So
I did a
I
couple,
don't I don't think you've seen it, but Barbie Fairytopia Mermaidia has a
Okay.
blue mermaid named Nori. And that's
Oh my
who that
gosh.
actually truly reminds me of.
Yeah, that's similar.
She's
cute.
sassy, and the like
Mhm.
Prince Mermaid and her have feelings for each other. But like she
Prince
her whole
Mermaid.
thing is well, he's the prince and I'm just me. I'm like a lesser mermaid and stuff. And it's like actually really cute.
Oh my god.
It's really cute. You basically just took a Barbie fucking side plot. You okay, honestly,
like,
you do.
Have you seen this? And have you seen this? I'm like, absolutely not. But
I need to I will get a clip of that whole little romance admission bit and like the scene where she's talking about how she doesn't think she's worthy. And so you
Mandalore
can, like, see
just
it.
commented on chapter 87, by the way. I just got the
Speak
notification. It says
of the
2 hours ago.
freaking devil.
It says 2 hours ago, but I just got the notification. And he just put, wow, night court diplomacy at its best. Don't tell anyone anything and blame Tamlin. There's such a thing that's like, don't tell Briar shit about what's happening because she's gonna report back to Tamlin.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I bet she's look at that. Even my little cat is nodding with me. Yeah. Yeah. It's not even alive and it's fucking
so funny. Yeah. Yeah, because basically Briar's coming over for Starfall because she made a
you've told me.
Yeah,
I think we talked about it in the first part too.
Yeah, so it's just like, don't tell her shit. Even though Koshi's a threat to fucking everybody, and she's gonna fucking find out when you have the High Lords meeting anyway.
Like, what happened to not telling Farah anything, and then you just take her to Valaris?
Yeah.
They're not actually good at keeping secrets.
I am actually excited to write my own High Lords meeting. I want it to be so much better.
I'm also gonna write a High Lords meeting.
Because I'm so excited. Baron is not gonna be there.
Baron is dead.
Though. Well, he's almost dead.
For mine,
the gratification of this is his death. Okay.
For mine, he did something stupid and he's just dead, and nobody really talks about it because nobody actually gave a fuck.
Nobody gives.
And so, Lady of Autumn, I'm actually thinking of naming her like Estelle, just because it's a really pretty name. And then Helian's gonna basically be like, oh, because she's gonna go to the High Lord meeting with Eris, and then Helian's gonna be like, well, hey, I have a whole court, and my son needs his mom while you've been with your other sons their whole lives, and Elaine and you guys can bond. And so then it's going to be a whole thing of Eris being like, yeah, no, actually, mom, go ahead. Like, love you. I'll write letters to you and stuff, but I don't need you anymore. You need to go to Lucian. And so then there's brotherly reconciliation and all this other stuff. And I mean, keep in mind also, this is, Aurora's another love child.
Yeah.
Doesn't know it at this point.
Oh, yeah.
But is like completely head over heels for Azriel.
Poor Nesta in my fic. She's going.
Oh, I am. So I'm also,
again.
I was thinking of doing something, but I'm going to need your help with it. Okay. I was thinking of having it be like a crossover, but it's like normal now for them to be crossing over because it's like years later after Nesta's book and Crescent City 3. I'm not going to say it. So like there's like actual like portals that are just open behind like doors. And you can just like walk out of a fucking closet like Narnia. So I was thinking of having Cassian and Nesta realize that their mating bond wasn't like an actual one, and Cormac is with her. But I can't remember enough about Cormac's personality, so I have to have you help me.
Yes! He has Eris's personality. The only difference is that he is way more open to showing his emotions. He's cocky, he's arrogant, he's hilarious. He's very witty. It's like Eris with the perfectly timed.
It's really, this is also, oh my god,
that I didn't know.
I just realized by having Cormac. I just realized by having Aurora be another love child of Helion and Lady Autumn, not only is Lucian her full brother, Eris is her half brother, which means that his son Cormac, who is also related to Morrigan, who is Azriel's cousin, Aurora and Azriel are mates.
And distant cousins. Hello, Aelin and Rowan.
You know what?
It works.
Technically, Aurora is considered royalty since she is the daughter of a High Lord, so fuck it. Asriel gets to be with a princess. You know, actually, I'm gonna have it that Helion calls her, like, his little princess. But that's because I loved that book and movie growing up. Also, it's 1 a.m. our time. What happened to 1 hour?
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Cormac basically has Eris's personality. He just doesn't care about showing his emotions either.
Okay.
That's the only difference. Because, like,
so
he's very witty. He has the jabs that Eris has. He can be really I'll probably
write, like, a scene where he says, like, a quip or something, and then him and Nesta are just like, nice.
Yeah.
And then just to have you look it over. Because I'm not going to be inclooking too many characters all at once. Because it is going to be
I actually think you would... Okay, so you would really like my not one shot. I think it's 3 chapters. 3 or 4 chapters. I think it's 3.
Honestly, I consider a one shot to be anything less than 10 chapters because I can read 10 or less within an hour.
Yeah. So for Nesta Week this year, I did on day 7, which was free day, I did a crossover one where her and Asriel and the Valkyries go to Midgard and meet up with the entire crew, Bryce's crew. And they just have so much fucking fun. They go to the clubs. They try to give the Valkyries driving lessons. They have knife throwing competitions, like all this fun shit. And then in the end, Bryce takes Nesta to visit Ember and Randall again.
Oh, yay.
And yeah, it's called Light It Up or Burn It Down. I loved that title so much. This was fun.
Yeah. This was fun.
I do think me and you should do like a...
Oh, I already have a Word document open for... I have our strong suits listed. Right now, for you, I only have dialogue, idea creation, ships, and redemptions. For me, I've got world building, descriptions, the fluff, outlines and rough drafts, and political discussions. And then shared, I have light smut and closed door smut. Because they kind of go hand in hand. But you're like the soft light smut, and I'm closed door. So
I really like
I can write an intimate kiss. I think I mentioned this in the previous one.
See, that's what I'm really like hard at. I'm gonna have to send you, like, for example, the scene of Elaine being dragged to Koshi, because I really like those intense magic scenes. I know I keep saying like I'm tired. But yeah, like the intense magic scenes I'm pretty good at.
Oh, here's a little bit of smut that I wrote, actually. Okay, it's a little more than a little. It's like a couple paragraphs. But like one of the things I wrote, as he continued to worship her body with his mouth, his hands explored her further, learning every peak and valley, every quiver of response. Let's see. The sound of her pleasure was intoxicating. Each gasp and moan. That's because I write like it's an assignment from school.
Okay, but I write like I'm like witnessing it in person. That sounds so fucking weird. But like POV.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So listen to this one.
In a way.
His shadows,
modern terms, like it's not prosy like yours.
Yeah. His shadows pulsed wildly around them, mirroring the urgent rhythm of his heartbeat. He sucked harder. He's sucking your nipple.
Laughing. You're giggling.
Giggle number I can't believe I was able to keep a straight face writing this. But he's sucking her nipple. It was in a previous paragraph. Drawing out a moan from Aurora as her body arched beneath him, pressing her flesh deeper into his mouth. The sound, a melody she saved just for him, sent a shudder down his spine. But where's their kiss? Let's see. Oh. Yeah, this is where she admits that she loves him. Where is it? She's saying, I expect you to be honest, and we're behind closed doors. There's just the 2 of us. I expect you to be completely yourself. Asriel's shadows unfurled from their tight coil, reaching out to her, a silent plea for understanding. His chest tightened as he nodded, a single motion that seemed to carry the weight of worlds. I will be, he promised, his voice cracking. But he paused, stepping closer, his hand rising to cup her cheek. His thumb brushed over her bottom lip, his gaze dropping to follow the path of his touch. There's so much you don't know. He didn't dare tell her about his past, the darkness that lived inside him, not yet, not when they stood on such delicate ground, but he needed her to understand that their path was fraught with danger and uncertainty. If we continue down this road, he struggled to articulate the tumult of feelings within him. I'll love you no matter what. She held his face in her hands and kissed him. The words hit him like a storm. Love. From her lips, it sounded both terrifying and exhilarating. As her soft lips pressed against his, Azrael's defenses crumbled. His hands slid to the back of her neck, pulling her closer, deepening the kiss. The shadows around them flickered and danced, a silent testament to his burgeoning need. When they parted, his breath hitched. He studied her face, trying to comprehend the gravity of her words. We'll take it one step at a time, he murmured, his thumb still tracing her lip. But I don't know if I can be everything you deserve. The confession was torn from him, raw and unguarded. For a man used to silence and shadows, it was almost too much to say loud. You're already more than enough. At her assurance,
And
something
this
in
is where,
Azrael's...
Azrael, Tamlin, and Eris are the exact same.
Literally, they're best friends because they all suffer from thinking they're not worthy.
Right?
Yeah.
I'm not good enough for you while being the hottest fucking males in Prythian.
After she says that you're already more than enough, he's... At her assurance, something in Azrael's expression softened.
Listen to, actually, I guess.
For sure. A hint of warmth seeping into the ice of his eyes. His shadows grew still, their agitation subsiding. Thank you, he whispered, pressing a gentle kiss to her forehead. For your patience, your wisdom. Thank you for all of it. And this is like where he's stuttering. He pulled back slightly, taking in her flushed features, the way her eyes searched his own. For a moment, the world outside ceased to exist, and all that remained was the two of them bound by an ancient, unyielding force. Because they haven't quite yet realized the mate bond. And so there's a lot of... that sort of thing. But then he gets to be a little more romantic. We'll face this together, he said firmly, his hand dropping to enfold hers once more. His grip tightened, a silent declaration of his commitment to this new understanding. Please stop talking and fuck me. I've waited my entire life for this. Because she will not have sex unless it is her mate. So she already subconsciously knows deep down, he's her mate. Like, they are going to do it.
Shut up.
His eyes widened, startled by the demand, yet his body responded instantly. Desire flared, a burning sensation coursing through every fiber of his being. Yeah. Yep. And then it's 4 pages of smut. Yeah. And I actually did get pretty, I will never write smut like I'm...
You get,
let's see.
Photo I showed you the other day? Into it?
His tongue teased the seam of her thighs, a gentle exploration of the folds. I wrote smut the way I hate... Oh, also...
The way you hate it? I know, because everybody does.
Wait. With agonizing slowness, he moved lower, trailing
You're already
across her stomach. His hands smoothing over her hips as he... I'm gonna, read bits and pieces. Yeah. As he positioned himself between her thighs. He hovered there to the heat of her beckoning, his own need a live wire. Looking up, he met her roar... I can't look at you right now. He met Aurora's eyes, silently asking permission
right now.
to claim her completely. She looked down towards him, her eyelids heavy from ecstasy. Just from making out, by the way. Lips plump from kissing him. Please don't stop, Shadow Boy, she begged softly. His eyes locked with hers, a spark of amusement flickering to life at the nickname. He smiled, like a big smile. The movement sensual against her skin as he dipped his head once more. His tongue teased the seam of her thighs.
Him against the bathroom tile.
Oh, don't worry. Azrael's a freak.
In the bathtub.
She trembled, her legs parting further for him, granting access to the hidden treasures.
What?
Aurora's cry filled the air, her body bucking beneath his
just
mouth.
Diamonds and rubies everywhere.
Her hands clutching at his shoulders, nails digging in with delicious pressure. Funny. He suckled, the sound of her pleasure echoing through the chamber, his, the bed chamber. Because I don't like saying just bedroom, bed chamber.
Okay, every time someone says, chamber and, with Azrael, I'm like, dungeon.
Which is hilarious. But historically speaking, the bed chambers is the bedroom, the closet, the bathroom, which is, how a master...
Like an ensuite.
An ensuite. But ensuite's too modern.
Yeah.
And then, this is, Azrael's thoughts.
Where are they right now? The fucking river house?
His room at the House of Wind. Because Nesta and Cassian don't live there anymore.
Okay.
She
left her house? How dare you?
Well, okay, so Nesta doesn't actually, I created this whole thing where there's, cottages with a different entrance into the library for the priestesses that are also Valkyries. So that way they don't impede on the priestesses that don't, it's a whole...
the dorm.
I did a whole bunch of shit. So Azrael got, Nesta's permission.
It's like a box within a box. Worlding within world.
Yeah, but the House of Wind is now Azrael's. Oh my gosh. Let me read this one last thing.
Hurry.
Oh, Azrael. I thought
you said I had 40 minutes,
was a prayer. Oh my goodness.
It lied to me. Now it says I have 15.
Really? Azrael, it was a prayer, a song. She wanted him. She truly wanted him. Azrael groaned.
Yeah, we got that part.
A sound lost against her flesh as he slid his tongue inside her, tasting the essence of his mate.
Mm-hmm.
Because she says to his face, your shadows are your essence.
Yeah.
Just outside of you. And so now he is eating her out.
Yeah.
The essence of his mate. Mm-hmm. But he's not even processing that he's thinking that she's his mate.
Mm.
But yeah, and then it ends up going with them.
Yeah.
With a final stroke of his thumb over her lower lip, he withdrew from her, carefully placing her on her side and gathering her against his chest.
Yeah.
Because they did like 3 different positions.
Yeah.
I'm not like I'm doing it a little bit of like Cassie and Nesta with like hands on the headboard, you know, that type of shit. She nestled into his chest. I've always been yours. You just needed to find me. She placed a gentle kiss to his chest as they laid there. I love you too, Azrael. I love your little shadows as well. Mm-hmm. He never said, I love you.
Yeah.
But as they came, he was like in her ear, just being like, love you. Like in a hoarse whisper.
Yeah.
The words hoarse.
Okay, I love his shadows, and I love like.
Oh, his shadows get involved.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I have it to where they like our handcuffs.
Yeah.
At one point, not in this part.
Because they can. Yeah. We saw that in CC3.
Oh,
they can solidify themselves.
So like the shadows are cold. So that's temperature play. Oh, yeah, this could also be in the episode. I don't care, but like, yeah.
Meanwhile, I literally just have a fic of Gwen being like, explain to me what a shadow singer is, and he's like, I've never turned anybody else into a shadow before. And he like turns her into a shadow, and she can literally talk to them.
Yeah,
as a shadow. It's so
my
fun.
Canon is that Aurora talks
like, I want to learn all of their names.
And they she names them.
Yeah.
She names like 3 separate ones because they turn into 3 separate house cats.
Well,
or they can join into
like
a panther.
Shadow sprites, kind of like how Lily was a fire sprite, but they just stay in their shadow form.
I
like
sort of see it
form.
I sort of see it as wisps, like Will-o'-the-Wisps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, black. Yeah.